Recorder has started.
Okay, thank you, Victor. We'll call to order the regular meeting of the San Francisco Sunshine Ordinance Task Force for June 7th, 2023. It is 4:07 p.m. And I'll turn it over to our administrator and clerk, Cheryl Leger, to read the remote access instructions.
Remote access and/or in-person participation. The Sunshine Ordinance Task Force and its committees convene hybrid meetings that allow in-person attendance, in-person public comment, remote access for petitioners and respondents, and remote public comment via teleconference. The WebEx remote login information, bit.ly/3 P as in Peter, 8, H as in Harry, P as in Peter, C as in cat, R as in Robert. The password is Sunshine. The telephone call-in number is 415-655-0001, and the meeting ID 2597-4030-108##. Press *3 to enter the speaker line. Shall I take roll call?
Go ahead and read meeting decorum, and then we'll do roll call. All right, I'll read it. Meeting decorum. Any member of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force may call for decorum due to the disorderly conduct of meeting participants. Persons who engage in threatening and/or menacing behavior may be asked to leave. Okay, so let's go ahead and do item number 1, Cheryl.
Item number 1, call to order, roll call, and agenda changes. Let's start with roll call. Member Wolf.
Here. Present.
Member Wolf present. Member Hill.
Present.
Member Hill present. Member Highland.
Present.
Member Highland present. Member Stein. Present. Member Stein present. Member LaHood.
Present.
Member LaHood present. Member Schmidt absent. Vice Chair Wong. Vice Chair Wong present. Chair Yankee.
Present.
Chair Yankee present. We have a quorum.
Okay, and do we have any agenda changes?
Shall I repeat what Officer
Yeah.
Lobsinger wanted? Okay. We did get a email from Officer Adam Lobsinger regarding one of the cases. Just a moment. Regarding file number 22015, Mr. Lobsinger said that he had a prior commitment and requested a postponement. I immediately, upon reading this email, notified our anonymous petitioner of this request, and as of 3 p.m. this afternoon, I had not heard anything from either party.
Okay, let's see if Anonymous happens to be here now. I know it's before the normal complaint time, but in the event that he is, could he raise his hand? Or she? And Victor, is there anyone indicating they're the anonymous for that item?
No one is raising your hand. If you're on the application, you just use the WebEx to raise your hand. If you're on the telephone, you can press *3 to raise your hand. We have 2 unidentified callers on the line with us.
Okay, what we'll do is we'll go ahead and wait until we get to that item, the normal agenda, and we'll decide how to proceed at that point, since this is before the time that we would expect the complainants to show up for their files. So that's it. Let's go ahead and take public comment on this item.
Through the chair, quick question. Cheryl, when did the lieutenant request a postponement?
I had to leave yesterday for a dental appointment. His email arrived at about 2 o'clock yesterday afternoon. So when I saw it this morning, I immediately took action.
Okay, so he asked for it yesterday. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, he did.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, and by the way, Member Wolf and Vice Chair Wong, if either of you want to speak, I cannot see the screen if you have hands raised, so please just jump in. I'm not ignoring you. So go ahead, Member Wolf.
Yeah, so on item number 13, is there any attachment?
There is no attachment to that. That is an item that we discussed as part of the file that's noted at the last task force meeting. Okay. And since it kind of deviated from the stated purpose of the file, the complaint file, we made a motion to add it to the agenda for this, but there was no attachment to it.
Oh, okay. Well, where can I see the background on that? I'd have to go to that file 21165.
Yeah, and even 21165 doesn't really talk about an amendment. It's came up during our discussion of that file.
Okay. All right. I'll wait for it then. Okay. Thanks.
All right, anything else from the members? Okay, see nothing. Let's go ahead and open up to public comment.
If there are any members of the public who would like to make public comment on this matter, you can raise your hand at this time. If you're on the telephone, you can press *3. If you're on WebEx, you can use the application to raise your hand. I'll give everyone a few moments to find the correct button. I don't see any indication for public comment at this time.
Okay, thank you. We'll go ahead and close public comment and then move on to item number 2.
Item number 2, approval of the minutes from the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force regular meeting of May 3rd, 2023.
Okay, members, do we have any suggested edits to these minutes? Or if not, do we have a motion to approve?
I have a hard copy of the minutes if anybody needs changes.
I just have a question. So the changes that you suggest are the mistakes that you pointed out, those have all been corrected?
Yes,
Okay.
those are now a part of that attachment. Yes.
I don't have any.
This is Member LaHood. I'll make a motion to approve the minutes.
Okay, so moved by Member LaHood to approve the minutes. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, seconded by Member Stein. Do we have any public comment on that item?
Yes, if you'd like to make public comment on this matter, you can raise your hand. If you're on the phone, it's *3. If you're on the WebEx, you can use the application to raise your hand. I have one person with a hand raised at this point.
Okay.
I'll mute them at this time.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Great. David Pilpel, just a couple of minor
Can you
edits.
hold on a second, please?
I can.
Okay, what changes do you have?
On page 1, item 2, after the bold action line, it says public comment. I think it needs a carrier return line space. On
I'm not sure what you're
On
referring to. A carriage return.
it runs on from the bold action moved by Vice Chair Wong, as amended public comment. I think public comment should be on its own line, as is consistent with the rest of the minutes.
Cheryl, do you see it?
Item 2.
Item number 2, Cheryl.
Mhm.
Says action moved by Vice Chair Wong, seconded by Member LaHood.
I got it,
Approve
yeah.
the minutes, public comment. Which is,
I see it, yeah.
Got it. Okay. On the bottom of page 2, item 4, on the election of officers, it just seems a little odd to refer to the nominees by their full name. I think I would have said Member Stein nominated Member Yankee as chair. Member Yankee accepted the nomination. And then similar for the vice chair election, it just seems a little odd. And in the bold actions, I don't think the action was to appoint. I think the action in both cases was to elect various members as chair and vice chair. Does that kind of make sense? I'll take that as a maybe.
we see
I'm-
Cheryl writing.
Yeah, I'm writing it.
Okay.
Anything else?
I don't think I saw anything else significant. If I see something else non-substantive, I will pass that on to Clerk Leger. Thank you for listening. That's all for now.
Okay, Victor, do we have any other public commenters?
Yes, looking, I do not see any other hands raised at this time.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and close public comment on that. I think that was Member LaHood's motion.
Yes, I accept the suggested changes and amend the motion as such.
Okay,
I second that.
okay, so Cheryl, the motion is to approve the minutes with the edits suggested by the public commenter.
I second that.
And Member Stein seconds that, so. When you're ready, Cheryl, let us know. We can go ahead and take a vote on that.
Member LaHood.
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Stein.
Aye.
Member Stein, aye. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Member Hill.
Aye.
Member Hill, aye. Member Highland.
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Schmidt, absent. Vice Chair Wong.
Aye.
Vice Chair Wong, aye. Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. 7 in favor, 1 absent.
Okay, great. Let's go ahead and move on to item number 3.
Item number 3, approval of the orders of determination. File number 22007, Anonymous versus Thomas Campbell and the Fine Arts Museums. File number 22010, Ron Cicero versus the Police Department. File number 22107, Peter Warfield and the Library Users Association against City Librarian and the Public Library.
Okay, thank you, Cheryl. Members, do we have any edits? If not, do we have a motion to approve these orders of determination?
Move.
Well, I think we had Member Stein may have some edits.
Just one thing, which is, I think this came up before and we were going to change it, but we didn't. But just that now that we're saying that the date the decision issued is the date essentially of the order, that we were going to eliminate, I thought, either the order of determination date or the date decision issued.
I think it was the date that was under the title at the top that we had talked about.
Yeah.
Where it says date in parentheses.
Yeah, so that's still, I guess it's just the date
Okay.
can be eliminated because it's the date the decision is.
No, I
issued.
understand that.
Yeah.
The reason that's up there is so that parties and the public can see this is the date this OD was posted. That's the point.
No, she's talking about just the word date in parentheses under the words order of determination.
I know.
We want to keep date decision issued with the date, which is below and to the
No,
left.
I understand that.
Yeah.
I'm saying that the date at the top, that is underneath the words order of determination, is there so that parties and the public and all of us, if we have to look at it again, we know when it was posted. And I tend to do those like 1 or 2 days after the approval of the task force. That's the purpose of it. What you guys do with it, I don't know.
Okay, so the date under the title order determination is different than the date of decision issued and also different than the date on the second page that says the order of determination was approved by the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force on blank. So there's 3 separate dates.
On page 2, where it says order of determination approved that would be the date of the hearing. So that would be today,
Okay.
right? Okay.
So let's stop 1 moment. Let me just go through it all so we're not doing it multiple times. I believe that order of determination, the date underneath that can be eliminated. The date decision issue, that is the date that the committee made the motion to make the violation. And the one on the bottom on the second page, that date is the date that it was finally approved. The order of determination itself is approved.
Okay, Victor, thanks. That's what I think Member Stein had talked about at the last meeting, and to eliminate that one at the top that seemed to be kind of redundant. Right.
Yeah, and I think a little bit confusing because we wanted to make it clear that our order is like
Is that-
effective
right.
date that we make our decision.
Yeah.
So yeah, I would eliminate the word date at the top.
Is that kind of a general consensus, everyone?
Yes, and not replace it with anything else.
Yes.
Just make it go away.
Very good.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so Cheryl, it sounds like everyone's pretty much in agreement here that we should remove the part that says date in parentheses at the top.
All right, I was just saying what I knew.
Okay.
Any other changes?
Well, there's just the same change across every order.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's all.
that's it.
That's all from me.
Okay, anybody else?
Just like to make a motion,
Okay. Member Wolf, go ahead.
move to approve all three, or do we need to take them one at a time?
Oh, we do them as one group, but if you wanted to include that edit as a part of your official motion, that would be
Sure.
perfect.
I move to approve. Let's see, it's these order of determination for files 22007, 22010, 22107, and to omit the word date in parentheses at the top of each document.
Great. Okay. Thank you, Member Wolf. Do we have a second for that?
I'll second that. This is Member Hill.
Okay. So seconded by Member Hill. I don't think there's any discussion among members. I don't see any. So let's go ahead and move to public comment on that.
Yes, if you'd like to make public comment, you can raise your hand at this time. I have one person with their hand raised. Let me unmute them.
David Pilpel, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. I have no interest in litigating or relitigating any of these issues. I'm just copy editing here. So on page 14 of the packet, file number 22007, the first line, I would strike the before Thomas Campbell. So it would read against Thomas Campbell and the Fine Arts Museums. Later on, I think it's on the second page of that order, refers to Tom Campbell. I think that's a little too colloquial. I would be consistent and say Thomas Campbell. And then there are a couple of references to FAMSF and COFAM. I would spell those out, the difference between the Fine Arts Museum of San Francisco and the corporation or whatever it is of the Fine Arts Museum, just so that it's very clear who the various parties are. That was all on that one. I think the second one read okay. Motion passed. On the third one, the Peter Warfield Library one, it's just a little odd on the bottom where it says the task force held a hearing. Well, there's also a typo there. Held a hearing to review the recommendation form committee, maybe from committee, and or review. That just reads as weird. It's odd to refer to accepting the consent agenda with the recommendation. I don't know how to word that. If you all think that makes sense, then fine. I think the substantive action on May 3rd was to make the same findings and take the actions recommended by the complaint committee that are stated above. So it just seems odd to bring in all that consent agenda mumbo jumbo. But if you think that does the trick, then so be it. Anyway, I just think that developing a consistent form for these makes sense, and then having whoever's writing these be the originator and have some different set of eyes review it for edits, either another member of the task force, the deputy city attorney, my great-grandfather, somebody else with a different set of eyes to just copy edit it before it gets to the full task force for your approval like tonight, I think would be helpful. I have no issue with the actions taken, and I'm not commenting on any of that. Thanks very much for listening. Hope that helps.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any other public commenters?
Just checking to the list.
This is Vice Chair Wong. Can I just jump in with a quick comment and response?
Sure.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that, as members of the task force, we do look over both the minutes and the orders of determination before these hearings. So we try to catch as much as we can before we come to these meetings. Just a heads up there.
Thank you, Vice Chair Wong. Okay, Victor, do we have any other public commenters?
I do not see any other public commenters.
Okay, great. We'll go ahead and close public comment.
Sure.
Member Wolf, did you want to? Okay.
Yeah, I think along the lines of those edits that the commenter made, I think consistency is important. So on the bottom of page 14, where it says Fine Arts Museums, and then moving to page 15, in the motion there, it says Fine Arts Museum in singular there. And then at the top of that page, it has the acronyms. And there are 3 acronyms. Or is there a typo in the last acronym? So you have FAMSF and then COFAM and then FAMF.
There are 3 organizations, and I would agree with the public comment person that, especially in a case like this, I think we should just spell them all out.
Yeah, so if you spell them all out the first time that they're mentioned, and then put their appropriate acronym in parentheses after the name, then you don't have to repeat the whole name for the rest of the document, as long as it's defined once at the first time that it appears. So Fine Arts Museums, is that FAMF? What does FAMF stand for? Okay, we need to correct this.
These seem to be, I'm thinking, quite a few, so maybe we should have this just as a suggestion. Maybe we should continue this so that we don't approve something without seeing the final copy produced by Cheryl.
Actually,
Okay.
I'm pretty certain that the Fine Art Museums is FAMSF, whereas FAMF is the Fine Arts Museums Foundation.
Yeah, I think that's the nonprofit. I think
Yeah.
So,
Okay. And then COFAM is the corporation?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Well, I'm okay with continuing this to get it to, wordsmith it on those points, just so it's right. It's been considerable amount of due diligence for many years on this subject. So I would say, let's do the due diligence. So let's, I'm going to rescind my motion and make a new motion to approve. Let's see, it would be orders of termination for file number 22010, Ron Cicero versus Police Department, and file number 22107, Peter Warfield Library Users Association versus City Librarian and Public Library. Let's do that first. And that includes the edit to remove the word date in parentheses at the top of both documents.
okay, so just to recap for Cheryl. So Cheryl, I believe the motion is to continue item 22007 and approve 22010 and 22107 with the edit of removing the date at the top. Is that correct, Member Wolf?
Correct. Thank you for the
Member Light?
clarification.
There was the one very tiny typo on 22107. Review the recommendation from committee.
Oh,
Right
is
now
that
it
a
says
form?
form, and it just
Yes.
yeah,
Yes.
that was just a tiny one.
That's fine.
Yeah,
Include
so-
that also.
Excuse me, Member LaHood, I was typing, what were you saying?
On for the OD for file number 22107, there's a sentence that says the SOTF held a hearing to review the recommendation. Right now it says form committee, but it should be from committee.
Yep. got it.
Yep, that's it.
Yeah, that's just a clerical.
Yep.
Okay, so that's the motion. Do we have a second for that new motion?
I'll second that.
Okay, so seconded by Member Hill for the new motion. Any further discussion on that? If not, I think we'll go ahead and move to a vote.
Well, Mr. Chair, in all deference for rules of order, since now the motion is changed, I think we have to allow public comment.
Okay, well, we'll reopen public comment. Victor, are there any public commenters?
All right. If you would like to make public comment, you can raise your hand at this time. I don't currently see any raised hands, but let's give it a few moments. Okay, I don't see any raised hands at this time.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment and proceed to a vote.
Member Wolf,
Thank you. Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Member Hill,
Aye.
Member Hill, aye. Member LaHood,
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Highland,
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Stein,
Aye.
Member Stein, aye. Member Schmidt, absent. Vice Chair Wong, Vice Chair Wong, aye. Chair Yankee,
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. 7 in favor, 1 absent.
Okay, great. That's approved. We can go ahead and move on to item number 4.
Item number 4, Administrators Report, Complaints, and Communications. So as I'm sure you are all aware, we are at the halfway mark for 2023 as of July 1st. I have listed all the June, July, August, September, October, and November hearing dates. Please keep in mind that November 28, even though it's EOT, it's the week of Thanksgiving. And so we want to keep in mind whether we want to be meeting or not. So I'll leave that up to Chair Hyland.
While we're on the matter of the dates, just to double check one more time. I know we kind of talked about this last time, but just to verify again, July 5th is our next full task force meeting. And I believe we had, was it Member LaHood who's going to be out?
I will be gone.
Right, so that's the day after holiday. Is there anyone else not going to be here? Member Highland will not be here? Is that correct? Okay. I don't know if Member Schmidt will.
He said he was only going to miss one task
Right.
force meeting.
So that at our current, if everyone else can make it, is just a bare quorum. Which means if anyone has any last minute things come up, then we would not have quorum. So do we feel comfortable proceeding? We want to cancel it? We want to change to another date? Personally, I'm a little uncomfortable proceeding with that narrow of a margin, if, you know, as we've seen things come up with people, and I don't want to have to reschedule a variety of hearings, but I don't know what everyone else thinks.
Victor, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think if we were to reschedule, we would need Angela Cavijo's approval as well.
The more important thing is if we do reschedule, we need a room.
Yeah. So I can look into that. I mean, to make sure that we have a room before anybody says they can't.
Right. If you could, I mean, I think the bylaws allow the chair to call a special meeting, so I don't think we necessarily have to vote on the new meeting date right now. I could work with Cheryl on that, and cancel if necessary. But let's just everyone know that that date might be in a little bit of flux because of the quorum issues, or who knows, maybe we'll have new members by then, and then that might not be an issue.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, member Wood?
I may need to miss July 5th meeting.
Okay.
Right now, I'll be present, but I have something coming up that may take me away.
Okay. So let's just, for the safety's sake, consider you will not be here. That would mean we would not have quorum for that date. So I'm not sure if we should take maybe a motion to cancel just to.
Yeah, Member Highland here. Yeah, in the past, when it's come this close to the holiday, we try and schedule it based on room, and if not, we just skip it. I mean, that's kind of what we've done in the past. You know, it's postponed.
Okay, so I'll make a motion to cancel the July 5th meeting and to reschedule a special meeting for July as, availability of both.
Can I make a suggestion?
Yes,
You
Victor?
can switch it to one of the committees. That way we know we have the room.
Oh. Could do that. Let's see. July 25th. Complaint, if we don't have complaint, that means that there may be complaints that are either A, not heard for more than 45 days, or B, would all go to EOTC that month. And if
About a committee of the whole.
And if we hold it instead of EOT, that's just 7 days before we would meet again, which might be kind of 8 days, 7 or 8 days there before we would meet again. So that might not, I'm not sure we really want to have 2 full meetings that close back to back. I don't know what people think.
And while we're at it, I won't be here for July EOT either.
Oh, you won't?
No. So if there's any hot complaints need to be heard, it'll have to be.
I mean, we could do a short meeting on July 25th. And if you're not going to be here, Member Highland, because that would affect quorum for EOT. Maybe we just do a shorter meeting for July 25th. Maybe just do some complaints if there's any outstanding, and kind of have any discussion items move to, just put them on August 2nd. What do you think?
I would do the full meeting on July 25th and do the next meeting. It's not like we don't have enough work.
Yeah.
So what if it's a week later?
Yeah. Okay.
I think, and we've done that before too. And sometimes that gives nice continuity. You can actually remember what happened a week ago as opposed to a month ago.
Yeah.
That would be my recommendation.
If we do 25th, do we want to do the 5:30 start time, since that's when this room is ordinarily, or do we want to do 4?
Well, let's see. I'm sure it's available before, because whenever we come in, there's no one
Do
here.
we know? Or
I'm sure we could.
I don't know if that conflicts with anyone's
I think 4 o'clock's probably what you want to do, right?
permanent schedule. So yeah. Is that a problem for any member?
And also, before we go there, was there anyone else that was gone at the end of July? I think member Schmidt also said he might be traveling.
I thought it was just through the end of June, and he said he'd be back in
I could be
July.
wrong. I remember hearing something when
Yeah, I think he's going to miss the June complaint. He missed May complaint,
Okay.
June full, and I think
Gotcha.
June complaint again. So those are the 3, I think.
That's correct.
That's correct. Okay. So those are the 3. So I think he'll be back for July. Would that conflict for anyone else in July if we did the 25th at 4? Check my own schedule.
Let's also schedule all of the complaint committees in July so member Schmidt won't miss anything. About that.
Okay, not hearing any objections to that. So I will make a motion to cancel our July 5th regular meeting and instead hold our regular meeting on July 25th at 4 p.m.
Second.
Okay, so moved by Chair Yankee, seconded by Member Wolf. Any other comments on that, members? Okay, let's go ahead and move to public comment on that.
Yes, if anybody would like to make public comment at this time, you can raise your hand. If you're on the phone, it's *3. If you're on the application, you can use WebEx to raise your hand. I'm unmuting our first caller.
David Pilpel, just to clarify, so July 5th would be canceled. July 25th would be a 4 o'clock special meeting of the full task force, and it sounds like the EOT meeting on July 25th at 5:30 would also be canceled. Am I understanding?
That's correct. Yes, it would.
Okay.
Yeah, the full task force would meet in lieu of EOT.
Got it.
On the 25th.
Sounds good. Good planning. Thanks.
Okay, any other public commenters?
I do not have any other parties with their hands raised at this time.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and close public comment on that portion of the administrator's report and that motion. Let's go ahead and take a vote on that, and Cheryl, I'll turn it back to you to continue with it. This is essentially the first bullet point of the administrator's report that we're on.
Continue
No, go ahead and take a vote.
vote on all this.
Yep, on what we just talked about. Then I'll turn it back to you to continue the report.
Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Member Hill.
Aye.
Member Hill, aye. Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Stein?
Aye.
Member Stein, aye. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Schmidt, absent. Vice Chair Wong?
Aye.
Vice Chair Wong, aye. 7 and 1 absent.
Okay, great. I'll turn it back over to you, Cheryl, to continue with your report.
I'm sorry?
I'm going to turn it back to you to continue your report. So this would be for the remaining bullet points after the first bullet point of the administrator's report.
Well, as always happens around this time of year, we get fewer and fewer requests for complaints to be filed. So we only had about 6 of them for May. And one left over that was not reported from April for Michael Petrellis. 2019, we only had 3 cases waiting review of compliance. I think once that's taken care of, that's a year we can eliminate from that particular chart. I will also like to let you all know, as I was speaking to Chair Yankee, all the notices for 2 respondents have gone out for 2023. So we are all caught up on that. And we're actually caught, the only remaining cases that have not been heard by committee are those anonymous cases that we have not had a chance to litigate. At the same time, we have not heard from this petitioner. So at this point, I don't know what his plan is as well.
Yeah, I'll just jump in real fast to let the members know where we are with those. Cheryl has sent now 2 consecutive communications out to Mr. Anonymous to see if we can get his cases scheduled, and he has not responded to either.
Is this anonymous number 3?
Yeah,
Yes.
anonymous number 3. Yeah. So our bylaws, I believe, allows us to close files if 6 months have gone by without a response to communication. So I think we haven't heard from, I think the last email we had from that anonymous was in February. So later this summer, early fall, we'll go ahead, if we have not heard from him by that time, we'll go ahead and put them on the agenda to close.
Member Highland here. I seem something scratching at the back of my head about him saying he would no longer be pursuing any cases.
Yeah, he did say something like that, but then so he asked us to close several cases, but wanted some of them to remain open. And that was that February communication I was referring to.
Okay.
So we've tried to schedule those few that he had, these ones that are left over that Cheryl's referring to.
Okay.
And every time we do so, he doesn't respond.
Okay, if he doesn't respond, we'll just go through a normal process, and then if he wants to reopen them or push them forward.
Member Stein?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask so I could be clear. So of the cases that we have that are still, waiting to be heard, either in committee or by the full task force, how many are his cases right now? If we have a rough number.
I think it was about
That's
15 that have,
About a dozen is what I think is what it
you
is.
sent me that list, I think it was 15.
Yeah, oh, okay.
And were those all filed in 2023 or they're all from before?
They were not filed in
Okay,
2023 now.
Just wondered. Okay.
Yeah, I think they're 20, 21, and 22.
Okay, thanks.
We have one other petitioner, Zach Carnazes, who has about 7 cases that are open that I've approached him to see if he wants to close them, and he gets irate. So I haven't closed them. I just keep them open, but if you guys have a different way of approaching him,
We'll talk about those.
Thank you.
So those are open as well.
so that's kind of where
Okay.
open cases stand.
And that's how many did you say? That's
15 plus 7?
15, so about 22 are among
Okay.
those 2 that are,
all right.
we haven't been able to schedule them, so.
Okay.
Right.
And all those from Mr. Carnazes, I believe, are also pre-2023. So some of those older ones that we see show up.
Yeah, I think they're all 2021 is what they are. Okay. Complaint committee meeting in May was canceled, so I don't have any minutes for that. That agenda has rolled over and will be heard this month. Okay.
And just to verify, just double check on that one, since Member Schmidt will not be here for that. Member Wolf and Member Stein, you'll both be okay?
I will be here.
Okay, and Member Wolf, will you be okay for that complaint meeting?
Yes.
Okay, did one of you want to chair in? Member Stein, do you want to chair that one?
I was asked to, but I'm also happy for Member Wolf to do it.
Do you want to give it a try?
I'll give it a try.
Okay, so we'll have Member Stein fill in as chair for that meeting.
While we're discussing committees, I don't know if it's the appropriate juncture. I'm going to ask, can we have a third member?
If anyone wants to jump in for any other committees, but I think everyone's pretty booked up, and I try not to be on them so that I can
Right.
talk to all of you without breaking quorum.
Because it's just Tao and I on EOT, which is, I mean, technically okay.
Yeah. I think we're vacant 3 members.
Are we short on other committees as well?
Yeah, CAC.
No, we have 3 on CAC.
You do have 3, and complaints has 3.
So we're the only one that doesn't.
So
I think we just established that. That's okay. So we have an open seat if anyone wants to volunteer and get some EOT experience.
So here's the good news is that you're not going to meet in July. So the next time would be September.
Yes.
So I would hope that we'll get new members by September. Cross our fingers. I believe Victor's opened a file with the Rules Committee of the board.
Okay.
So
All right.
I think there are at least some pending applications. So okay. Get some movement on those.
All right. I guess we can hold the line until then.
And then we'll push hard to recruit those new members for your committee.
Very good. Thank you.
Okay, item number 4, communications. We had no emails from any member of the public offering comment on how we do our jobs. Records of emails received, 216 this month. Typically, we have about 250 each month. So as I said earlier, it's just that time of year when people are just not pursuing sunshine. And those emails are attached to the back of the report.
Okay. Anything else from the members before we move to public comment on the remainder of the administrator's report?
I just want to add, if anybody else has some other items that they want me to address on the report, you're always welcome to come and send me an email, talk to me. I'm happy to adjust things.
Okay, let's go ahead and move to public comment. This is on the remainder of the administrator's report.
Keep forgetting to unmute myself. If there's any additional public comment, you can raise your hand at this time. If you're on the phone, that's *3. If you're on the WebEx, you can use the application to release your hand. I'm seeing no indications for public comment at this time.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment on that and move on to the next item.
Item number 5, hearing budget appropriation, discussion and potential action regarding a request to increase appropriations dedicated to the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force for next fiscal year's budget.
Okay, thank you, Cheryl. So members, this was at the end of last month's meeting, which was quite late. So I think we made a motion then to continue this item for more discussion earlier in the meeting in case we wanted to take any action. So here it is. I didn't receive any particular proposals, so there are no attachments to this. So I'll open it up if anyone wants to comment and suggest any course of action.
Member Wolf.
Go ahead, Member Wolf.
Yeah, I'm just wondering about how late it is to get into this budget right now. Do we have any sponsors will the clerk's office carry it or a supervisor?
I have not heard of anyone who's expressed interest in that. I've heard that I think it's the Ethics Commission is facing quite a bit of cuts from their budget by the mayor. So I'm not sure where that's going to go, but it seems that seems to be the trend for budget decreases as far as some of these items go.
Yeah, because the only way we could even be considered for an add back is if we actually were in the budget. So,
yeah, I have not heard anything from Clerk Calvillo that we were included this go around. I know we were last time and it got removed. I've not heard that anything has changed with that. So I don't think there's anything from us in the budget this time around. Any increases?
I think more informed minds might know. Otherwise, I think we'd have to wait till January.
Yeah,
We'd have to start, now to be included in that.
Yeah, and this is a rough, obviously very rough budget cycle here, and we don't know how next one will go. But any other members on this one?
I would just say, just pursue it, see what if there's any window for anything.
Yeah, I mean, I think the important thing to do that we might want to monitor, and we talked about this at our last meeting, Member Wolf, that I don't think you were there for it, is that we discussed that the city attorney's office has issued an opinion or taken a stance that they will no longer be issuing orders for the disclosure of public records as part of their role of supervisor of records. So while obviously people can still submit petitions to the supervisor of records, that's not going to result in any orders coming from the supervisor of records, which of course leaves us as the only entity now in the Sunshine Ordinance that's left to administratively issue those orders. That may increase our workload to a certain extent if the supervisor of records isn't able to handle some of these complaints and cases, in which case that might be some type of leverage that we use to justify why we need an increase in staff. This was an idea that I threw out last time.
That's that's huge news.
Yes.
It seems somewhat in non-compliance with the ordinance.
I don't want to go off topic too much on this one. You can kind of refer to maybe our audio last time to have a discussion and the attachments to that file.
Okay. Well, I would say if that's the case, then I think it may be appropriate to have the city attorney put that in writing, and then have those funds that would go towards that time for the supervisor records be applied to us. That way we're not asking for any more money in the budget. It's just kind of shuffling dollars around. What do you think about that?
I think there's certainly a case to be made for that. I don't know how we would formally go about seeing that through. If you have any ideas,
I would say let's have a meeting with Supervisor Chan, who chairs the budget committee.
Did you want to take the lead on that, Member Wolf? I'm happy to try to join if I can. If you want to set something up, we can maybe discuss that.
Sure, but I think we should maybe have a meeting with the city attorney, or at least get something in writing from them that they're relinquishing.
There is an official communication from them. It was actually part of a complaint file that I pulled out.
Okay.
But there is something on their letterhead stating that. It's part of the item in the last that we discussed as part of that agenda item in our last meeting.
Okay, I'm happy to work on that, and if I could lean on you for any of those kinds of resources, that'd be great.
Sure. Do we want to make a formal motion on that, or do you just want to take that on as a?
Whatever you feel appropriate. I don't know, if folks want to make the assignment, or I don't know.
I think it makes sense to make a motion on it, just so that it's in our record what we're doing and why we're doing it.
Okay.
That we recognize that this could lead to an additional work for us, and that we probably should have a commensurate budget to handle that increase in work. I think that's an important point to make.
It sounds like good language for a motion.
Okay, so all right, I will move to authorize Member Wolf to engage with Supervisor Chan, Chair of the Budget Committee, regarding the potential extra work the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force will undertake due to the city attorney / supervisor of records position, that they will no longer be issuing orders regarding public records requests. Does that sound good?
Yeah, that sounds good. I'll second it, but I will maybe add that There should be something about in consultation with the clerk or something to that effect, because it's going to be in her budget.
Right. Okay. Okay, we'll say to engage. How did I word that, Cheryl? I'm sorry. I don't want to make it too difficult for you.
No, I just want to make sure I got it right.
Okay.
To engage what?
I'm sorry. Can you read back the motion? What you have?
Sure, I need to do that. Okay. Move to authorize Member Wolf to engage with Supervisor Chan regarding the budget work that the task force will undertake due to the supervisor of records, and they will no longer be issued. That's where I got supervisor of records, and then I didn't hear anything else.
Okay, I'm sorry. Can you read that again, Cheryl? I couldn't hear you because you weren't.
This is Vice Chair Wong. Do you want me to read back what I have?
Oh, thank you. Yeah, thank you, Vice Chair Wong.
Okay, so I have to authorize Member Wolf to engage Supervisor Chan, the Chair of Budget Committee, regarding potential extra work that SOTF will undertake due to the city attorney and supervisor of records position, that they will no longer be issuing orders regarding public records requests.
Okay, and I'll add to that and to request.
You can start it over again because.
All right, go ahead.
Like jumping all over the place.
All right, go ahead, Vice Chair Wong, again when Cheryl's ready for you. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Cheryl, let Vice Chair Wong know when you're ready.
All right, I got up to engage with Supervisor Chan regarding. Did you hear me, Vice Chair Wong?
Yeah, regarding potential extra work SOTF will undertake due to the city attorney and supervisor of records positions, that they will no longer be issuing orders regarding public records requests.
Okay.
You got that? Okay, and then I'm going to add to the end of it, and to request a commensurate increase or transfer of funds to the SOTF. And then I'm also going to, let me know when you're done with that, Cheryl.
Moved by Chair Yankee, seconded. I don't think I got the
No,
second.
it was Member Wolf, but go ahead and read it.
To authorize Member Wolf to engage with Supervisor Chan.
Okay, can you stop there? Also, let's do Supervisor Chan, who's chair of the Budget Committee, and consult with the clerk's office. That was, I think, the suggestion from Member Wolf. I want to get in there.
And consult with the clerk of the board.
Or in consultation with the clerk of the board.
Clerk of the board.
Okay, so why don't you start at the beginning just to make sure.
Vice Chair, Chair Yankee moves to authorize Member Wolf to engage with Supervisor Chan, who is the chair of the Budget Committee, and in consultation with the clerk of the board regarding potential extra work the SOTF will undertake due to the city attorney and supervisor of record positions, that they will no longer be issuing orders regarding public records requests, and to request a commensurate increase or transfer of funds to the task force.
I think you got it. Anyone else have any edits to that? Okay, is that okay with you, Member Wolf, since you're the seconder?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay. Okay, great. So that's the motion. We'll go ahead and open that up to public comment for that item. Victor, do we have any public commenters?
Yes, we have I believe, Mr. Pilpil.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, so yes, I'm in support. Good luck to Member Wolf on that errand. I also drafted a few lines here that you might want to think about for a possible letter, and I'll just read it out, and I can provide it to you in the future. I assume that you already sent the annual report to the mayor and the board. So it starts out, we recently sent you our annual report for the period April 27th, 2022 to April 27th, 2023. While we understand that the general fund budget situation for the city is not good right now, we want to suggest that a new position, i.e. one FTE 8175 legal assistant assigned to support the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force would allow us to address our consistent case backlog better and redistribute some clerical support from the clerk of the Board of Supervisors and legal support from the city attorney's office. We believe that this funding request would be about $150,000 a year. I just made up that number, but whatever. And we are available to discuss this request with you for possible inclusion in budget requests for fiscal year 24-25. So it's just sort of putting on record that this idea is there and that, you know, you may want to be able to talk to them during this upcoming 12-month period. So it might get included in the budget for next year for starting 24-25. This is an idea of a brief missive that could go to the mayor and the board of supervisors. That's my thought, but I'm supportive of the motion that's before you. Thanks for listening.
Thank you. Do we have any other public commenters?
I do not see any additional hands raised for public comment.
Okay. Do we have a public commenter in person for this item? No. Okay. All right. So we will go ahead and close public comment on this. We'll get to that in a moment. We're on item number 5. All right. So we'll go ahead and close public comment for item number 5. And any other comments? If not, we'll go ahead and move to a vote on that item.
I mean, I would support that language, you know, but if it's going to make it too cumbersome right now in the moment, you know, maybe we can include it in some sort of executive summary or cover letter.
Yeah, and I would note that if anyone wants to, you know, put together a proposed letter or something, I can certainly put it on the agenda, and we can do that as an item in the future to have it exactly, you know, formatted and worded the way we feel comfortable with. So if anyone wants to borrow Mr. Pilpel's suggested language and draft something, we can put that as a future agenda item.
Yeah, just want to thank him for doing that. It was well thought out. Thanks.
Okay, I think we're ready for a vote now. So Cheryl, when you're ready.
Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Member Hill.
Aye.
Member Hill, aye. Member Highland.
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Stein.
Aye.
Member Stein, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Schmidt, absent. Vice Chair Wong.
Aye.
Vice Chair Wong, aye. 1, 2, 3. 7 in favor, 1 absent.
Okay, great. So that passes. And that is it for item number 5. We will move to item number 6, general public comment. And Cheryl, I'll turn it over to you and Victor.
Item number 6, public comment. Members of the public may address the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force on matters that are within the task force jurisdiction, but not on today's agenda.
So if any members of the public would like to make general public comment at this time, you can raise your hand. If you're on the phone, that's star 3. If you're using the application, you can use WebEx to raise your hand. I'll give everyone a few moments. Okay, I don't see anybody online, but it looks like you have somebody in person.
Okay, great. So Cheryl, I'll turn it over to you to manage in-person public comment.
So you have a doc, you wanted to use that?
Oh, I have 30 seconds before I get to that part.
Okay, let me time you. Just a moment.
Cheryl, just to make sure, do you want to put up whatever it is just to make sure it's working? So I don't want to have to interrupt you. It is working. Okay, great. Is it? Yeah, I just didn't want to.
Oh,
There you go. Yeah, I just didn't want to interrupt your time with technical difficulties.
And you guys can see it on the computer?
Yep, we can see it here.
Okay, so, Mr. Hillier, are you ready to speak or
Yes.
go ahead, sir?
Thank you. On October 6th of 2021, February 2nd, and April 6th of 2022, this body found in my favor against the Behavioral Health Commission on about 7 different provisions of the Sunshine Ordinance. And then we went into 8 months of monitoring with the Compliance Amendments Committee. And I'm here to tell you that none of that worked, because here's their latest agenda, and it contains a total of 32 instances of violation of 4 of the provisions that you found in our favor on before.
Cheryl, if you don't mind, if I unmute for a moment, we're not getting the audio on this. Did you unmute the mic for the podium?
It's muted now. Do you want to start over?
Yes, we'll let Mr. Hillier start over. It doesn't sound like those who are participating remotely could hear you, Mr. Hillier. So we're going to restart your clock. Sorry
Okay.
about that.
Consider
Wanna
that
make
dry,
sure that-
a rehearsal.
All right.
Okay, why don't we test it? If you could just say something, just to make sure.
Hello, testing. I can hear myself.
Yep.
That's better.
Looks good.
Okay.
Okay, I think we're all set now. So Cheryl, please reset it and let Mr. Hillier know.
Put that on there now if you want.
Okay.
Okay, ready, sir?
Yes. On,
Good.
thank you. On October 6th of 2021 and February 2nd and April 6th of 2022, this task force ruled in my favor against the Behavioral Health Commission on regarding 7 different provisions of the Sunshine Ordinance. And we then went into 8 months of monitoring with the Compliance and Amendments Committee, stretching into this year. And I'm sorry to say that none of that worked, because here's their latest agenda, and it contains 32 violations of 4 of the 7 provisions on which you ruled previously. So going through them real quickly, on the front page, you can see item 1.1 at the bottom has no opportunity for the public to address the commission. On the second page, item 3.1, there are 5 sets of minutes to be approved and 1 opportunity for public comment for a total of 4 violations. You see many opportunities for public comment, but they all come after action items, except for this one, and they're not before or during the consideration of the item. So that's 7 more violations. Item 3.4 does not include a proposed action or a statement that the item is for discussion only. Items 3.5 and 3.6 were the subject of long emails that I sent to the commission long in advance of their posting of this agenda, and they are not mentioned in they're not referenced in the items. That's 2 more violations. Neither of them were posted on the website, 2 more violations. And 3.6 references data from DPH and BHS regarding facts and SRT. Neither that is available on the website. And then 3.6 bleeds over to the next page, and you can see there's no opportunity for public comment on this one. And then item 4.0, reports from committees. There are 3 committee reports and 1 opportunity for public comment for 2 violations. None of these reports say whether a proposed action or the statement that the item is for discussion only for 3 more violations. And none of them contain enough details such that somebody whose interest would be affected by the item would know to attend the meeting for 3 more violations. And that's also true of 5.1, 5.2, and 6.0 for 3 more violations. In 5.1 and 5.2, you can see there's no opportunity for the public to address the commission on those. In addition to that, you asked the commission to come up with a log of their posting times for their meeting notices, and they produced this. This is an empty sheet of paper, basically a grid. Took 5 minutes for somebody to produce this on Microsoft Word. It's pretty much useless. And then they produced, in response to a request that they produce a policy and procedure manual, they produced this, which is basically 1 page listing the 7 provisions of the Sunshine Ordinance that you found on, and bullet points about how they're going to prevent that from happening again, which didn't work. We asked that you refer this to a municipal office for enforcement action. Back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Hillier. Do we have any other public commenters either in the room or online? I don't see anyone here. So Victor, we still all set? No.
Yeah, I don't see anybody else with their hands raised at this time.
Okay, great. So we will go ahead and close general public comment on item number 6? And is everyone ready to move to item number 7? Okay. Let's go ahead and move to item number 7.
Item number 7, file number 22020, complaint filed by Sergei Zveranov against the police department for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 6721C as in cat by failing to respond to a public records request in a timely and or complete manner. Shall I read the preamble?
Yes, please.
Okay. On April 19, 2022, the Complaint Committee moved that the records are public, there is jurisdiction, and forward to the task force to refer the matter to the task force for a hearing and request the task force decide whether there are violations of Administrative Code Section 6721B as in boy by failing to provide the requested records in a complete and timely manner, and 67.21C by failing to assist the requester in obtaining their records and request that file numbers 22014 and 22020 be heard concurrently. On September 7, 2022, the task force heard file number 22014 and moved to find that the police department violated Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance 6721 C's and cat by failing to provide assistance in finding the records, and 6727 by failing to provide an explicit justification in writing for the withholding records. The task force ordered the police department to provide more extensive assistance in locating the requested records, and further orders the police department to provide a justification or location of the existence of records for each of the 25 separate requests in the complainant's overall request, and forward the matter to the Compliance and Amendments Committee.
Okay. So, yeah, go ahead.
Item number A, consider action to combine this file with file 22014. Item B, if the files are not combined, proceed with a hearing on the complaint.
Okay, thank you, Cheryl. So some background on how we got here with this one. So it appears, and I'll let Member Stein jump in here and Member Wolf, if they have more information to share. But it sounds like the complaint committee heard 22014, then at a point either in that meeting or a subsequent meeting afterwards, heard 22020, which is this file before us now, determined that it was essentially the same complaint, kind of repackaged, and made a recommendation to combine it with 22014. Unfortunately, that recommendation that they made was never cross-referenced on the clerk's spreadsheet with 22014. So when the clerk selected 22014 and put it on our agenda in September of 2022, there was no notation that we should also be including or considering 22020 at the same time. So this kind of got left dangling out there. So I think we have kind of two ways we could do this. Number one, if we think, and I'll let Member Stein and Member Wolf speak to this, and we can also hear from the petitioner and the respondent to not a full presentation, but I'll let them comment on this as well. We can consider combining them now, which is essentially we've already heard 22014. We found some violations, and I believe that's in a compliance and amendments monitoring stage. We can just kind of lump all these and transition them over. So that's the first thing. If we decide not to do that, then we can go ahead and hear this as a separate file. So with that, I will turn it over to Member Stein, and maybe she can add to this if I missed anything or misrepresented anything.
Yeah, I'm not really recollecting what happened originally. I'm trying to go over my notes right now. I don't know if Member Wolf has anything to bring up here.
Member Wolf, I'm not sure if you were on the committee at that time, but if so, do you recall?
I don't think I was on the committee at the time.
Okay. So that's why I included the actual motion that the committee made at the time, so you can see what it is there. That's the actual motion they made. I reviewed it, and it sounds like all the public commenters seem to agree that this was a good course of action. But before we decide, I'll go ahead and if Mr. Severinoff is here, or if the police department is here, I'll let them speak to the first part, which is just consider action to combine this file with 22014. So we'll give them 3 minutes first if either of them are available. I don't see them in person, but if they're online. So Victor, do we have Mr. Severinoff or anyone from the police department here?
He just unmuted. Mr. Sinarov. I do not see any other hands raised indicating that they are party to this matter.
Okay, so we have no one available?
Oh, there goes someone. Give me a second.
Okay.
I thought I unmuted them, but it's been problematic. I have 2 parties unmuted. They should be, and they can announce themselves.
Yes,
This is
I'm
Lieutenant Toomey.
Severino of the petitioner.
Okay, so it
I
sounds
think
like we
both
have.
parties are here.
Okay, so both parties are here. Okay, so I'm going to give you each 3 minutes. This is not the hearing yet. This is just to consider action to combine this file with 22014, which has already been heard, and we've already issued an order on that. So I don't know if you have any information to share about whether it should or should not be combined with that file, but I will let you both speak. We'll start with Mr. Severinoff first, and I'll turn it over to Cheryl and Victor to manage that time. So 3 minutes for this.
Can I begin?
One moment, we'll have Cheryl let you know.
You can go ahead, sir.
Yes, this hearing is a biased, racist hearing that deprives me as an immigrant of the due process rights. If you look at the announcement of this hearing sent by Ms. Ledger, it announces that the file that will be heard is 22020. There is no mention of 22014. Hence, I had no chance to prepare for the hearing of my complaint 22014. Therefore, this is completely illegal and unlawful to hear and take action on the file 22014, as I was not notified about it and I had no chance to provide my input into the agenda for this meeting. This is based on the racism of this committee, hosted by Chair Yankee, an avowed racist, and the racism of Ms. Ledger. They do it because they think that as an immigrant, I'm completely stupid and don't understand my rights. In this case, my rights for due process and fair hearing have been violated, as I have not been notified of the fact that the file 22014 will be heard. The file 220, the other file has been referred to the Compliance Committee in September. Since then, despite my repeated requests to Ms. Ledger, because of her biased attitudes toward immigrants and racism, she has failed to.
Okay, please stop. Please. Member Stein is calling for decorum on this item.
I don't know what happens when I call for decorum, but I just feel that this is abusive.
I don't think we can hear you on the microphone.
Oh, I just would like to call for decorum. I'm not sure what happens there, but I would like to call for it.
Okay, so we will remind Mr. Severinoff, the meeting decorum says any member of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force may call for decorum due to the disorderly conduct of meeting participants. Persons who engage in threatening and or menacing behavior may be asked to leave. So this would be a reminder to please not engage in threatening and or menacing behavior in your comments. So we've paused your time at 43 seconds. We'll resume it, but please focus on the merits of this and not personal attacks or threatening or menacing comments towards individuals. Okay, so Cheryl, when you're ready, we'll go ahead and turn that back on.
Mr. Smirnov, are you ready to begin speaking?
Oh, yes, I am. I
ahead,
am
sir.
not threatening and menacing. I'm saying that you are racists. And
Let's call for decorum.
Okay, please pause. Okay.
So that is offensive language, and that falls within our decorum. So that was your last warning. If you can proceed, great. If not, we may continue this.
Yeah. So Mr. Severinoff, we're going to turn this on one more time. If we hear of another call for decorum, I'm going to call for a vote of the members, and we'll call for how to proceed with, stopping any future comments on this from you for decorum purposes. So we're going to go one more time, 33 seconds. Please focus on the merits of the complaint.
Well, you told me that I should not be making any threatening and menacing statements, which I have made none. All I did is I accused this committee of being racist and anti-immigrant, and that's something that I stand by, and that's something that's my political opinion and my belief, and based on the facts and the information, and I will always stand by it. And no matter how much you try to suppress my free speech, you are racists, and you are.
Okay,
now
the
trying-
commenter's time has expired.
Okay.
Okay, I'm sorry I didn't grab the name of the police department representative. We'll go ahead and let them speak.
Lieutenant Toomey.
Lieutenant Toomey. Okay, Lieutenant Toomey, I'll have Cheryl let you know when you can begin. Again, this is just on the action to combine this file with file 22014, which has already been heard. So Cheryl, when you're ready, please let Lieutenant Toomey know.
Lieutenant Toomey, you ready to begin?
I am. Can you folks hear me?
Yes, we can.
Very
Go ahead,
good.
sir.
So I'm ready to go. It's my understanding that file 22014, which was in September, has gone to the Compliance Committee. That was, I think, my first Sunshine Ordinance Task Force meeting ever. So I kind of do recall that we did handle that. There was some requests made by the task force to produce documents, specifically a computer-aided dispatch form. We went and actually, as the police department, reached out to the Department of Emergency Management, obtained that document that we were not in possession of, worked with the Department of Emergency Management to do the necessary redactions that we aren't trained in doing, but had them hold our hand, per se, and produce that document. So I believe 22014 is in compliance, and I believe that the police department has done its good faith effort to produce the records for that file. I understand that both of the files are similar in nature in the laundry list of requests, and some of them do overlap, but I believe that the crux of details with regards to the incident for each one of those files is different. So I don't know if the task force wants to consider that when determining if they want to listen to both files together or separate. There are definitely a lot of crossover. There's a lot of bleed over in the sense of general recommendation or requests for information on individuals that were involved or may not have been involved with both of the incidents that the police department was a part of. So I could see where the task force saw them as being connected, but I think the underlying incident was separate. So I leave it up to the task force. We obviously will help in any way we can, but I wanted to give you that bit of insight when making a decision as to should you join these two files or not.
Okay, thank you, Lieutenant Toomey. Does that conclude your statement?
That concludes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I just didn't want to cut you off. Okay, so I'll turn it over to the members. If we have questions, we can ask them. Again, we're just going to focus first on the action to combine the files. I mean, I believe maybe Compliance Chair LaHood could speak. Is 22014 still open, or did you folks?
Actually, I need to ask Cheryl. I mean, I remember hearing it, but is it going to be back on the agenda again for follow-up?
I would have to consult my chart. I don't know precisely what it says.
Because I think that's an important point.
Yeah.
It's still open. I think that you had sent one to me. Sure, I can try to log
I haven't
in.
changed it in the last couple of weeks. I haven't changed that case at all.
Yeah, I mean, one thing that I think is...
This is Victor Young. If you give me a moment, I can pull that open. If you give me the file number, I can try to read the latest status.
Yeah, it's a 22014.
Well, Victor,
Sorry.
22014.
22014.
May I say something while Victor's looking for that?
Member who's going to speak while you look for that, Victor.
So here's the challenging thing with this. It seems that because the activities on these two matters at this point are so far staggered, I think it would be difficult to merge them together. I would like to address what the petitioner was saying about not being prepared to hear, to discuss 22014. We're not discussing 22014 today. So that was sort of immaterial. The only thing we're discussing today is 22020. There is the discussion about whether to merge it with 22014, but I would advise against that because it seems, even though I think it was probably a good idea in the original recommendation from the committee, at this point, it seems as though the issues are, we're too far apart in the process, I think, to bring them together.
Okay, thank you, Member LaHood. Victor, were you able to find the status of 22014?
Okay, it's a little bit sporadic, but on 9/7/22, the task force found, it doesn't say violation what I'm reading, but it says made a finding regarding Sunshine Ordinance Section 6721E, which says that the SOTF shall notify the Attorney General of the continued failure of the police department to respond adequately to the Sunshine Task Force prior order. And then on 2/1/23, the SOTF approved the order of determination for that. So I believe that some finding was made on this matter.
Yeah, that was an error in Cheryl's spreadsheet. What was the date on that, Victor?
9/7/22. I will take a look at the minutes quickly.
7/22. Yeah, that was. I've tried to correct that numerous times now, and it keeps showing up.
And I might be thinking of something else, but I thought one of the first action in that case failed. And then it was referred to compliance.
Okay, so yeah, I found it. So
February 2023.
No, it wasn't. That was when it was originally heard. Do we know when it was heard back by the full task force?
I am looking through it at this moment, try to figure that out.
Okay, it was December of 2022. So there was a motion to notify the Attorney General of the failure of the police department to respond adequately to a Sunshine Ordinance Task Force prior order. That motion failed. There's a subsequent motion after that failed that passed to refer the matter to the Compliance and Amendments Committee for future monitoring. So I think it's still with CAC unless they've disposed of it somehow, but that would have been after the December meeting.
And I don't believe it's been on the agenda it was not on the agenda in February or April.
Okay.
So
it's still kind of pending resolution. So,
well, because we sent it back to the full task force, right? And then the task force is sending it back to us.
Right. With I think there was some additional things that may have been turned over on that one. Yeah, that's just, well, that's where it looks like it is. I don't know if there's been anything added to the file since December. We can kind of.
I mean, regardless, it seems as though that file has proceeded far ahead. Mm-hmm. And if there's, unless we're saying that 22020 is identical, and I'm already hearing that it's not identical, I think they are too far apart of the process to combine them at this point. I don't know. Actually, I'd like to hear what other people think.
Yeah. Anyone else have thoughts on this one?
Can we ask questions?
Sure, yeah.
So Lieutenant Toomey, you said you think it's related to a different incident? Because I'm just comparing right now what was requested, and so many of the things requested seem to be duplicates. But can you tell me what different incident you believe the what's the number 22020 is related to?
I'll do my best as well, because as you can imagine, unfortunately, our filing system does not go, we don't track our public records requests by the same file number that you folks obviously do. I'm just trying to look through based on the requests that we have received from the complainant in the past. I don't know if I can distinguish them. I'm just doing that based more on memory of what was requested in the initial 22014 versus 22020. They've unfortunately become a tad bit jumbled in communications between myself and the task force, as well as in the complainant, as the complainant asks for information. I think the main difference that I see is that on page 40 of the attachments made by the complainant, number 20, I look at the end of it and it's dealing obviously with an address and it's dealing with particular officers on a date in September of 2021. But then I do see more requests, same address, but we now have kind of requests from him regarding an event that happened in February 11th of 2023. So I'm just having a hard time confirming if file 22020 is his request for information regarding the February 11th through 12th incident. So that's where I saw the differences between the two. One appears to be requesting for information in February of 2023, and the second one being a request for information from 2021. I think.
Okay. I also want to ask, I know the petitioner Mr. Severinov has already said you don't really feel prepared to talk about both cases, but I'm wondering if you have any comments about how the two requests differ.
So, Mr. Severinov, Member Stein's asking how you feel that this file differs from 22014, which we've already heard. If you could speak to the differences between the two files.
I want to emphasize, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, I want to emphasize that this question is procedurally incorrect because I was not notified that file 22014 will be on the agenda. So I was not prepared to provide input on this file. The only file that's mentioned in the SOTF agenda is 22020. So what you're doing is now a violation of ethics and due process and fair hearing right. The reason you do it is that you're racists and you want to.
Okay, you answered the question. Thank you. Just fair enough. Thank you.
Okay, so yeah, those are my only questions because I'm looking at it. I see almost identical requests. I can't, and I obviously felt this way before when I read it, but I also kind of agree now with Lila. Like it's so far, Member LaHood is so far past like being able to combine these two. I don't see, I'm kind of feeling like we probably have to hear this other one again.
Anything else from members? If not, we want to make a motion to either hear or not hear this case. We could either, I think we should either have a motion to either combine them or we should have a motion to proceed separately with this file.
Can I ask Mr. Speranoff a question?
Sure.
Mr. Speranoff?
Who's that?
This is Member LaHood.
Okay, Member LaHood, ask me a question.
Yes, my question is, if we were to have a hearing today focused only on file number 22020, are you prepared to proceed?
I am prepared to proceed with hearing on file 22020, yes.
Okay,
but
thank you.
I want to tell you one thing. This is the file that should be heard by the compliance and committee, and it should not be heard by the full task force. You are doing this because you think that I'm a stupid immigrant, as you are American racists.
I'm going to ask you to stop
you
right
are American
now. I'm going to ask you to stop right now.
Okay, this is Victor Young, and I do have control over the microphones. And I would just let you know, if you continue to use abusive language in this nature that has been stated by the task force, I will be muting your microphone. So please refrain and comment on the complaint itself only. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Young. I just want to say to Mr. Zvernoff, I'm not offended by the comments. I just think they're the repeated accusations. I think you might actually be wasting your own time and distracting people when actually we want to hear this case and work on this file with you. And the reason I was asking, were you prepared to deal specifically with this file, is because you suggested that you weren't prepared for, in any case, I'm not going to go on and on about this. If Mr. Zvernoff is prepared to discuss file number 22020, I don't know if we need to make a motion. Do we need to make a motion not to combine it, or do we just proceed if we're not making a motion to combine?
Because I put it as a separate item, I think just as kind of a proposed action, I think it would be worthwhile to document.
Okay, I would like to make a motion that we not combine file number 22020 with file number 22014. Again, my motion is to not combine these two files.
Okay.
Member Wolf, second.
Okay, so moved by member LaHood, seconded by member Wolf, to not combine the files, and that would then mean we will proceed with the hearing for 22020. So any other comments from the members? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to public comment specifically on that motion, and that does not include Mr. Zvernoff or Lieutenant Toomey, who have already spoken to this. So anyone else who would like to speak on public comment to that motion?
So if you'd like to make public comment on that motion, you can raise your hand through the application at this time. I'm not hearing any requests for public comment on this motion.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and close public comment on that. And if there's no other comments from the members, we can go ahead and vote on that particular motion. This is for Part A, so 7A. So Cheryl, when you're ready.
Member LaHood.
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Member Hill.
Aye.
Member Hill, aye. Member Highland.
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Stein.
Aye.
Member Stein, aye. Member Schmidt, absent. Vice Chair Wong.
Aye.
Vice Chair Wong, aye. Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. Moved by Member LaHood, seconded by Member Wolf, that we not combine file number 22020 with 22014.
Okay, thank you. So we will now proceed with our hearing on the complaint. So we will allow Mr. Zvernoff 5 minutes to present his case. We'll call for any parties who could provide facts or evidence in support of his position. We'll then move to the respondent, who will also have 5 minutes and could have any parties provide facts or evidence. We'll then go ahead and ask questions if we have any. We'll move to rebuttals, which will be 3 minutes, starting with the respondent, followed by the complainant. We'll formulate a motion and then hear public comment and take a vote. So that's the structure of the hearings from this point forward. So Cheryl, when you're ready, please let Mr. Zvernoff know when he can begin. And just a reminder, Mr. Zvernoff, please adhere to our decorum procedures and keep it focused on the merits of your complaint. Thank you.
Mr. Zvernoff, are you ready to begin speaking?
Well, I'm not sure what the essence of their question here, because I understand the issue that's supposed to be considered was whether to combine the two files. What is that being considered now?
Can you pause for a second, Cheryl? Because it sounds like Mr. Zvernoff is confused. Okay, Mr. Zvernoff, first we considered whether or not we were going to combine 22020 with 22014. We made a motion and approved a motion not to combine the files. So we are now proceeding with Part B of the agenda, which says if the files are not combined, proceed with the hearing on the complaint. So this is a hearing on file 22020. This is not a discussion about combining. This is the merits of 22020 your complaint. So I will have Cheryl reset the clock to 5 minutes. So please focus on presenting your case for 22020.
But I haven't received the agenda. I haven't received. If you are referring to something that has an item combining the two files, I haven't received that. That's not in the email that I have received.
Mr. Fair enough. This is not about combining the files. This is about you presenting your case for 22020. I believe that Ms. Leger has noticed you and sent you the agenda and a notification before that allowed
But what is the question then? I don't understand. The file has been referring to compliance committee. Compliance committee hasn't heard it. Why is it now at the full task force? I don't understand this.
Okay, so Mr. Svarinoff, the complaint committee heard this file initially on April 19th of 2022.
No, it didn't.
Yes, they did.
No.
They've heard it. The complaint committee heard it on April 19th of 2022.
No, there was no compliance committee hearing. There was a hearing.
Complaint. The compliance didn't hear it.
Compliance. It was referred in November. It was referred to compliance committee.
It was not, Mr. Svarinoff.
Okay.
This file has been heard.
Let me tell you one thing that I want to. There is just one thing, okay, and that's about the lies that come from police department. One of the things that.
Okay, Mr. Svarinoff, please. Okay, I'm going to reset your clock to 5 minutes. Okay, so sure. I think we've answered the question. So at this point, just to reiterate. On April 19th, 2022, the complaint committee moved that the records are public. This is in regard to 22020, the one we're hearing now, that there is jurisdiction to forward this matter to the full SOTF for a hearing and requested the SOTF decide whether there are violations of Administrative Code Section 6721B by failing to provide the requested records in a complete and timely manner, 6721C by failing to assist the requester in obtaining their records. So we've already and request they've be heard concurrently. Now we've already heard that we're not going to be hearing them concurrently. They're not combined. So please focus on the merits of this complaint against the police department. Okay. So we're going to reset the clock for 5 minutes.
Okay. Can you hear me now? Can I focus on the merits?
Please start the clock.
So, in their response, the police department failed to provide any indication that they have the body-worn camera footage from September 22 of year 2021 by officers Tarbox and Mitchell. That's something that the police department stated by way of Lieutenant Toomey's response. Now, here's the difference between an American and an immigrant. An immigrant like me reads, and one of the things that the immigrant like me reads is Department of Police Accountability Complaint Summary Report that's published on the Department of Police Accountability website. Okay? And in that report, I find the description of the incident that I actually specifically mentioned in my request for information as requesting all information about the presence of police on the block between Cole and Schrader Street on Grove Street. And in the Department of Police Accountability Complaint Summary Report, what I read about the date in question, which is September 22, 2021, is that the Department of Police Accountability has the following statement. The body-worn cameras showed the complainant was not happy with the decision and threatened to file a complaint against the officers. Again, I want to repeat this to you, dear racists. The body-worn cameras showed the complainant was not happy with the decision and threatened to file a complaint against the officers. What is the conclusion that you can make from this statement? The conclusion that you can make from this statement is that there is a video recording from the body-worn cameras of the officers who were on this block on that date, September 22, 2021, and that's something the Department of Police, the SFPD, in the name of Toomey, has refused to disclose. So that's something that you should take into account and find the department of the SFPD in violation of their disclosure rules and vote for the motion. The department of the SFPD has failed to disclose the records that are responsive and that are relevant based on the fact that they have been actually that they exist, and that's something that's complete that's confirmed by Department of Police Accountability. Now, had I known that this is the hearing involving 22014, I would have forwarded that page to you. I was not able to forward this page to you because I didn't know that this hearing will involve complaint 22014, and that's what this statement is relevant. It's also relevant to 2020. Okay, so you should take this into account and file and find the department SFPD in continuous violation of the Sunshine Ordinance because they have failed to disclose the body-worn camera footage from December, sorry, it wasn't December, it was September 22 of the year 2021, and that's involved officers Mitchell and Tarbox talking to me on the block of Grove Street between Schrader and Cole, according to my request. This is a record that fails fair and square into my request. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Smirnoff. Are there any parties to provide facts or evidence on behalf of the complainant? And it sounds like there's none online. So we will go ahead and move to the respondent. Cheryl, please let Lieutenant Toomey know when he may begin.
Are you ready to begin, sir?
I am.
Go ahead.
Bear with me one moment as I make an attempt to go through all of our records to confirm now what this complaint truly is asking, which is regards to the body-worn camera. I know that we've offered Mr. Smirnoff a number of different documents and body-worn cameras throughout the years. The problem
Please
is
don't insult me
to-
by this.
Mr. Severinoff, please stop. You may not speak.
Yeah, but you should not call me, distort my name,
Mr.
okay?
Severinoff,
You should-
Mr. Severinoff. Mr.
Hey, Mr. Severinoff is muted. I will not unmute unless directed by the task force.
Yes, okay. Mr. Severinoff, you may not speak during the other party's time to speak. But Lieutenant Toomey did not interrupt you, and I'm going to ask that you do not interrupt him. So we will leave you on mute if and when we have questions for you. So I'm sorry, Lieutenant Toomey. Cheryl will let you know when your clock has been started again.
Are you ready, Lieutenant Toomey?
I am.
Should it start at 5 o'clock, 5 minutes?
Yeah, please restart at 5 minutes.
Okay. I'm going to restart your time. Are you ready to go?
I am.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. My apologies if I mispronounced the complainant's name. I'll refer to him as the complainant for the remainder of it so that we don't have that issue again. I think that the best thing to do, if I may ask the task force, is if we could have a recommendation or a specific request with regards to, it seems like the complaint now is for the body-worn camera footage of a very specific request. I think that the task force understands just as much as the police department that when we do receive requests with up to 25 separate large requests encompassing generalities, and then trying to interpret exactly what body-worn camera or what incident they're requesting. I do know that our body-worn camera the body-worn camera request from the complainant on December 19th, we advised him of the fact that BWC was given the request. They are in the process of processing that request. Unfortunately, our body-worn camera unit is completely understaffed and bogged down. The request is in there, but it has not been completed. So I can't say that we responded to the complainant in December 19th, 2022. We have not completed that body-worn camera request as of yet. It is in the queue to be taken care of. So I believe that the complainant's request that this go to compliance actually might be the best course of action to ensure that in a time going forward, the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force could confirm that we have been able to provide it or give a timeline to it. With that, I will yield the rest of my time to whomever wishes to speak.
Okay, thank you, Lieutenant Toomey. And do we have any parties to provide facts or evidence on behalf of the respondent? Okay, hearing none, I'll turn over to the members for questions. I already see Member Lohitt's hand.
Yes, I have a couple of questions. Lieutenant Toomey, you said this request for the body-worn, which has been transferred to the body-worn camera division, is in the queue. Do you know where it is in the queue? Do you know how many requests are ahead of it, and approximately how much time from now it would take to fulfill this request?
Unfortunately, I don't have that, and the reasons behind that are the queue is unfortunately fluid and not a traditional queue where once you get into the line of the queue, that is your space. The body-worn camera unit is responsible for productions of documents that are statutorily required. The specific one that I could probably give an example of would be an officer-involved discharge or shooting of a firearm. That material needs to be released within 10 days, barring some extenuating circumstances. So when something like an officer-involved shooting occurs, that jumps the line. I don't know if that explanation makes sense. So there is requests, they're in there, but it is a short-staffed unit. As you can imagine, it's not like a regular document where it's just digitally produced and then sent on its way via an email attachment. Each second of the body-worn camera footage actually has to be reviewed to ensure that no criminal history or any type of computer screen from inside the police car is seen. We have to make sure that there's no audio that gives a criminal history over the air that a police officer would have on their radio. So unfortunately, the redaction of body-worn camera footage takes a dramatically long time to produce. So I wouldn't be able to give a fair timeline to a public records request as such. I hope that makes some semblance of sense.
Well, I appreciate the answer. I was hoping for more detail, but thank you.
Right. And I can, if I may, I can reach out to the body-worn camera unit and to the lieutenant that is in charge of that unit. I could provide maybe a little bit more detail should this go to compliance, or should we want a calendar, or somehow maybe get that communication to the task force, so that I know that it's great. It would be great to have that information right now to help make the decision now. And I do apologize not having it, but I would like maybe to take the opportunity to get that in the future for you folks. Maybe more for also just in general to know, because I can only assume that, you know, there might be complaints from future members of the public.
Okay, thank you. I have a question for Mr. Smirnoff.
Okay, so Mr. Smirnoff, okay, you're
Yes.
muted.
In your presentation, you refer, and I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page with this. You had referred to an incident on Grove Street, and I think you said between Cole and Schrader several times, but in your write-up, it says Grove between Masonic and Schrader. Can you tell me which is correct?
Well, I would like to have this a broad statement, because what I've seen many times is that police cars that come to harass and molest my daughter stop at just beyond Masonic, and then they walk and then molest my daughter. If you look at the map of San Francisco, you will see that Grove Street crosses Masonic and goes all the way to Schrader. So police, racist police of San Francisco, sometimes stops their cars a few blocks before, I would say, not before, but few blocks away from my building, my house, my residence, and 2151 Grove Street. Then they walk and they molest and harass, intimidate us, being the Russian immigrants. And therefore, my complaint says that we want to know where they stopped their cars and from where they walked. And sometimes they come closer, sometimes they come and stop their cars just around Masonic. Take a look at the map. Grove Street extends all the way from the City Hall or the San Francisco Public Library or their BART station all the way to Schrader. And that's the police is wickedly using to harass, molest, and intimidate our immigrant family. And
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. And now that I'm looking at the report again, I also see references to Cole Street. So it sounds like some of the specific requests were about the stretch between Masonic and Schrader, and some are about the stretch between Cole and Schrader. I just wanted to make sure that we weren't missing something because of in your presentation because of your specific reference to Cole. But I believe I understand now. Thank you. That's it for my questions.
Okay, thank you, Member Hood. Member Highland?
Member Highland here. Did we determine, I'm looking back at the original, complaint or records request. I'm failing to find the body cam specific language. Is it in there and I'm not seeing it? Member Hood?
If you search for the word camera, it comes up 10 times. I'm trying to see what the first.
It's not on that itemized list of, 25 items that I see it. That's what I was looking at.
Member Highland, I mean, I'm looking at the original one, and it could be part of this, that's the paragraph after that itemized list, and says, for the purpose of this request, records include but are not limited to all things, papers, files, notes, reports, emails, notes, memoranda, files, electronic files, computer files, phone files, transcripts, materials, items, videos, and audio recordings.
Great. Okay, that's all I need to
hear. Photos, and it goes on.
Thank you.
This is Vice Chair Wong.
Go ahead, Vice Chair Wong.
I just want to say, you're just
I have Mr. Severinoff, please, I'm trying to speak here. I have a question for Lieutenant Toomey. I wanted to know if you've been keeping in touch with Mr. Severinoff since the request for the body-worn camera footage was put into the queue. Like, have you provided him any regular updates, or do you try to keep in touch with him on a regular basis?
I'm just trying to look through our communications with him. No, our last communication with the complainant was on 2/16/22 to give information in this specific case, because we've had communications with him with regards to other. To answer your question, no. I think that's the easiest way to go. No.
Okay, thank you.
And Member Highland here, another question for Lieutenant Toomey. I mean, technically, this request has been in the queue since March 10th, 2022. So we're at 15 months and counting. but I'm guessing that no one has tried to put any requests for video cam surveillance in the queue. That's not been formalized by your department. Is that what I'm understanding?
Nobody has made an attempt to step on the gas, for lack of a better term.
Right, because it sounds like you were just recognizing in this hearing that there was a request for body cams. So I'm guessing
there certainly was a request. It is in the queue.
When did that queue start?
Where it's December 19, 2022 is the last bit of. Again, I apologize for the bookkeeping. It's just a matter of trying to look through each request as it comes. It's different. It's dated differently because we have a number of different requests from the requester. So I'm trying to go back to his initial request to us.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this question: have you ever provided any video cam footage properly redacted to the requester? Has that happened as yet? I'm guessing the answer is no.
No, we have with regards to footage that he was requesting.
I'm asking you.
In this case?
In any case, have you ever provided?
Yes.
You have. Okay.
Yes.
And how long did that take? I don't know if that's something that you can.
That one, it looks like he was actually his last reception of body worn camera footage looks like it made it to him on I'm trying to read through their system 5/26 maybe of this year, like last week.
Okay.
So,
and that was, and do you know what case? Do you know when the original request for that was? What I'm trying to get to is.
I think I'm following what you're saying, sir.
Okay. Yeah, I realize, hopefully there are not that many officer shooting incidents that is delaying other requests, but I think you'll appreciate.
No, I understand what you're saying. My concern is just picking this up. My concern is picking this up and looking at this now is it seems like there might be an issue where the initial request for 20 file that we're speaking of now, the request is in there, and I'm just worried that it might be falling on deaf ears because the complainant made a request on May 4th that we were able to produce to him within a month. So that does give me pause for concern as well, that this one that has been sitting here. The other, what I'd have to do again is look into see if there is even body worn camera from that event. So that might, I don't have the means of checking to see if that body worn camera even exists. That might be the reason why he's not received it, is because it doesn't exist. And he would then need to be provided, obviously, with documentation letting him know of that. I think that a lot of the confusion has come from the fact that it's multiple requests that come in at multiple times.
Right. For the purpose hearing, we're just looking at this one request, which has these 25 items.
And I understand that completely.
And then has the catch-all phrase, which I agree is a little. It would be nice if it just wrote in there, as one of the line items, body cam from this date to this date for these officers. That would have been nice to have that there, because that could be something you could address directly.
Certainly. And just one of the things that I would like to address, just kind of in a broader, to help with the decision making, we don't have the means to search for body worn camera footage based on location. We would need that the records aren't maintained in a manner that a geolocation in and of itself allows for.
Right, but he's
identified
officers' names in this case, so surely that would be enough.
Certainly, and more along the lines of his referencing of seeing multiple officers in the neighborhood during our meeting here today. I completely understand the referencing of officers on a specific date. That one, yes, we should have the means of searching for. I was just taking the opportunity with regards to his statements during this meeting here of multiple officers on his street along this stretch making harassment and wanting to know what they are all doing. So I agree, though, with regards to this specific file, we would be hopefully able to ascertain if there is body-worn camera footage or not.
And how soon can you give him that answer?
I would hope that I have sent the lieutenant of the body-worn camera footage an email as we speak. I sent that.
Okay,
so,
with the specifics.
I'm inquiring it.
Okay.
Right. I made that inquiry while we've been talking.
All right.
So
okay.
I would hope that next business day, I hope that he'd be able to look into it and give an answer.
Very good. Okay, that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Highland. Lieutenant Toomey, this is Chair Yankee. I just have a question.
Hello, Chair.
Sure. So I'm going to refer to, I think this was the initial response sent by the police department to Mr.
Okay.
Smirnov. It's going to be, if you're looking at our attachment to our agenda, it starts on 120 at the bottom. I think it's PDF page 84.
84. Okay, bear with me one moment. I'll get there. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. So this looks like what you've done is, and it looks like the response you sent, not you in particular, I mean, the police department looks like it was
right.
Lieutenant Lynn Riley sent this the day after. And it quotes the extensive list of information sought. And then if you look on PDF page 85, this is 121 at the bottom, after the quote, the whole part that quotes the initial request. Yep. The first sentence says, SFPD interprets your request for criminal history records on the above referenced individuals. That information is protected from public disclosure pursuant to Penal Code 11105, et cetera. Okay, so is it still the practice that when someone asks for a variety of records to very narrowly interpret it for criminal history records? I think we kind of talked on this in the last file, which is obviously we've talked about is somewhat similar. And, it's a little concerning to me that the initial response would try to narrowly interpret it to be criminal history records, where some of these obviously talk about an address or interactions that are clearly not, criminal history records. So
sure, I'd like to address that.
Okay.
We have had that discussion, I believe you and I actually, and we have now made it a standard practice to address line by line. In this case, we would have said something more along the lines of, for line number 10, arrest of, or line number 11, detentions of, and so forth. We would specifically look and address requests that are of a criminal history, or we would quote what we believe they're asking for and then the interpretation that it's a criminal history if we do genuinely feel that that specific request is for a criminal history. So again, this letter was sent prior to my taking over responsibilities, and we have made it a better practice of not using such a broad generality, but it's still used when we have to interpret based on somebody asking for, they'll ask for the case files of somebody. And then we will interpret that, well, that's a case file. Our case files are a criminal case file. That's a criminal history. So we would say, we're not going to give you the criminal history because of this, or we're not going to give you the case file because it's open and active investigation. So we have been a little bit more specific and pinpoint with when we use those terms and why we use them.
Okay, and like in this situation, right, it includes things like emails, right? So if person A in your department were to email person B something about, let's say, 2149 Grove Street, right? It may not be a criminal history. It might just be, I drove by 2149 Grove Street the other day, right? I mean, something like that. That would still be disclosable under this. So I just want to make sure that, like you said, I think we've had this discussion before, and I just want to make sure that, you know, that really is your practice.
And I think that and I think one of the other things that we had discussed was the reasonableness of our ability to search for certain things and what we use to search. We don't have a lot. We don't have a Google bar to search through our emails or our email system. But we have discussed that, and we are working to better use the verbiage and in the good faith efforts of searching for records when requested.
Okay, thank you. That's all I had. Did any other members? Anyone on phone?
Member Wolf.
Okay, Member Wolf, go ahead.
Sure. I just want to get a little understanding of how body cams and patrols are logged, just so I can get an idea here, because you mentioned this is for I'm sorry, what's your rank?
Lieutenant.
Oh, it's lieutenant. That's quite all right.
Lieutenant to me. Okay. I just want to get an idea, because you stated that you have no way of searching for specific geography and other information on the body cams, and so I'm not quite understanding that and why it takes so long. But if I can just run through these very simple questions, I think we get through them very quickly. I think it would lend some insight. Do you keep logs of when patrols are on duty and what sectors they're assigned or assume on a daily basis?
We do not keep those logs. The Department of Emergency Management keeps those logs for us.
Okay. And with those logs, do you know if there's GPS data?
There is not.
Okay. Is GPS data collected on the patrols?
No.
Okay. On any one or another incidents in question by the petitioner that they brought forward, in their request for information and records, would there be any data entry by patrols? And they all have terminals in their cars.
I'm not following the question. Maybe if you could help me.
So if there's if a patrol is engaging a member of the public, would there be any data entry that they would provide? Would they provide it to a dispatcher that they're engaging a member of the public? Would they be entering it into their terminal in the vehicle?
So, yeah, I think I understand the question now. If it's a general interaction with a member of the public, hey, can you show me the way to the Golden Gate Bridge? No, the officer wouldn't dispatch over the air that they are making contact with an individual in that sense. The officer is going to dispatch over the air or enter it into their terminal to message dispatch if they're going to take some type of police action. They could do it verbally with the radio, or they can actually message dispatch through the MDT, and then that would be populated into the CAD, which is the computer-aided dispatch system, so that dispatch knows that the officer is handling something, and then would be able to provide assistance to them in handling that.
And what about for any of the incidents? What about for any of the incidents that the petitioner, the complainant, made requests for?
The complainant's request, we've dealt with the individual on a number of different occasions. There were calls for service in which CADs were produced. There were police reports that were produced, and those were provided. And again, I get convoluted between the different requests that we've had with the complainant. But if we do have a computer-aided dispatch that has been created, that's when we direct them to the Department of Emergency Management, because they are the custodians that actually have those records. If it's a police report that was generated, we've produced the police report for them.
Okay. And for any of those entries, could you not correlate the day and time and location with the badge number for the body cam footage?
So again, if an officer goes to those stages of calling on the radio or typing a police report or CAD, then body-worn camera event would take place and the officer would reference, that gets cross-referenced. My statement of we don't track geolocation stuff would be if an officer parks their car, gets on the street and walks a footbeat and does nothing, then they haven't activated their camera, or if they activated their camera, but it was like, if they haven't activated their camera, then we have no record that they were there doing anything. If they activated their camera and they wrote a police report or said they were on CAD somewhere, we would have to ask the Department of Emergency. If there's no police report, we have to ask the Department of Emergency Management, do you have any record of our police officers being at this location at this time? Okay. They would have to do the search for us.
And did you perform any of those functions or activities in relation to the petitioner's request?
No, I believe what we did was we attempted to find out what the officer's activities for that period of time was, because we had a specific officer. So instead of doing for a location, we did for the officers.
Okay. Did you at any time assist the petitioner in or directing them to Office of Emergency Management or the Department of Emergency Management, or any other place that data you don't have might be?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Member Stein?
Yeah, I just want to jump in with like a very simple question
Sure.
for the petitioner, actually, which is because there are so many references to different requests in this file, and there are so many responses, or there's couple responses to different requests. I want to be 100% clear for myself and for everybody, because I think there's a little bit of confusion. What date for file 22020, what date is the request that you made?
Can I speak now?
Yes, if you can just tell me the date of your request that's at
tell you
issue in 22020.
My daughter was molested by SFPD on multiple dates. And to answer one specific date is that the one that I gave you, and that falls under 22020, was September 2021, when Officers Mitchell, now I'm sorry for my accent, it's Russian, the one that you hate, Mitchell, and Tarbox, Tarbox, were on our block harassing us on September 21, 2021.
Okay.
And I made a request for the body-worn camera. I made a wide request.
Oh, okay, Mr. Smirnoff, thank you. That answers the question.
I just want to say, like, I'm very confused at this point, because the September, I see September 7, 2022 was for file 22014. And I'm just not.
I see September 22nd, 2021 throughout, and I believe that's what Mr. Smirnoff is referring to.
September 22nd?
September 22nd, 2021 seems to be the date referred to
Because I see
throughout.
in this file, I see February 28th, 2022. I see May 4th, 2023. So
The original request was February 15th, 2022 for the incident on September 22nd, 2021.
2021.
So,
so you're saying this request is the one that's February
Yeah.
15th, 2022.
right,
Was when it was
initiated.
requesting information about incidents on September 22nd, 2021.
Okay. 'Cause
Yeah, I think part of the problem, Member Stein, is that I think at some point, stuff from 2023, which is way beyond when this was initially heard, got put into the file.
Okay.
I'm not sure why it's there. I'm not sure if Mr. Fairenough submitted that as supplementary documentation that Cheryl put in there, or if some other complaint got mixed up. Because yeah, there are, like, if you look, for instance, just so everyone can see what we're talking about, I think if you look on page 85 at the bottom, which is PDF page 49, there's something from May 12th, 2023, which would be way beyond when this file, because it's a 22 file, so there's no way anything from 2023 could have been part of it.
P68, there's the February 28th, 2022 request. And then I've heard mention of a September 22nd, 2021 request and a February 15th, 2022 request. I'm just like, I'm not sure that we all know what request we're talking about.
The September 22nd, 21st and 22nd, 2021, those are the dates of the incident
Right.
Okay.
in question.
With the request is, so we are looking at February 28th only, right? Is that the request that happened on February 28th of 2022?
15th.
Oh, okay. I'm looking at a request.
Yeah.
San Francisco Police Department received a request dated February 28th, 2022, given the reference number for tracking purposes.
What page are you on?
P68.
Yeah, and I see it on actually like page 49, PDF page 13, where it's the actual request. So if you look at PDF page 13, this is the actual San Francisco Police Public Records request dated Monday, February 28th, 2022.
That's their response, right?
Well, it says here, the San Francisco Police Department received a request dated February 28th, 2022.
I see a response on February 28th, 2022.
Are we looking, so, dear Sergei Svernov, thank you for your interest in public records.
Yeah, page 13, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
PDF page 13.
If you look at the top of that, that's from SFPD 2.
I see that as well. I'm just looking just slightly below that.
The February 15th request that was initiated. Can someone point me to a page?
So actually, there's a reference to it on, I guess, is it PDF 33, or at the bottom of the page it says 69? In the middle of the page, there's a reference to SFPD received a similar request and reference number dated February 15th, 2022. So I don't know if there's a possibility that some of these have been mixed together, but it seems as though the main one we're referring to for this complaint is about the September 22nd incidents in 2021, and that the complaint was filed February 28th, 2022.
Yes, I do see that now.
Okay, so the P68 February 28th complaint is what we're talking. I just want to make sure that we're really all clear on it. Like the
Yeah, actually, I'm confused now because I'm looking at 22014, and that one seems to be as part of the petitioner's packet for 22014, which is the one we kind of talked about how this is similar to. That looks like it's about the February 15th one, which is what the respondent's information for this file seems to refer to, but it seems like the petitioner included that it's for the February 28th request.
Right. So I think originally the two requests that we saw at the complaint committee, they were from 2 weeks apart.
2 weeks
There's
apart,
a lot
right.
of overlap. And then there's other requests that have been folded into this. And I just think if we make a decision, we have to be super clear, like which request are we talking about?
Right. So it seems, I'm looking at 22014 to make sure none of that had the February 28th in there. It's a lot of pages here as I've been scrolling through.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Member Wolf, go ahead.
Wolf, I would just say that, the February 28th is the request that is applicable for this file number 22020. The February 15th one doesn't see, it just says that they received a similar request, but not specific to this request.
Yes, it does seem, as I'm going through 22014, it seems that that's the February 15th one. So I think you're right, Member Wolf, that this is the February 28th one that we're dealing with now.
Correct.
And I think it just so happens to be, it just so happens that the response to the first one was on the same date as the receipt of the second one. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, if we can just agree on that and also get confirmation from the petitioner so that we can move this forward.
Yeah. So Mr. Svernoff, if you can look at the packet, we're looking at page, I think it's 68. That's what you were looking at. Okay, that's what I'm looking at too. So 68 at the bottom, it's PDF page 32, but it says 68 at the bottom. This is it's a response that you received regarding a request that you made on February 28th. The actual date of this letter is March 10th, but it's the police department's response to your February 28th request. Is this the one that goes with this file? Is this what you want us to?
So can I speak now?
Yes.
So the committee no, it's actually not the committee. That's the full force has already voted to not merge 22020 to 2014. In your discussion, you have confused and merged those two files. That's wrong. That's a violation.
Mr. Svernoff, just I need a real brief answer. What is the date of the request that you made that is associated with file that you want us to rule on now for 22020? This is not 22014. This is 22020, the one we're talking about now. What is the date of the request?
Here's the thing. You're trying to put me on a place, whereas the whole purpose of this hearing is faulted and wrong. Because
Mr. Svernoff, I need a date. If not, we're just going to move on to the other deliberations and consider.
Yankee, I don't think you can answer that
so
question.
let me answer your question in a particular way. There is a San Francisco Department of Police of Accountability that falls FALLS squarely and fairly into my complaint 22020. And that's the case where Mitchell and Tarbox were on my house harassing me on September 22, 2021. And Department of Police Accountability says that they have their body-worn cameras, and the San Francisco Police Department, represented by Toomey, has refused to release these body-worn cameras. That is one of the particular, but not the only, instances in which the SFPD has violated Sunshine Ordinance, and they should be held in contempt.
Okay.
Can I ask a follow-up
question? Go ahead.
What date are you asking for the body-worn camera footage? What incident date are you asking for that? This request.
It's September 22, 2021.
Okay, thank you. I think that's enough. But I don't know how but so we have to look at the complaint that was made February 28th in relation to this 2021 incident, right?
Well, that's part of the problem. The one that was made on February 15th also references the same date of September 22nd, 2021.
Let's ignore the other. I think if we just focus on this case, I think we'll be better off than trying to
focus on the request.
Can someone point
It
me?
just makes it a little bit hard to know
Can someone point me, as Member Highland?
You guys are a bunch of racists. Let's face it.
All right, mute.
Yeah.
Remember, Helen?
Unfortunately, this is a practice that's happened before in past cases where everything to do with the particular complainant is dropped in a file. And here we are an hour into this trying to decipher this.
Yeah.
This needs to start off with the original complaint at the very top index, front and center. That has not happened. We're now having to dig through this. I don't appreciate that waste of the body's time. So can anyone in this room point me to the original request, not the request to the SOTF, not our summary of it, but the original request that went to the SFPD? And I think the answer is in their response, at least they have a good format where they reference, your inquiry of February 28, 22. I think that's all we can use. But we still don't have the original letter. Unless we have the original records requests, this package is not ready for consumption. Okay, I've said my piece.
Forgive me, but right at the top of the packet, where it says petition complaint, there is.
It's checked.
No, right. But starting on page, 42, right. And then 43, I'm seeing this request, which refers to, and if you get down to the items number 23 and 24 with reference to September 22nd, 2021. And this seems to be the same text that is referred to then in, I guess the only problem with this, it looks as though the petitioner copied this and pasted it from somewhere where there's not a time and date stamp on this, but we get those time and date stamps from the police department's response to the request, which is a little bit confusing, but it does appear that what the petitioner provided is relatively close to the top.
The first thing we should be asking for is please send us the original records request. Everything starts from there. We don't have that. And that's what this case hinges on.
Yes, but on page 13 of the PDF, we have their acknowledgement of the receipt of the request dated February 28th with that full text copied, I'm assuming, which was provided through some online system.
Right.
This also seems to stand in for what you're asking for. What we might be missing is the exact formatting of the numbering there, but it seems to be the exact same text. I don't think we're missing anything in that respect.
Also, if you look on page 11, PDF, page 11 and page number, is it 47? Yeah, 47. This is the intake form, and it states the date of February 28th, 2022 as the date of the violation.
Okay, so then we're only looking at
It's the date of the request.
Yeah.
to that particular. Okay.
Yeah, so I think it's clear that we're looking at the response and handling of the February 28th.
Yeah, I get that.
Yep. Okay.
But it's all coinciding together.
Yep.
Okay. So I think what we see on page, starting on page, 11 through 12 through 13, I think that's what we're to be focusing on. The body of the actual request, it seems to be the same no matter where it comes up in the rest of the record. It's still the same. It's still looking for records and information regarding an incident happening on February 28th, 2022. I'm sorry, September
22nd, 2021.
2021, 22nd, 21, right.
Okay, I just want to be super clear.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Chair Yankee?
Yes, Member Lohitt.
I have a question for Mr. Sparanoff. So my question, and I'm not sure if he's unmuted yet. In your presentation to us today, you focused on the body-worn camera footage but I see from this request that there are many other items that you requested. And I see from the police department's response that you were given some direction regarding where to get answers to some of these other materials. As far as we are concerned with this case today, is there anything else that you are asking for our help with other than the body-worn camera footage, or are we just focusing on getting that for you?
I'm certainly asking for everything that the Department of SFPD has, and that's their duty to provide. I think it's completely unlawful to them to point at other departments when they have custody of records such as police reports, such as officer notes. What I was focusing on is that I have a direct proof that there was a body-worn camera footage, and in order to provide that proof, I cited to you a document from Department of Police Accountability. The problem with this is that Mr. Toomey has been two-faced. To me, he sent a letter saying that they exhausted all efforts to provide records to me.
Okay, Mr. Svernoff,
Well,
I think we need to focus. We're an hour and a half into this hearing. Member LaHood asked you specifically what records beyond the body camera footage do you still need the task force to help assist?
The answer to this is every record that police department has, not limited to the body-worn camera footage, including their police reports, officers' notes, officers' records, everything that they have, CAD numbers, and the all the voice records. Because what's very important that you have to understand is that in this particular incident and another, they have molested my minor daughter.
All right, that's not the answer to the question. Okay, so Member LaHood, did that?
Yes. So I just want to make sure that as we proceed with this, and if we're looking for compliance, that we are not only focusing on camera footage. It appears as though we need to go. And I do see from some of the police department responses that there were some responses on some of these, and it looks like there's going to need to be a meticulous accounting, which is going to be a lot of work, but I just want to make sure that we're not skipping over things. So that's it.
So we're an hour and a half into this.
You can
Mr.
stop
Svernoff, it's not your time. Victor, please mute Mr. Svernoff. Okay, so we're an hour and a half into this. I'd like to move to rebuttals unless there's any really pressing questions remaining. Okay, seeing or hearing none, we're going to move to rebuttals. We'll start with the respondent. They'll have 3 minutes, then we'll move over to the complainant for 3 minutes, and then we'll deliberate and formulate a motion. So, Cheryl, please let Lieutenant Toomey know when he can begin.
Are you ready, Lieutenant Toomey?
I am.
Go ahead.
So on December 19th, 2022, having looked at information in another file of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force, we conducted an exhaustive search of a list of things asked just that are similar to this file. And I think that's where this whole thing started. It is my belief, and based on that exhaustive search and in reviewing the list of things that were asked for that file in comparison to the list of things in this file, that the only thing that is still outstanding and that needs to be viewed and reviewed is the body-worn camera footage of 2 officers for the date of September 22nd, 2021. As I've mentioned already during this proceeding, I have made that inquiry into our body-worn camera unit so that they can review to see if there is such footage, and if there is, we will provide it accordingly. We have done an exhaustive search of other information and went so far as to work with the Department of Emergency Management to obtain the CAD records that were requested in the prior Sunshine Ordinance Task Force file. So it is my belief that the San Francisco Police Department, with the exception of the BWC for the date of September 22nd, 2021, we have exhausted all reasonable searches. That's the last thing we're looking for. And hopefully we can find it and produce it if we have it.
Okay, you all
And
set?
with that, I'm done. Yes.
Okay, thank you, Lieutenant Toomey. Okay, so it'll be the complainant's rebuttal. We'll have 3 minutes. So Cheryl, please let Mr. Zvernoff know when he can begin.
Are you ready to begin, sir?
Oh, yes, I'm ready. So, in his letter to me, Lieutenant Toomey did not make an exception to the body-worn camera. He said they are exhausted. They have exhausted all their record searches, which is false, as the Department of Police Accountability records indicate. They indicate that this body-worn camera footages exist, and they have been reviewed by the Department of Police Accountability. So this is just an indication to you that this is just one of the lies of the San Francisco Police Departments, and there are many others. And you should not take as granted any statement that Toomey says here, because he has lied, and he is lying, and he will continue to lie. So there are many other records that have not been disclosed. He has been caught in one because Department of Police Accountability has, in their records, indicated this statements exist. But there are many other searches that haven't been made. They haven't searched their email records. They haven't searched their police officer notes. They haven't searched their other databases. So anything that Toomey says is a lie. So I ask you not to take anything that he says as truth, because he has been caught red-handed as a liar. Okay? And the reason he lies is that I'm an immigrant, and my family is immigrant, and SFPD has molested, harassed, and intimidated my immigrant family, and now we want to find out all the truth about it. So please help us to find the truth. And Toomey will always try to obfuscate the truth. That's his business. That's what he is paid money for, to obfuscate the truth and to lie and to misrepresent the facts. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Zvernoff. All right, members, see if we can deliberate and formulate a motion quickly if possible so we can move on. So I'll open it up if anyone has any thoughts.
Chair Yankee.
Member Helga.
I appreciate all the questions that have been asked by everyone. I've learned some things through this process tonight. One of the things I hope that we can do as a result of this, I find it really difficult when with unlimited requests. For me, like unlimited requests yields unlimited results. Potentially. And I don't know if there's, so my question is like, is there anything that we can do about that? Like, the fact that while what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to help Mr. Zvernoff and every other citizen in this city to be able to get to specific documentation or public records by narrowing the request. And also helping us narrow the response in a way, like what is our specific action that we are going to take to actually help the citizen get what it is that they're looking for. And it's really difficult for me to be able to discern even how to do that, with a complaint that is as open-ended as this is. So that's what I would like to get some assistance from the other members of the group. Like how do you how do we ultimately help to say this is the we've been talking about body-worn cameras this evening and on a specific date at a specific time with specific officers. That seems doable. is that something that we can, that we have the ability and authority to say, and it sounds like maybe Lieutenant Toomey's already made that request while we were actually sitting here. Is that doable as an action that we take on this? Or do we simply just say, hey, SF Police Department, you've been found guilty of, of violating this particular action, and please just resolve it, which actually may or may not actually resolve, the I guess what the intent of the request is. I hope that I'm not confusing the situation. I'm trying to spend my time here wisely so that we can actually help people get to the end result of the request that they're looking for. And it frustrates me that these open-ended requests are even accepted in the first place. For someone to be able to say, I want everything. Hey, Chair Yankee, I want everything, from the time that you were born until the time that you're here, and it's your responsibility to give me that information. And if you're not, then you're whatever. That's not fair to us. But it's also not fair to the citizen, because we're not guiding them and letting them know that, like, this is not a request that we can actually respond to, or that we can help them with. So I'm looking for assistance from the other members of this group who have a lot more experience than I have in helping us understand how is it that we can actually formulate an action here that leads to helping the citizen find what it is that they're looking for.
Thank you, Member Hill. Other members?
Mr. Chair, when
I'm going to have Member Stein first, then we'll go to you, Member Wolf.
Okay, great, thanks.
I was just going to say, I had a hard time with this file because there was so much disorganization to it, I guess, in a sense, and so many multiple overlapping requests. But I think it's clear, at least for me now in this hearing, that it's the body-worn camera footage, and it's probably most, potentially all of the other things that were requested, but with respect to this September 22nd incident, right? So it is limited in this case by a day, I think. One of the things that's very much missing from this file, both from the petitioner and the respondent, is what actual documents did they get, right? We can't really see like what was provided, what wasn't provided. We don't have any idea of that. So I think I'm hoping this will go forward to the Compliance and Amendments Committee, and that we will ask for copies of the documents that were provided from the respondent in particular, so we know what was already given and what might be still left to be given, in addition to the body camera footage.
Member Wolf?
Yeah, so I think for me, what I can distill from this is the petitioner filed a complaint based upon that information and records were not received in a timely manner. So I think the first question is to deal with that issue. The second is that records are either still out, were delivered, or are still outstanding. Body cam footage or what have you. There are 25 items that were requested for information. I don't think we need necessarily to actually have that evidence. I think it's really, as we've done in other cases, if the petitioner says, yeah, I've got items 1, 8, 10, and 24, then we take their word for it. They're not interested in those anymore. They're interested in the other ones. We don't necessarily need to know, what it is that they got or didn't get. If they're satisfied that they got something, then I think that's okay with us. We just want to make sure that they're, for this particular case, that, from items 1 to item 25, which ones have been received, which ones are still outstanding, and agreed with Member Stein that to move this over to Compliance and Amendments to monitor it. I think that's kind of long and the short of it for me. Thanks.
Thank you, Member Wolf. just to add to it too, I think part of the problem is there's a, this was already a very complex, like you talked about, broad thing, right? And then to add complications to it, the police department's response, which and then their references, and I can grab the page, but they referenced the wrong file in their response. All the files they did, they called it 22020 in their subject line, but then they referenced the February 15th request, which was not this one. This is the February 28th one, right? So that's the respondent's part of the packet is all not having to do with what this file is. Then somehow I'm looking at an IDR on P92, PDF page 56, dated, I'm not sure what date it is, but it's a bunch of incidents in February of 2023. I don't know how this made this into this packet or why this was submitted, if it truly was submitted as part of a supplemental, but maybe we could have some type of date stamp or something, because, as Member Highland pointed out, there's a level of disorganization too in these packets, and we spend a lot of time trying to figure out what is even relevant to the request. And when the initial request is 25 separate items, and then we're dealing with another 20 some from a different year and another 25 from the police department responding to the wrong file, we're now up to 75 different things that I've looked at that I know of, at least in this thing. And actually there's 29, so it's more than that, right? We're close to 80. All there. So all that being said, I think there's a lot of problems there that led to this being way longer than it needed to be. I think that the police department is kind of giving us their assurance that there's no other outstanding items remaining that are, that would fulfill this besides the body camera footage. So for me, I think that there is, getting back to, what we're here for, to find a violation or not and what we can order. I think there's clearly a timeliness violation since we're, well over a year beyond when this was made. And I think we could make an order to turn it over. And I think at this point, they've had months, I think 5 days, which is our normal, what we ask people to do is totally appropriate here. So that's kind of where I would lean on this one. So does anyone have a motion or additional things we think we need to consider?
Mr. Chair.
Oh, sorry, please.
So I was just going to say that I think what would be helpful is, of items 1 through 25, which ones the petitioner still feels are outstanding, or which ones that for the purposes of this complaint that they are most interested in and that will confine to this complaint.
Right. Remember, Wolf, I remember LaHood asked that specific question, and I don't think we were able to get any specificity. I think the answer was, if I recall, basically everything I asked for. So, but we've already gone down that road, and I don't think that was productive.
Well, I don't know then, making a blanket violation of timeliness and to order them to produce, just, I don't know how that's helpful.
Right. I think that's what Member Hill was getting to.
Well, and if I may, maybe we can ask the question again, in an understanding that an infinite request will lead to an infinite time, which means it will not happen. So maybe we can ask the question again of Mr. Smirnov. Is there a specific record or records, and I would like to ask, for specific medium, not any and all, mediums that could be possible and things that are unheard of or unthought of yet. But is a specific date and time with a specific set of people and a specific set of medium that would help you get what it is that you're looking for, with the understanding that if we're not provided that, it's just really difficult for us to be able to know what to do with this request. We're on your side. So, Mr. Smirnoff, would you, is that something that you could answer very succinctly? Is there something specific that could really help you, that we could help you today with specific action that we could take? And if you could unmute
Specifically,
him. Thank you.
can I talk now?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Specifically, I would like to know why San Francisco Police Department comes to harass us and molests my daughter. Now, is that specific enough for you? Probably not.
No,
So,
because we're talking about public records requests here. So we
Okay,
would love to help
so-
you get some public records.
okay. Okay, so as I say, police department has repeatedly molested and harassed my minor children. And that's why I made those requests. I want to know why. And I don't know what the records they have on me. So your question supposes that I have a perfect foresight. I know what they have in their files. I know what records they have. I don't. I ask them to release everything that they have on me, and I have caught them. I have caught Toomey on a lie. Toomey said they
Yes, sir.
exhausted.
Mr.
Okay,
Smirnoff,
I caught them on a lie.
Mr. Smirnoff, I'm not here to debate that, and I apologize if for that you feel that this has happened. It sounds horrible. There will be more opportunities there will be other opportunities to request other things. And so, this is not, there's no statute of limitation on this that we're talking about here today. So that's why I'm just specifically wondering if there is a piece of it that we could start with. After that request has been completed, if you feel that there are other things, then, that could warrant, an additional request for records. But in this world, we're looking for a request for records. And I understand you're saying that you don't know what you don't know. But is there something that you do know?
I do know that there is a body-worn camera footage from September 22nd, 2021 by officers Mitchell and Tarbox, because this body-worn camera footage is referenced in the Department of Police Accountability. And I will not rest, and I will continue to investigate. I will not stop to knowing why my children are harassed and molested. And every time I'll find something, and this will not be coming from Toomey because he's a liar. I will always bring it to you.
Yes, sir. No, I thank you for that specific information. I do encourage you that if we can get you this information, and we'll do everything that we can. It sounds like actually the request may have already been happened while we were by the lieutenant while we were here. I would certainly encourage you to file another request once this is done. But thank you, Mr. Smirnoff.
Member LaHood?
Yes, Mr. Smirnoff, have you contacted the Crime Information Services Division to request incident reports?
I have contacted SFPD multiple times. I have contacted the park station. I have contacted non-emergency line, and through those requests, I have found out the names of the officers.
So you have received when you
Starbucks and Mitchell. I was given only the names. That's the only thing that I was given. Names and badge numbers.
Oh, I think
and these are the things that I gave you. Starbucks.
Have we lost
Mitchell.
Mr. Smirnoff?
Victor, is Mr. Smirnoff still there?
Yes, I'm here.
Hello?
Can you hear me?
I hear him fine.
Yeah, as I said, the only thing.
Hold on, everyone, please stop. Everyone, please stop talking. We're having technical issues. Does the committee room hear me? Can the committee room hear me at all? Give me one moment. Okay, just checking. Can the committee room hear me? Okay, I think the committee room is back up. Can you hear me in the committee room?
We can, but we're taking a 5-minute recess.
So Victor, everyone, we lost quorum because the meeting call was dropped. So we're taking like a 5-ish minute break.
Okay, just
For those who are on the phone.
Mr. Smirnoff, if you can hear me, we are having technical issues. We lost the committee room. They're going to take 5 minutes to try to get us reconnected, and then we'll start the meeting.
That's fine. Again. That's fine.
Okay, please stay tuned.
Oh, in Spanish, that's
Victor, can you hear us? Victor, anyone?
Yes, I can.
Okay, yeah,
Yes, I
okay,
can.
great. Okay, so members Wolf and Vice Chair Wong, we're back here. So if you could turn your cams back on, and then if Cheryl, if you could just do a quick roll call to make sure we have quorum here.
I can take care of that. I can see everyone present. So we, all members present in the beginning of the meeting is still present at this time.
Okay, great. You can see everyone.
Unmute Mr. Smirnov.
I'm
He was
here.
in the middle of speaking when everything went dark.
Okay, so can we restate what the question that was?
Yes, Mr. Zverinoff, I was asking whether you had directly contacted, as the police department recommended, the Crime Information Services Division, and I wanted to know if they had directly provided you with any responsive records.
Okay, I don't know what is Crime Information Services Division. The only party that I have contacted is San Francisco Police Department and Department of Police Accountability. The molestation and harassment of my children, minor children,
Okay, okay.
come from
All right,
San
all right.
Francisco
You've
Police
answered.
Department.
Thank you. You've answered my first question. I have one other question, sort of in the same vein. In their response to you, the police department also recommended that you contact the Department of Emergency Management for 911 records and for dispatch records. Did you contact the Department of Emergency Management for these records, and did you receive any of those records from that department?
I'm seeking records from San Francisco Police Department. That's the only party that I'm seeking records from.
Okay.
And I want all the records in their custody.
Okay, thank you. Just to be clear, it is part of the Sunshine Ordinance that if you ask a department for records and they do not hold those records, it is incumbent upon them to direct you to other places that may have those records that you are seeking. And based on their response, it seems as though they were trying to direct you to two places that may have responsive records. Now, that is your choice whether to contact those places or not, but it might be worthwhile for you to go back to that response that they sent you and look at those two recommendations as places that may have additional responsive records to your request. Chair Yankee, back to you.
Yeah. Okay. So we are 2 hours into this, and we have a 17-item agenda. We're only on item 7, and I want to make sure everyone else has a chance. So, if I'm going to suggest that if we're not ready to make a motion on the merits of this case, that we make a motion to continue it. So one or the other, I think, at this point, just so we can move on. So I don't know where everyone is, if they're comfortable with.
Attempt to make a motion.
Yep. Go ahead, Member Stein.
Before that, real quick, Lieutenant Toomey, did you get a response to your request about the video cam? Just curious.
Okay, Lieutenant Toomey, I might have muted you and I can't find you. Could you raise your hand again?
That might inform our motion as far as timetable.
There you go. Thank you.
Yeah, I heard the question. Unfortunately, that request was made after the basic business hours, so I've not received any response from that BWC request, even during this meeting.
Great, but you think you can probably get an answer in a couple of days because that might work its way into our motion. Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Oh, absolutely, yes.
Okay, Member Stein?
Okay, I'm going to try to make a motion, and I'm open to refining it from others, but something like there's a violation of 6721B for not responding within 10 days to, not responding to records request in a timely fashion, which I believe the police department has already admitted, at least with respect to some of the records that were requested. And to forward this to the Compliance and Amendments Committee with the request that the SFPD provide copies of all documents that they've already provided, or at least a list of the documents or categories of documents that were provided to Mr. Severinov, and maybe also a list of any other document, any other categories of documents that might be under their jurisdiction to provide as part of the follow-up process.
And then this is a cheering. Maybe I would suggest we make an order for them to actually turn over this body camera footage as of a certain date. I don't know if we want to say 5 days. I mean, they've had months at this point, but just so we can, get
Okay.
some type of, date certain about when he can actually expect
Okay.
that portion of it, maybe.
Okay, and to, turn over the body camera footage within 2 weeks of this order. And I just want to say that that's what I would want to propose. And I do really think that because there's such a big difference between the petitioner's perspective on what documents there might be and the respondent's perspective, I feel like it's really important for us to see those documents or to at least get a list of those documents.
That's a good suggestion there, Member Stein. Would anyone have thoughts on that?
A clarification, is it section B or C? Is it the timeliness within 10 days, or is it like the existence of it that we're?
I think it would be B, because
It would be B, okay.
as soon as possible within 10 days following receipt, comply with such requests. So,
Thank you.
yeah.
Is it 2 weeks or 10 days then?
I read it says as soon as possible and within 10 days following receipt of request. So it's 10 days. That's from B. I mean, that you don't have to put that as part of the motion, Cheryl. I'm just telling you.
Oh, I think, was Ms. Leger asking about how long they have to return over the body camera footage?
Oh, were you asking?
That was 2 weeks.
Yeah,
Yeah.
That
okay.
was two, yeah.
Okay, so did you catch what she wrote as a motion, or did you need Member Stein to?
Did move to find a violation of 6721E for not responding within 10 days.
Did you say E or B? I'm sorry.
B.
You said B. I'm
I said
right.
E.
No,
No,
B as a boy.
Um, 6721 for not responding in a timely manner. Forward the matter to the Compliance Amendments Committee and request the Police Department provide copies of documents provided to Mr. Sferinov and a list of other categories of documents to provide as a follow-up process, and request that they turn over body camera footage within 2 weeks.
I would say that we order, not request, about the body camera footage, because we can issue orders, if that's okay with Member Stein.
And also, Cheryl, so I was asking for either, I want to see the documents they provided or at least a list of the documents that they provided.
I did. I put that in there.
Yeah, but then
Yeah.
also separately, to get from them, from the Compliance Amendments Committee, whether there are any other documents under their jurisdiction, right? Because their response, and again, this is because their response basically for most of the things that he asked for was just referring him to other places.
Right.
So I want to know what they actually have that might, that could be there as well.
And provide.
Just so it's very clear, like we have these kinds of documents, CISD has these, DEM has these, and then,
Right.
because I think we've seen this request more than once. We may see elements of it in the future. And I just think in this case, we really need to nail down what documents are there.
All right, let me say this again.
Okay, can you reread it from the beginning?
Move that there is a violation of 6721B as a boy for not responding within 10 days, 6721 for not responding in a timely manner, forward to the Compliance and Amendments Committee, and request that the Police Department provide copies of documents provided to Mr. Sferinov, and list other categories of documents to provide as a follow-up process, and order that they turn over body camera footage within 2 weeks. And request when they can expect to be provided the information as soon as possible, or other documents. That
didn't make sense at the
I
end
know.
there.
No. And that's what,
Also, it's just 6721B.
Right.
You don't have to list 6721 separately. And I'm not sure what that last part was. It probably was part of just what I was trying to explain, which was not part of my motion.
Yeah.
It's just I'm trying to explain why this motion.
That's why we start at the beginning, Cheryl.
who seconded this?
No one yet. We're still trying to we're still trying to see what the sec means, so. can you reread it, Cheryl? So we know where we're at.
Okay, I'll say it again. Move there is a violation of 6721B for not responding in 10 days and not responding in a timely manner.
I think she just said in a time.
Well, that's okay. That's okay. Yeah, within a timely manner is just fine.
And forward the matter to the Compliance and Amendments Committee and request the Police Department provide copies of documents provided Mr. Sferanov and list other categories of documents to provide as a follow-up process in order that they turn over the body camera footage within 2 weeks.
All right, stop right there. Just stop. Is there anything else, Member Stein, you want to add?
Well, I still think it's like a little bit confusing. It's supposed to be providing all the documents they provided or a list of those documents, but then also whether there are any other documents that are under their jurisdiction in terms of what he's requested.
That would be before the order part, though. So I want to make sure that
correct,
we're not.
Yeah.
So can you read the part after the violation of the 6721B, but before the order, the body camera footage? That's what I think we need to.
Yeah.
For not responding in 10 days or in a timely manner and forward to the Compliance and Amendments Committee and request that the Police Department provide copies of documents provided to Mr. Sferanov and list other categories of documents to provide as a follow-up.
No,
okay.
Other categories of documents other categories of responsive documents that it may have.
Yeah. That are, under its jurisdiction.
That are under its jurisdiction.
And I'm fine with that.
Okay, with that edit, Cheryl, can you read the entire thing? I think we're there.
A violation of 6721B for not responding within 10 days or in a timely manner, forward to the Compliance and Amendments Committee and request the Police Department provide copies of documents provided to Mr. Sferanov and list other categories of responsive documents they may have under its jurisdiction, and to provide as a follow-up process, and order that they turn over the body camera footage within 2 weeks, and provide.
No, there should be nothing after the body camera footage, period. That's it. So have you deleted everything after that?
After 2 weeks.
Yeah, you did. Okay. All right. So that's the motion. Do we have a second for
I'll second that motion, please.
Okay. So seconded by Member Hill. Any further discussion on that motion, members? All right. Seeing none, we'll open that up to public comment.
Yes, if there's a member of the public who would like to make public comment, you can raise your hand this time. If you're on the telephone, that's *3. Otherwise, if you're on WebEx, you can use the application to raise your hand. I'm just refreshing my list just to be sure. We have one speaker who's been in line for a little while. I will unmute them at this time.
Yes, it's quite confusing to me. Is like with this whole process of where someone who has an issue coming up to you is like where I actually feel there's been an unduly amount of time that is spent on this issue, and there's certain issues that I have to agree with the complainant. It's like where there is inherent bias of what you guys are doing. It's like where you do decorum when it comes to you as a board, but as far as for the plaintiff, complainant, expressing views that I feel that are kind of contrary, it's like you're not raising that same decorum. So I'm just opposed to you doing equity of both my time as a person who is a community activist, that you respect that.
Okay. Just checking the list again see if there's anybody else. I do not see any additional requests for public comment.
Excuse me, Victor, the gentleman started speaking. I didn't hear him say his name.
They don't state their name. They don't have to. It's their choice whether or not they state their name.
Okay, so no other public commenters, Victor, so we will go ahead and close public comment. And Cheryl, when you're ready, please take a roll call vote.
Member Stein.
Aye.
Member Stein, aye. Member Hill.
Aye.
Member Hill, aye. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Member Highland.
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Schmidt, absent. Vice Chair Wong.
Aye.
Vice Chair Wong, aye. Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. 7 in favor and 1 absent.
Okay. Thank you, everyone, for joining us for that complaint. Let's move on to item number 8.
We ready?
Yeah, item number 8.
Item number 8, file number 22012, complaint filed by Anonymous against Director Grant Colfax and the Department of Public Health for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 6721 by failing to respond to a public records request in a timely and complete manner. On December 27, 2022, the Compliance and Amendments Committee moved to refer the records retention letter from the Department of Public Health to the task force about citywide Microsoft Teams retention policy, with the recommendation that the task force issue a letter to the Board of Supervisors that this policy be updated to be in compliance with the Sunshine Ordinance.
Okay, thank you, Cheryl. So this is a hearing on the recommended action proposed by the Compliance and Amendments Committee. This is not a hearing on the complaint. So it sounds like this kind of went through the compliance process. I'll turn it over to Compliance and Amendments Chair LaHood to give us an update about where we're at and what she's recommending.
Yeah, just based on the response that we got from the Department of Public Health about the citywide Microsoft Teams retention policy, which is, and I'm not looking at the letter right now, but I think records being destroyed in 30 days across the board. And I believe in this particular case, the petitioner had even filed the request for records, and because the response didn't happen, even though the request was made, and when requests are made and for records that might be destroyed under some retention policy, they're supposed to be preserved, and they were not preserved. And we believe that the city's Microsoft Teams retention policy is going to continue to come up as an issue because of the schedule for records being destroyed. And we think that it is incumbent upon the task force to advise the Board of Supervisors to change its policy. And so we think that a letter from the task force to the Board of Supervisors first of all, we don't even know if they know this, letting them know that this is what's going on and asking that they change the policy because it is in conflict with the Sunshine Ordinance.
Thank you very much. Okay, so I don't know if we have thoughts on this, members. I guess, all right, I'll start to just skip the discussion rolling. I think it's absolutely a good issue to bring up. I think there needs to be a change to how that's set. My only thing I'm wondering about is where we should send it, because I'm guessing this is probably something that the Information Technology Department, probably some setting, and I think that they're not under the board. I think they're probably under the mayor. So I'm wondering if the letter wouldn't be better directed. I think I think her name is Linda Gurrell. I think she's been fairly responsive 2 times when we've engaged with her before. And so I wonder if that might be the better place to send the letter.
More
I'm not sure if it
expeditious.
goes, I'm not sure if it goes to the board, if they're going to know even who to pass it on to, if it's going to just end up in that communications back at the end and not really go anywhere. So maybe if we start there and say, hey, look, we're noticing that it's auto deleting at this. Can you make the change so that it's this? That might be a place to start and see what she responds. And if she says no, I'm not going to, then we can maybe escalate. But
there's also the intimation in the documents that we have that it somehow helps the system function better to delete more things. And it would be good to at least talk to the Department of Technology about that. Like, is there actually a technological problem here? To what extent is it a problem? is this an overreaction to have a 30-day deletion policy? Is it feasible to have a 6-month policy? You know, I mean, just to get a little more information, it seems like it would be good too.
Is this something that our technology committee, if this is the recommendation, is this something that our technology committee should take up? Or I don't know if Vice Chair Wong has thoughts on this.
I think that'd be great if they could. I'm just going to note that I've been asked by the clerk's office not to have other committees meet. I am the ones we have. So we could send it there, but whether and when or not they're going to get authorization to meet is beyond my control, and it might be sitting there for a really, really long time. That'd be my only concern with that. I mean, I think it was a great spot if you could do that.
This is Vice Chair Wong. I do not recommend we move it to the IT or technology committee because I think the IT department is perfectly capable of finding ways of storing this information in a way that's feasible for the city. I think we just need to make a recommendation because it's pretty clear, especially given the hearing that we had on the file, that this is a huge loophole that, you know, I think city departments will be able to take advantage of. You know, they can just continue to have their chats or their meetings via Teams and have things deleted within 30 days. Even if they don't store things directly locally within the servers of Teams, you know, they can store it in the cloud, they can store it, you know, on servers located elsewhere, and it doesn't need to be actively accessed, you know, that those servers can just be kind of in cold storage essentially. So there are definitely ways they can do it. It's up to them, but I think we do need to just make the recommendation that this does not stand.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, go ahead, Member Wolf.
So a couple of things. One is I agree with Vice Chair Wong on that. I think there are two things that need to be done. One is I think the city attorney as the advisor of everyone, more or less, with regards to this, as far as the executive branch is concerned and the operations of meetings, should remind folks about retention policy and what it is that's expected under not just our ordinance, but under state law. Second is that maybe there should be some new ordinance requiring backups be made of not just Microsoft Teams, because that's not the only web conferencing software that's being used. I mean, the executive branch, they must use 3 or 4 different ones depending, and the enterprise agencies also use different ones. You know, and Sunshine applies to all of them too. So I would just be more general and just say web conferencing applications to have them, those are records too of public meetings, and all the information attached to them be also retained. I'm not sure that forwarding it to Linda Gurel or the Department of Technology would be helpful, because they are not actually being accessed by everyone in the city, and sometimes not recognized, because a lot of departments have their own IT departments. We have a decentralized system here. So Department of Technology is not ubiquitous for every single department. So I think it needs to be a little broader across the board. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Wolf.
Oh, and just one last thing. And as far as the thrust of this item, as far as sending a letter, I think I think using the Department of Health as an example of the issue, I think it's worthwhile sending it to the board supervisors so that they are aware of what's going on. They are the kind of the people's representatives, you know, on how city operations in the executive branch are running. So Yeah, that's it.
Thank you, Member Wolf. And Member Stein.
Yeah, I'll just add, I wouldn't be opposed, I think that's a good idea. I don't know if I would call it web conferencing software, even though that's the term used now. I would just maybe say all messaging or communication applications, which could include web conferencing software, email, so on, have it more broad so it doesn't become quickly outdated. And then it also might be something that could be brought up in, if we do another annual report, it could be part of that as well. But that I wouldn't wait for that. I would send a letter first, but then bring it up as an issue that arose this year.
Yeah, I think for me, we just have to figure out who's the best. I mean, I think we could, copy a variety of people on it, but I think we have to have, my concern is when we send things all over to a variety of people, there's no one to hold accountable to, because they can say, no, it wasn't me, it's so-and-so, and they can say, no, it wasn't me, it's so-and-so. So I get that we might want to notify and loop in a bunch of different people on this, the city attorney, Department of Technology, so forth and so on. But I think we need to, if we're asking for a change to be made, we need to direct that to a person who can make a change. And if they don't make the change, that we can say, hey, you need to make the change. That's my thought.
So are we back to Board of Supervisors? Because given that the Department of Technology does not actually oversee all of the possible platforms that this could be affecting.
I mean, personally,
yeah,
I would not support sending it. I mean, we could copy it to the board so that they're aware of what's going on. I think that's fine. I think that's a good thing, and we could always CC them on it. I think expecting action from the board, making them like the 2-person, not the CC person, isn't going to be effective, since I think the majority of these departments don't report to the board. I think actually very few departments report directly to the board. We could try sending it to the mayor's office and see if they do it. I don't know if that would do it, since they're the executive branch. But again, I was trying to, for me, I was trying to figure out who can help best make the change happen. I think that's what I want to see. We actually want to see something change. So who's going to be most receptive and willing to, advocate for our cause in the city? And we also need someone to volunteer to write such a letter.
I'll volunteer to write that letter.
Oh, okay.
To whoever it's going to. I'll throw out this idea I appreciate what you're saying about just like covering all the mediums, but if the city county has a like a blanket contractual agreement through a particular provider, I'm wondering if we could find out who the contract administrator is for that particular service and direct our letter to them.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's likely going to be a contract administrator who who is in charge of issuing WebEx licenses, that's in charge of issuing Zoom licenses, in charge of issuing that. So I think that if we could find out who that person is, they're responsible for the performance of the person who's providing the supplies anyway.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea, and I wonder if that would be the person though who could change it. Like I wonder if it wouldn't be something along the lines of, hey, we have it set we told the contractor administrator to save it at 60 days because so and so and the Department of Technology said that's all our servers can store, right? I think Vice Chair Wong brought up a great point about if they can't store it on their live servers. I'm not an IT person, that they need to figure out some type of way to archive it. And I'm not sure if that would be. Maybe it would have. I don't know.
I mean, I have to assume that we have unlimited storage resources at the city and county. I mean, I have unlimited storage resources as an individual human being.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Chair, if I may, this is Member Wolf. I think years and years and years ago, I used to attend the Committee on IT. The Committee on IT is essentially all the department heads and their IT heads. And I think it might be worthwhile. I've done presentations before them regarding Sunshine and transparency. So when they're about to make a big technology move or a platform move, like when they decided to go with Office 365, what was what was going to be, how is Sunshine going to work with this new platform? That was a big conversation at the time. So I'm wondering if we might not do some sort of presentation, either just broaching the issue there, and maybe even coming up with our own stance or position on retention and present it there when you have all those folks in the room together.
Member Wolf, that's a great idea. There is it's called, I'm looking it up as you were talking, the Committee on Information Technology. It involves, looks like basically all the stakeholders, and they have regular meetings. Maybe we start with them as the recipient of the communication, right? It could go in their agenda packet, and maybe as part of the letter we offer that if they would either want a presentation from us or if they want to send a representative to our meeting, we can go into more detail, but maybe that would be a good recipient to send it to them. I'm looking at it. It's, the chair is the city administrator. It has a lot of department heads, the president of the board of supervisors. So.
And I'll tell you, the city administrator, I think she would be very open to it. It's Carmen Chu. And I think she'd be very open to something like this. But I think the presentation needs to be to all those people in the room and not just one person who's going to report something back that may not be as robust as our presentation.
Yeah, I'm thinking maybe best to start with a written communication that could be included in their agenda pack. I just don't want it to be that we don't get heard because they don't schedule us on an agenda. So I think something needs to be set, put in writing, and then an invitation if they want to have us. But there's even an email address I see on their website that we could send something to. So
yeah, it's facilitated by Linda Gorell and her team.
So I'm thinking maybe we come up with a motion to authorize Member Hill to send a communication to the Committee on Information Technology regarding retention for
all messaging or communication applications, which includes web conferencing software.
What Member Lou just said.
I was typing when Member Stein said it.
Yeah, I was trying to remember.
That was kind of fast for me. Could you repeat that?
I'm sorry, what?
Could you repeat that?
Yes. All messaging or communication applications, which includes web conferencing software.
Got it.
I guess retention policies.
Yes.
Pertaining to all messaging or communication applications, which includes web conferencing software.
Electronic communications.
Oh, yes, that is good.
I guess I was making that motion. Kind of group we did. You can put my name on it if you want.
No, you take it.
You want me to take? All right, I'll take it. It's only half mine. I give credit to you. Okay, Cheryl, when you're ready, if you can read that back, then we can see if we can get a seconder for it.
That's her motion from.
That motion, yeah. Can you read it back?
I was actually writing it under.
You can say moved by Chair Yankee to authorize Member Hill. You have the rest of it?
Moved by Chair Yankee, seconded by.
No one seconded yet.
No second.
I said, can you read the motion? Then we'll
Yeah.
find a seconder.
To authorize Member Hill to draft a letter to the Committee on Information Technology for all messaging or electronic communication applications, which includes web conferencing software.
For what? I'm sorry.
Web conferencing software.
So to have authorized Member Hill to draft a letter to the committee.
To the Committee on Information Technology.
Right.
Right. For all messaging.
No, regarding retention policies for all, what you just said. So put it regarding retention policies.
for all messaging or electronic communication applications, which include web conferencing software.
I think you could put electronic before messaging. Electronic messaging and communication software.
Okay.
Okay, can you read it one more time, Cheryl?
To authorize Member Hill to draft a letter to the Committee on Information Technology regarding retention policies for all electronic messaging or communication applications, which includes web conferencing software.
Great. I think we're there. Okay, so that's the motion. Do we have a second?
Sorry, this is Vice Chair Wong. Could we actually say draft and send a letter?
Oh, draft and send. Yeah, that's great. To draft and send.
And then I will second the motion.
Okay.
Member LaHood got no credit for that. What's it?
That's okay. I don't.
It's on the record.
I talk a lot.
Talk beautifully a lot.
Okay, so we have a motion. We have a seconder. It was seconded by Vice Chair Wong. So I think we're ready for public comment. Yep.
Did you want to give an opportunity to the petitioner and or respondent to speak?
Well, they can speak as part of public comment on this.
Okay.
That's, we really didn't do a part of the complaint. So they're more than welcome to participate that way.
So if there's anybody who would like to provide public comment on this matter, you can raise your hand at this time by either pressing *3 if you're on the telephone or using the WebEx application to raise your hand. I will give everyone a moment. Okay, we have Mr. Lim from DPH.
Okay.
Are you ready to begin, Victor? Mr. Lim?
Yes. Can you
ready?
see me? Okay.
Okay. Go ahead, sir.
Yes. Victor Lim, Assistant Director of Public Affairs with the San Francisco Department of Public Health. Just wanted to be here as a resource if there were any questions about this. I did listen through the deliberations by all the members of the task force. We don't have anything else to add, but if you have any questions for us regarding this issue, I am happy to answer any questions as a resource here.
And thank you for joining us. We appreciate that.
Thank you.
Do we have any other public commenters?
Yes, we have one more. I'm muting them now.
Okay.
Actually, I apologize. I thought we were on the SF Safe, HV Safe article.
Okay, no problem. Just raise your hand when we get to that item. Okay, that completes public comment for this matter.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment and show when you're ready if we can take a vote on that.
Chair Yankee?
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. Vice Chair Wong?
Aye.
Vice Chair Wong, aye. Member Wolf?
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Member Hill?
Aye.
Member Hill, aye. Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Stein?
Aye.
Member Stein, aye. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Schmidt, absent. 7 in favor, 1 absence.
Okay, I think we're all set with this item. So let's go ahead and move on to item number 9.
No justice.
Item number 9, file number 22015, complaint filed by Anonymous against the Police Department for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 6721, 25D, 67.69-7A, and 67.34 by failing to respond to an immediate disclosure request in a timely and or complete manner, failing to provide records on a rolling basis, failing to preserve and maintain records, and willfully violating the Sunshine Ordinance. On April 19, 2022, the Complaint Committee moved that the records are public. There is jurisdiction and forward to the task force to decide if there is a violation of 6721 and the California Public Records Act, 6253C as in cat.
Okay, thank you, Cheryl. And I think this is the one the police department had asked for us to continue. I think we just discussed that briefly in the part of item number 1, but let's see if we have the complainant here and if anyone from the police department ended up showing up on this. So if we could have Victor check.
If you're a party to this matter, if you can use the application to raise your hand. If you're on the telephone, you can press *3. Okay, I'm not getting any indications of stakeholders for this matter.
Okay, so it looks like we have neither the petitioner nor the respondent here.
Chair, if I may, just one quick comment, and I may have should have brought it up in the agenda section. I was doing research on the actual complaint itself, and it referred to 67.69-7A. That I couldn't find that.
Yeah, I don't think that exists.
Okay, all right. Yeah, I did find a 27. I'm sorry, a 6729-7A, but I didn't know if that was if it was a mistake or if that was okay.
Yeah, I don't think that's an actual code. That may have been a typo from someone. I'm
Okay.
not sure who. So with no one here, I think we typically close these, but if anyone has any.
I was going to say that. I know that there was a request for, postponement from the SFPD, but since Anand is not here and has not been here for many of the cases, I think it's the same Anand.
I'm not sure if it is or not, but nonetheless.
Sure, I would move to table it without prejudice.
Yeah, so it's 7B is when we typically go. So so it sounds like motion by member Stein to close the file without prejudice pursuant to complaint procedure 7B, and that gives the petitioner a chance to reopen it within 60 days if they want.
Second.
Okay, so moved by member Stein, seconded by member Wolf.
Member Wolf.
Any other discussion on this? Seeing none, let's go ahead and move to public comment on that.
If there's anybody who'd like to make public comment on this matter, you can raise your hand. *3 if you're on the telephone, or use WebEx to raise your hand. Okay, I have no indication for public comment on this matter.
Okay, thank you, Victor. We'll go ahead and close public comment, and I think we're ready for a vote. When you're ready, Cheryl.
Member Stein?
Aye.
Member Stein, aye. Member Wolf?
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Member Hill?
Aye.
Member Hill, aye. Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Schmidt, absent. Vice Chair Wong?
Aye.
Vice Chair Wong, aye. Chair Yankee?
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. 7 in favor, 1 absence.
Okay. We can go ahead and move on to item number 10.
Item number 10, file number 22023, complaint filed by Lance Carnes against Public Works for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 6721 by failing to respond to a public records request in a timely and/or complete manner. On March 28, 2023, the Education Outreach and Training Committee moved to find the records are public, there is jurisdiction, and to forward the matter to the task force with a recommendation to find no violation.
Okay, thank you, Cheryl. Let's first see if we have the complainant and the respondent available here, and then we'll turn it over to the chair of the EOT to comment on this. So first, let's see, Mr. Carnes and anyone from Public Works is here. Sir? Okay, come on up. And do we have anyone from Public Works online, Victor?
We have Mr. Steinberg.
Yeah, this is David Steinberg.
Excellent. Okay, great. Thank you both for attending and for waiting until your file was called. We'll get you in just one moment. But first, I'm going to turn it over to the chair of the Education Outreach and Training Committee to provide any background on this file. So, Member Highland, when you're ready.
Seconds. Bear with me. It's been a while since I looked at this one.
Or if Member Hill was there, feel free to.
I don't think he was, but
okay.
if you were, feel free to jump in.
Actually, I can help
Wait,
out.
maybe I was. Yeah, no, actually. Oh, yeah, right.
Yeah, I think we can just go ahead with their summary.
Okay.
I don't have anything to add.
That's fine. I think if what's written is written. Okay. So, Mr. Carnes, we'll give you 5 minutes to begin your presentation. Cheryl will let you know when you can begin.
Okay. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Good.
Sure.
You ready?
Yep.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. So this, good evening, Chair Yankee and committee members. My name is Lance Carnes. And this is a continuation of the same thing I spoke about at the previous meeting. And that is it was a problem with the Board of Appeals. And so what happened, just a little background, there was a DPW order to remove 32 trees on Market Street. And at the conclusion of the appeal hearings, we received a decision allowing removal of 32 trees. The official document included a tree list of 33 trees. I mentioned this discrepancy to the Board of Appeals Executive Director Julie Rosenberg, and shortly after received an email from Brian Ong of DPW explaining the extra tree in the official decision. So since early 2022, when the decision came out, I've wondered about the official decision and the extra tree. And early this year, I did a lot of public records requests, and I believe I have discovered unusual activity in the issuance of the decision containing the 33 rather than 32 trees. Did this show up okay on the next page? She said she flipped it around to portrait, but I think this is kind of a long one.
Yeah, so if can you pause just one moment, Cheryl?
Yeah.
So I think what we have is a scanned version of the agenda pack. I don't know if there's we don't know what you're holding up right there, but I think if it's something you sent Cheryl, it looks like members, it's on
419.
419?
His slide, I prepared the case, and when I got the slide package, I slid it right before the page that says respondent. I slipped it in there. And I believe it's page 419.
What number is that in our PDF?
Yeah, I see numerous slides. This is end of presentation.
21 slides.
And then there's another one that starts again, but the first one I saw was actually, let's see. I see a lot of slide presentation.
But the one he's holding up with the 33rd tree is correct, is on page 490.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Can you hold that up, sir, so we know which one you're referring to?
Well, it's a copy of an email. It's on about the third page of the packet. I can describe it to you. It's not.
Yeah, usually what we do if we try to cross-reference to what we have scanned, and there's a lot of we have 128 pages along with your file, so we're just trying to find which page in our packet here corresponds to what you're looking at, so we can follow along.
Yeah. Okay. So
if you don't mind, I'm going to just take a quick look at your page here.
Sure.
Could put it on the scanner.
I think Cheryl told me it's page 491 of the packet.
Use this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, brother. I haven't seen one of these for 100 years.
It's page 65 of 128.
Thank you. Chair Yankee, I remember why I drew a blank on this case because I was out that day. Chair Padmanabhan, I think, was leading.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And that's right. And I was looking at the wrong file. I distinctly remember this.
Yeah, I think, okay, so what he has up for those who, okay, so it looks
It's
like.
actually on page 67.
67.
21.
Yeah, 67.
It's an email that someone sent me.
Okay, sure, you can start the clock
The
again.
top of the thing is missing.
So, sir, we're going to need you to speak in the microphone.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yep, okay.
Go ahead.
So we see it now. We have the whole thing in our packet now. We can follow.
You can see it. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm paused there for a sec. Yeah. So after the decision was filed, we got an email from Brian Ong of DPW that explained supposedly why there's a 33rd tree. And let's see. Yeah, a sec. So moving along, let's see. So I was puzzled by all this stuff. What's my time? Is it here? Okay. What puzzled me was what did Executive Director Julie Rosenberg ask of DPW that elicited that email I just put up? And I put in a public records request to Public Works asking for all communications from Board of Appeals to the particular dates. And I don't know if you can see it on their packet, but there's a public records request right here that I sent in, and Mr. Steinberg of DPW Records wrote back that that they didn't have it, but there's a provision that members of the staff of DPW can just delete emails. So once he told me that, I then turned around and sent the very same public records request to Board of Appeals, and it came right back. So on the next page, I'm not sure how it's numbered in your packet, but there's a big thing that says subject forward error and notice of decision. And then what the thing says, it's a note from Julie Rosenberg to Chris Buck, and she asked him for an extra tree to make up for this 33. So anyway, so I'm almost out of time, but let me jump to the end, the main stuff here. So I guess so what it comes down to is I have some questions for you for the SOTF. How can the Sunshine Ordinance apply to an agency like Public Works where staff members are allowed to delete emails? You were just talking about this. Why did it take two identical public records requests sent to two different SF agencies to find the desired email? And a request to you is to forward this information to the city attorney's office so they can do a forensics analysis of the deleted emails. And also ask the city attorney to investigate the spoofed email from Mr. Buck as Brian Ong. Thank you.
Thank you. And are there any parties to provide facts or evidence on behalf of the complainant?
Sorry.
It's not, just ask if anyone else, like, there's any witnesses that showed up, or it doesn't sound like
I
it.
don't think so.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and move to the respondent, and I think it's Mr. Steinberg who's with us today. So, Victor, when you're ready, you can unmute Mr. Steinberg, and Cheryl, if you could let Mr. Steinberg know when he can begin speaking.
David, are you ready to begin speaking?
Ma'am.
I'm sorry?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay. Good evening, Chair Yankee and members of the task force. My name is David Steinberg. I'm custodian of records for San Francisco Public Works. I'm responding to this complaint on behalf of the department, and we also have Chris Buck, the department's urban forester, who can answer more technical questions about the bark tree removal application and how we maintain our tree database. So first of all, Mr. Carnes acknowledges that we responded to his request in a timely manner, which I believe should be enough to find in our favor. It's worth noting that Mr. Carnes has submitted 243 requests to Public Works in the past 3.5 years, and this is the first time he's filed a complaint. And that's because I've worked with our Bureau of Urban Forestry to diligently respond to Mr. Carnes in a timely and complete manner. Mr. Carnes has two main complaints. First, he says that the records provided to him were inaccurate, and although there may have been disagreements over numbering and identification of some trees, which Chris Buck can explain, in no case did the department withhold records. Each time the department released records, we did so as they then existed in our tree database. As we explained in our response and also at the EOTC hearing, the database is a dynamic listing of trees, so if staff are made aware of discrepancies, they investigate and update our database so it'll be accurate. Mr. Kern spent most of the EOTC hearing focusing on allegations that email records we provided were fabrications or forgeries. I've seen no evidence of this. DT has said that it would be virtually impossible to pull off, and staff have all said that the emails that went out with their names were in fact sent by them. Regardless, the task force is not the proper forum for lodging this type of complaint. So again, I ask that you find, you agree with the OTC and find no violation. And I'm happy to answer questions. And again, Chris Buck is available if you have questions about the tree database and the number.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Steinberg. We appreciate that. Are there any parties to provide facts or evidence on behalf of the respondent? Okay, hearing from none. Members, do we have any questions on this? Member Hill.
Would now be an okay time for, I apologize that I didn't provide the.
Oh, yeah, go ahead. If you have like the summary for us, go for it. Yeah.
Yeah, and I'll just reiterate, and of course I remember you. It's good to see you. The basis of the conversation was that Mr. Karn has actually a very, very positive relationship with the folks, as far as like them receiving, the recommendations, et cetera. But what we found was that yes, they did reply in a timely manner, and really the complaint is just around how they're logging things in their database. So from a perspective of did they complete the request in good faith effort? That's why we made the recommendation that there was no violation, because we're not here to try to tell Public Works how they should log their trees. There are a lot of folks that are out there that can actually that can ascertain that better than we can. So we weren't trying to provide any recommendation on that. That's it.
Okay, thank you, Member Hill. Member Stein.
Yeah, I just have a question for Mr. Steinberg about the email where you talk about the policy that emails can be deleted if they no longer serve a business purpose. Could you describe in more detail what the nature of that policy is and what kinds of email might not serve a business purpose?
Oh, sure. So in 2018, I sort of headed up a project where we completely updated our record retention policy. We hired a consultant, and we basically went through the entire department. And so we have definitions, and it's on our website. There's a link to it. So there are things that we call records and things that we call non-records. So anything, we have whole categories of things that we have to maintain. Copies of permits, and then all the correspondence relating to those permits, for example. And then there are things that are non-records. That's like, hi Jim, do you want to go to lunch? It doesn't have a business. Once I respond and say no, I'm busy, that email doesn't have a business purpose, and so I can delete it. There are very, very specific things that we absolutely have to keep related to, like parts of this Board of Appeal hearing, and we have lots of them. But general emails that aren't, trying to think of the best word for it, that aren't, that aren't part of a case file, or that aren't listed elsewhere as having to be retained. When we're done with them, we can delete them. Just like copies, if an email goes out to 15 people and we're required to keep that because it's a record, we have to keep one copy, and we have to put it in the proper file. We have to take it out of Outlook because that doesn't qualify as retaining it. It has to go in the project file. But the other 14 copies that individuals got, they can be deleted because they're convenience copies is another term for them. So this email that Mr. Carnes was looking for, when I don't want to speak for Mr. Buck, but a question I guess was asked, and he referred it over to Brian Ong, so there really was no reason for him to retain the incoming email once he just he moved it along the food chain, as it were, and made sure that someone was responding. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it does. Thank you.
Is there any opportunity for me to?
No.
Okay.
No, not unless we ask you a question. Any other questions? Not seen any, so I think we're ready for rebuttals.
I have a question.
Okay, go ahead, Member Wolf.
Mr. Steinberg, under what rubric or what rule of law do you apply your retention policy?
I mean, we're required to have a record retention policy by, I'm not sure exactly what provision of law the city requires us to have one, and also to post an index of records, which we've done. It has to be approved by the city attorney's office. It has to be approved by, well, at the time it was the mayor's office. Now we have a commission. It would have to be the commission. Several other bodies have to sign off on it. Is that what
you're not, there's nobody gave you a reference as to, like, here's the law, this is what it applies to your retention policy?
Well, I have, again, as I said, we went through a whole big project to revise it, and the consultant found all the citations and all the laws that we have to follow from federal, state, and local levels, and as a whole appendix, which I could send to you if you want. But
okay, I guess then a follow-up question on that would be: are there any regulations or policies or laws that you know of specifically for trees that require a different retention policy? Or different
I am not aware of any. I mean, as I said, our retention policy has some specific categories that relate to types of permits, types of appeals, and hearings, and so those would fall under those categories.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Okay, any other questions? All right, seeing none, let's go ahead and move to rebuttals. So this goes in the opposite order. Mr. Steinberg has 3 minutes, then you'll have 3 minutes to finish up, Mr. Carnes. So Cheryl, when you're ready, please let Mr. Steinberg know when he can begin.
David, are you ready?
Sure. Yep.
Go ahead.
I really don't have much else to offer. As I said, we provided the records that we had. We did it in a timely manner. I think that pretty much covers it. So thank you. I will give you back 2 minutes of your life. I'm done.
Thank you, Mr. Steinberg. And Sheriff, reset the clock and then let Mr. Carnes know when he may begin. So Mr. Carnes, you have 3 minutes.
Sure. Yeah, I guess the one thing I have to rebut on Mr. Steinberg is this is a letter from the executive director of the Board of Appeals to a member of his staff, Chris Buck. I think that's an email that you should keep around. When I went to her office and I said, may I have the letter from you to DPW? Do you have that? She got it back in like 2 hours or something. So I would disagree with their policy on retention. And I imagine since the letter was sent to Mr. Buck, he was the one that was the only one that was allowed to delete it. And again, I'd like the task force to look at these questions I asked on page 14. How can the Sunshine Ordinance apply to public works, where staff members are allowed to delete emails? And why did it take 2 identical public records requests sent to 2 different agencies to find the desired email? So, and for you, I'd like, by the way, there is a way. I heard you just talking earlier about policies for retaining records. There is a way. If an email is deleted, there's a way to go to. There's a law that says all emails have to be kept somewhere, but they have to go through a legal proceeding to get a hold of it. And so and then the email that was sent from Mr. Ong is actually written by Mr. Buck. I've been reading Mr. Buck's emails for 4 years, and he has this very decided style of English language that Mr. Ong doesn't have. So that's just hearsay. I understand, but if I were Mr. Steinberg, I would carefully watch Mr. Buck and his. It's called a spoofed email. It's an illegal activity. It's 49, 48, 47. Let's see. Actually, on that earlier decision, I mean, here we have a 33rd tree in that decision. So I mean, one more tree is probably just as bad as one less tree. So, that's actually an official document in the Board of Appeals archive that says you may remove 32 trees, and then there's a list of trees next to it. It has 33 trees listed. So I guess that's enough. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Carnes. Okay, Member LaHood.
Hi, Mr. Carnes. Excuse me. I'm just intensely curious about this idea of forgery or fabrication. Like when you said that, it struck me like, what would be the motivation for that? I mean, I understand if you got incorrect information, maybe somebody made a mistake, they sent you the wrong thing, they tabulated things incorrectly, but I don't understand what the motivation possibly could have been.
I can't understand it either. I had a lawyer work with me on this, and she's pretty sharp. She's been around. She did copyright law, but I showed her some of these emails that Chris Buck sent, and she said, "Why did he say that? That's totally insane. Just be upfront and write the email, you know." So, but he. I don't know if I have any records, but when he writes, it's like if there's going to be a Pulitzer Prize on forest writing, he's looking for the prize. You know, he has a very stylish English you can't miss. Anyway,
the other thing I would say in response to that about an email from someone sounding a particular way, you know, sometimes with my colleagues and I will ask somebody a question and they'll send a response, and you know, I'm a journalist, so we don't do this journalistically, but sometimes you just copy something from somebody else's email and put it in. So if one of these emails sounded not like it was the person it came from, it might have just been colleagues sharing descriptive text. I don't know. Those are my thoughts.
I've been reading his stuff for 4 years. And actually, I like writing myself, but I'm not as good as he is.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Litt. Anything else, members? We're deliberating now, so this is...
Member Highland here. I was just, you know, sort of academic concern looking at their current retention policy, which for some reason is coming out really small on the web on their site. But it gives the employees the decision to categorize whether a record is a record or a non-record. I've never heard in my 12 years on the SOTF of a non-record. That worries me. And I'd be curious to find out more about the consultants and, you know, when this was made current for Department of Public Works, and whether there are, you know, convenience records or other non-records in other departments' policy on record retention. I just never come across that. Maybe Chair Yankee, who works in that area, might have some more insights.
Yeah, so as far as it goes here, records retention is mainly an administrative code, section 8. There's actually a whole separate part of the administrative code for San Francisco that talks about records retention and making a retention schedule. And these are things that are generally, you know, made by departments, sometimes adopted by their boards and so forth and so on. My concern is whether or not we have jurisdiction over that. I think we've talked about this before, and I think Anonymous number 3 has oftentimes talked about how document retention isn't really part of the Sunshine Ordinance. And so while it very well could be that the document was inappropriately deleted, I'm not sure that that's something that we can control. There's a limited part of the Sunshine Ordinance that's 6729, I had it up here, 6729-7 that talks about correspondence and records shall be maintained. And it says the mayor and all department heads shall maintain and preserve in a professional and business-like manner all documents and correspondence, including but not limited to letters, emails, drafts, memorandums, invoices, reports, and proposals, and shall disclose all such records in accordance with this ordinance. So in this case, I don't think Mr. Buck is the mayor, or I know he's not the mayor. I don't think he's the department head either, right, of Public Works. And so then it's okay to department head, take measures, at least, as I'm asking myself, to the department head take measures to ensure that staff, as a general policy, keep what they need to. And it sounds like they hired, a consultant. Now, whether or not the consultant gave that information or not, that very well could be. But from what I'm seeing, if that's the major sticking point here, that a staff member inappropriately deleted an email, I'm not sure we have jurisdiction over that. So I'm not sure we can find a violation of the Sunshine Ordinance. That might be a violation of Administrative Code Section 8, but I don't think we can find violations of Administrative Code Section 8. So that's kind of where I'm at on this one.
Interestingly, DPW's first paragraph is, as stated in Chapter 67, records retention is an important part of, et cetera, et cetera. They start out referencing us. So they seem to think we're important, is what I'll draw from that.
I think in an ideal world, that would be lumped under our jurisdiction.
I have a point to make on this, Member Wolf.
Oh, Member Wolf, go ahead.
Yeah, so while I agree with you on Section 8 of the admin code regarding retention, the retention policy and our jurisdiction over it, I agree. We don't necessarily have that. But if a custodian was found to have not retained, had violated the retention policy so that the record could not be produced, it could be claimed under the Sunshine Ordinance that the records were not maintained in a professional manner. And that's where the violation for us would arise. Also, that if the records were not available and they should have been, and were in violation of the records retention policy, then it would be a violation for not producing the records. But then I think what we would do is we would also have to do due diligence to report it to the appropriate oversight person, department, official, what have you, of a violation of the retention policy, and for them to act accordingly. I'll stop there.
Thank you, Member Wolf. I guess I would disagree, because I read 6729-7 is only applying to the mayor and department heads, and Mr. Buck is not a department head. So while it might be a violation if the mayor or a department head inappropriately deleted an email, and I think we could find a violation for that under the Sunshine Ordinance, because I don't read 6729-7 as applying to every single employee in the city and county of San Francisco. I don't think that would apply or would give us jurisdiction under that portion. Not to say that they didn't violate a separate section. I just don't think that separate section would be under our jurisdiction.
I understand that, but by the same token, it's the responsibility of the department head to maintain in a professional manner. And if the employees are not able to, as individual custodians, are unable to comply with 6721 because records were not being maintained properly by the department head, I think there could be something there.
To me, and I don't want to monopolize this conversation, but to me that would be, I could see that if the department head was not taking records retention seriously. But in this case, we do have discussion about a consultant, a records retention schedule being made. So at least speaking for me personally, and other members can weigh in on how they feel. I feel the department head took reasonable steps to ensure that there was a retention schedule. Now, whether each employee in their everyday course of business followed it, I think is beyond what any reasonable department head can do, is to verify every email deleted amongst their hundreds, if not thousands of employees on a daily basis. I'll leave it there.
Could I ask you a question?
No, this is our deliberation point.
Oh, okay.
So I don't know if other members have thoughts.
I'll just mention while we have their attention, or Mr. Steinberg's attention, the documents that were being referred that are online refer to appendices and definitions of your records retention policy, but they're behind a login, so I can't access them.
Microsoft Teams login, and also the actual document, you have to magnify it to 500 to even read it, barely read it. So you may want to check those two IT items, Mr. Steinberg. Yeah, the link to your records retention policy, and then within that link, a link to the definitions of records. Both are hard to read, hard to access for members of the public.
Yes.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Member Wolf.
Yeah, and this is to members. I'm just wondering if within 67.29-7C, whether there's any, I don't know, I wonder if there's anything there. And the reason why I say that is because this was it seems from the record that this 33rd tree had some involvement with BART. And I'm wondering if there was some contract with BART over this particular area that the tree was maintained, whether BART had some sort of right of way that the city gave them as part of a contract or what have you. I mean, this talks about demands of any funds or fees from citizens, things like that. I don't know whether if there's any there with regards to that, because BART is an independent agency and entity and does charge fees for use.
Does anyone have any additional thoughts, or maybe we move to a motion here?
I'll make a motion
Okay,
to take the recommendation of the EOTC to find no violation.
Okay, so moved by Member Highland to find no violation. Do we have a second to that? A second?
I'll second it.
Okay,
Don't have to.
seconded by Member Hill. Okay, so moved by Member Highland, seconded by Member Hill to find no violation. Members' thoughts on that motion, or should we move to public comment?
I'll make a thought on it.
Okay, go for
it. We were dealing with the I'm sorry, give me just a moment to collect my thoughts here. There is a violation, there is a complaint. The complaint is very specific about what the complaint is, and we found through the conversations that they did return those records in a timely manner, and when it wasn't complete, that we also found that they were actively engaged with the petitioner to resolve those issues, and ultimately, like we were being shown, a database where this information was coming from. So again, I'll just reiterate that as it relates to the actual complaint, that's why we found that we were in jurisdiction, but there was no violation.
Okay, thank you, Member Hill. Anything else before we move to public comment?
Yes, I have something.
Okay, go ahead, Member Wolf.
Put forward. I guess I feel it's a little premature because if we take this position, then this is going to become like our case law. where it's going, if it applies to DPW, it's going to apply everywhere. And there are different retention policies for different departments. But be it as it may, DPW is an executive branch department. And I don't know that we have gotten enough information to know whether the retention policy they follow is uniform across the entire executive branch, which I believe it should be. That the executive branch essentially is one department that is, whose department actually, its department head is the mayor. And the mayor has a responsibility under the ordinance to keep things uniform. So if each department has a different retention policy, we're going to end up back here, and this is going to be presented in front of us as an example. And I'm a little concerned about making this be as the specific example, and then we have to do this by piecemeal for every other one that might come for us, come around us. I think the original premise that we were discussing is there a uniform retention policy that the city has to follow? And if there's some minimum baseline, what is that minimum baseline? And does every department, including those other entities that must follow the Sunshine Ordinance and the California Public Records Act, do they have to follow the same baselines? So I think it's premature to make a decision that we find no violation until we get that information. I'll stop there.
Thank you, Member Wolf. Do we have any other comments?
Yeah, I mean, I'll just say, I guess what I'm trying to understand is are we dealing with the records retention policy of an email that isn't included in this violation, the request itself? I guess that's what my question is. Like, why are we discussing that when the request was about getting a list of trees?
So if we're talking about missing records that are based upon a retention policy, and it's based upon a retention policy, it's not within baseline or within the policy guidelines, that it would apply to another similar department under the executive branch. Now we have a disparity. So now if they go to another department like the Department of the Environment, will they have a different retention policy? They're all under the executive branch. It should all be uniform.
I don't think I disagree with you. Again, I'll whether or not we agree with their retention policies or their following is one thing, but upon much further investigation, where we had ended was that there was no further information to provide them. As it relates to this specific request, they went through a number of different cycles to make sure that what was provided to the petitioner ultimately was as comprehensive as possible. Now, there's question as to whether some of that stuff originally came to you, came to them, or came to the petitioner, Mr. Carnes, and why it took a little bit of a while to get there. But where we ended up was that there is no further information to provide them, because there was further due diligence that was performed after the original response. There's nothing more to provide.
This is Chair. Go ahead, Member Wolf.
Yeah, I was just going to say, but just in response to that, from what it sounded like was that there may have been more information, but because of the retention policy, it got destroyed.
No, I believe it was from the conversation, it was more like the database that they were using and the mechanism that they were using to log the identification of trees was what was in question, not whether there may be an inaccuracy in the response, but that the specific request of a list of trees, 32 trees, and the response that they got where where they weren't properly identified. That was what they were ultimately working to try to resolve, is making sure that Public Works has a more accurate way to identify specific trees, and that was an ongoing conversation, and not one that we were particularly interested in wanting to get involved in.
Yeah, and I'm going to add also, again, I think we're starting to, again, get into section 8, which I think is inappropriate, but I'll read it because it was brought up. It says, whether or not it's the mayor or each department, and can departments have different schedules. And I'm reading from Admin Code section 8.3. It says, it shall be the duty of each department head to classify the department's records using the classification set forth in section 8.4 of this code and prepare a schedule for the systematic retention and destruction of such records. And then it goes on. So it says duty of each department head. So I read that as each department very well may have a separate retention schedule, and it's not necessarily uniform. Whether or not that's good city policy, I mean, that's, I think, beyond the jurisdiction of this task force.
Okay.
But any other comments? If not, we'll move to public comment. Not seeing any other hands. Let's open a public comment.
Yes, just going through the list. I have one hand raised. If there's anybody else who would like to make public comment, you can raise your hand at this time. I will unmute our one caller at this point.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Great. David Pilpel. So I generally do not like to weigh in on cases, and I'm not weighing in here. I'm actually waiting for item 13, but I did hear a little back and forth with Member Wolf on the issue of the department's record retention and destruction policy and schedule. I would just note that that's governed by the city's administrative code in Chapter 8, and although there is some uniformity as to certain types of records, each department actually has their own record retention and destruction policy and schedule because each department has different types of records, some of which are subject to specific retention policies, and others the department can determine what the appropriate retention policy is, and there's a procedure for approving that policy and schedule. In the case of Public Works, it is in fact posted on their website and is available for anyone to view. So I hope that information may be helpful to the task force in considering whatever you're considering in this case. Thanks for listening.
Thank you. Do we have any other public commenters?
Okay, I do not have any. Let me refresh the list. I do not have any additional callers.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment. Members, are there any further comments, questions before we move to a vote? All right, seeing no hands. Cheryl, when you're ready, if you could go ahead and call the roll.
Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Hill?
Aye.
Member Hill, aye. Member Wolf?
Pass.
You abstain?
He passed. No, just go ahead.
Pass.
Next person.
Okay. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Stein?
Aye.
Member Stein, aye. Vice Chair Wong? Vice Chair Wong, aye. Chair Yankee?
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. Member Schmidt, absent.
Then call Member Wolf again.
Member Wolf?
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye.
Okay, so that's, Cheryl, can you confirm the total on that?
7 in favor, 1 absence.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Carnes. Thank you, Mr. Steinberg. We're going to go ahead and move on to the next item.
Mr. Carnes, thank you for your continued interest. Just wanted to say that. This is Member Hill here. I just want to say thank you for your continued interest in there.
Have a good evening.
We appreciate your professionalism.
Item number 11, file number 22022, complaint filed by Stillian Bajanski against the Office of the Treasurer and Tax Collector for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 6725 and Government Code Section 6253C as in cat by failing to respond to an immediate disclosure request in a timely and or complete manner. On April 19, 2022, the Complaint Committee moved to find that the task force has jurisdiction, the requested records are public, and refer the matter to the task force for hearing and requested that the task force determine if there is a violation of Administrative Code Section 6721B as in boy by failing to provide the requested records in a timely and complete manner, and 6721C as in cat by failing to assist the requester in obtaining the records.
Okay, and let's see first if we have Mr. Bajanski available and if we have someone from the Office of the Treasurer and Tax Collector. So I don't see anyone in person, so if we could have them raise their hands online if they're there.
Good evening, honorable task force members. This is Christopher Terrell on behalf of the Treasurer and Tax Collector.
Okay, thank you. And do we have Mr. Bajanski available? Victor, do we know if...
There it goes. I found it. A little bit of misnaming sometimes. They are both unmuted.
Okay, excellent. All right, so this was heard by the complaint committee. The chair of that, Member Schmidt, is not here, so I will ask Member Stein if she could give us a summary if she recalls.
I think it was a pretty largely straightforward case where an IDR was put in, immediate disclosure request was put in, and that request was made in February of 2022, asking for all emails containing his name or address over a 1-month period. I think there were about more than 500 documents, which the Treasurer and Tax Collector began to release on a rolling basis. But they did have to inspect them first. They invoked rule of reason. They invoked attorney-client privilege and work product privilege for some of the, for part of the need to look at these documents, and basically contested, I believe, that it was an IDR. And I think in the committee we were also not sure that this really was a simple request. And there's a lawsuit involved, so the records did seem to have to be reviewed. And so we said, rather than focusing on 67.25, we thought the task force should focus just on 67.21 or 6253C in thinking about whether these records took too long to provide.
Okay, thank you, Member Stein. And before we begin, I have a question for you, Cheryl. If you could open up the attachment to this. I just want to make sure we're all looking at the right files. So this is 22022. When I click the attachment and go to PDF page 6, which talks about violations and such, the subject line is TTX response to complaint SOTF number 21126. And so it's the email starts, hello, Cheryl, I'd like to add another violation in addition to 21126. I'm just want to verify, did you take this back and forth for 21126 and create a new file number based on this additional violation that Mr. Bajanski talked about? And is that what got renumbered as 22020? 22022, I'm sorry, 22022. I just don't understand why 21126 would be in this file packet.
Mr. Chair, if you look at page 10 of 52.
10, okay.
You'll see that same subject line, but then 22022.
Mm-hmm. Right. So that's it. Right. That's a different subject line. So I didn't know that this got at some point transitioned to that.
I took it to mean part of this particular case.
And maybe this will be answered when we hear it. I just, the last one we had multiple files or multiple documents from different files making their way into it. And so I was just confused seeing things from a different file end up in this file. So maybe Mr. Bajanski can just, clarify that when he does his presentation, but I'll let him begin when Cheryl's ready for it. It looks like there is something on page, say on PDF page 12, which is 494, which is from Mr. Bajanski that specifically references this. So we'll look at that.
Okay, so what do you want me to, do you want me just to give a presentation, or do you want
Yeah,
me
so you
just to
have
answer
so Mr. Bajanski, you have 5 minutes, and you
All
can give
right.
kind of a
Sure,
basic
great.
summary of your complaint.
Shall we start? Let me know when should I start.
We can start whenever you're ready to begin speaking.
Ready to begin speaking.
You ready now, sir?
I'm ready.
Okay.
Okay, my name is Tilian Bejansky, and I would like to mention two things. First, I'm not sure whether Mr. Tirelli of Treasury and Tax is aware of this complaint, but this is my 7th complaint for the last 4 years towards Tax and Treasury team for pretty much the same reasons. Some of the excuses that I heard so far for not delivering the public records on time are not good enough software that can process the privacy redaction, not enough people in the department to handle the requests. The petitioner submits too many requests. The petitioner requests contain a lot of information which takes longer to process, and the petitioner requests information which is already public. And due to COVID emergency mayor proclamation, the respondent claimed that they have unlimited time to respond to any request. Out of the 6 complaints that I brought up to the Sunshine Task Force, violation was found on 3 of them. I'm not particularly interested in the file number 22022, since it dates back to March 15, 2022, which was during the COVID emergency proclamation. And as far as I understood, during that time, according to Deborah Liu, the Tax and Treasurer was incorrectly interpreting the emergency proclamation, having the idea that it gives them unlimited time to respond to public requests for information. Therefore, I'm more interested in the complaint file number 23052, since it was submitted back on May 10, 2023, which was outside the emergency proclamation. I guess we will discuss it next year around that time. In terms of 22-022, I submitted the public request back on February 16, 2022. It was not closed until May 2022, which is 84 days. Just as comparison, the local Sunshine Ordinance sets the time to respond to 10 days, and California 6253C set it to 24 days. As you can see, there is a quite difference in terms of time frame for delivering of the public request. And second, I'm aware that Sunshine Task Force Ordinance does not have any executive power, but I will keep raising those complaints again because there is a lot of advertising that the local ordinance are better than the state laws. Maybe they are, but so far I haven't seen such thing, especially when it comes to the timing of releasing public records. Thank you so much. That's all.
Okay, thank you. And are there any parties to provide facts or evidence on behalf of the complainant? Seeing or hearing from none, we can go ahead and move on to the respondent. So show when you're ready.
Is the Tax and Treasurer's Office ready to speak?
Yes, I am.
And your name again, sir?
Christopher Terrell.
Christopher Terrell. All right, thank you. Are you ready to begin?
Yes, I am.
Go ahead.
Okay. The petitioner's request was submitted on February 16th, 2022. The Treasurer and Tax Collector staff acknowledged the request and advised him that same day that the request could not be treated as an immediate disclosure request because it was not simple, routine, or otherwise readily answerable as required by San Francisco Administrative Code Section 67.25A. The request was submitted to our IT department the following day, and over 550 records were deemed to be potentially responsive. The first tranche of records were provided to the requester within 9 days of the request, and weekly rolling responses were provided to the requester each Friday subsequently until the request was closed in May of 2022. We believe that this this case is similar to several others that the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force has found to not constitute a violation. Our staffs worked diligently on the response, and we have a large number of requests that require our staff to also review. We do not treat this requester's requests any differently than anybody else's. We obtain the records as quickly as possible, review them as quickly as possible, and provide them to the requester as soon as they are available to be reviewed and redacted.
Does that conclude your statement?
Yes, it does.
Oh, okay. So I didn't want to cut you off there.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And are there any parties provide facts or evidence on behalf of the respondent? And hearing from none. Okay, members, if we have any questions, this is our time.
I have a question.
All right, go ahead, Member Wolf.
For Mr. Terrell, the respondent. What was your litmus for determining whether this was a extensive or demanding request versus a simple or routine request?
The complexity, as the requester already referenced, there is active litigation that was going on at the time of the request. We have received multiple requests. I believe this was the 12th request in 9 months from the requester. At the time this particular request was made, we had already reviewed and redacted a large number of records that were identified as responsive to previous requests, and we're aware that many of the same privacy, attorney-client privilege, and similar issues would be present with these records.
So were you compounding this request with other requests?
No,
to determine that it was not simple?
No, we were not compounding this request with other requests.
Okay. Where did you come to the interpretation in section 6725 that you could reclassify a immediate disclosure request to be a standard request?
Under 67.25B, if the voluminous nature of the information requested is such that it requires an extension of 10 days, then the requester shall be notified as required by the close of business on the business day following the request.
But it doesn't specify anything regarding simple or demanding or anything like that. That's just an allowance that if you can't provide it within, by the next business day, that you get 10 days to do it.
Yes, I understand. As I mentioned, there were over 550 potentially responsive documents that were identified by our IT department, and our staff was unable to review those by the following business day.
Okay, and you're aware of the provision that allows you to provide any additional responsive records on a incremental or rolling basis in section D, paragraph D?
Yes, that is correct. And that is the procedure that we followed in this case.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, members, any other questions? Okay, seeing none, let's go ahead and move to rebuttals. So we'll start with the respondent and then move to the complainant. So Cheryl, when you're ready.
Are you ready, Mr. Terrell?
Yes, thank you. We do not have any rebuttal at this time.
Okay. Mr. Bajanski, do you have, would you like to make a rebuttal?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so members, it's our chance to deliberate and formulate a motion.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I'll kick it off.
Okay.
So Member Wolf. Again, I think we find ourselves with respondents not understanding what 6725 is with regards to the mentioning of simple, routine, or otherwise readily answerable request. And they continue to reclassify IDRs as regular requests under 6721, and it's incorrect. So it's one sentence in 6725A, and it is the context and the operation of this sentence is specifically a guardrail for the respondents to not do something. And it says maximum deadlines provided in this article are appropriate for extensive or demanding requests. But, and I'll parenthetically put in there, maximum deadlines shall not be used to delay fulfilling a simple, routine, or otherwise readily answerable request. That doesn't describe something to like redefine the IDR or the request. That basically is just saying is don't abuse the maximum deadlines for something that can be provided very simply. So everyone in the city that tries to interpret this as a way to be able to do somewhat of an end run to reclassify an IDR so they don't have to comply is incorrect. They're basically violating by interpreting the law incorrectly. I'll stop there.
Thank you, Member Wolf. Other members? Okay, I'll give my thoughts on PDF page 25, which is 507 at the bottom. This is part of the documentation from the Treasurer and Tax Collector. It appears that they've actually gone so far as to create a chart for us to show how much time it's taken them per week to respond to this. And if you look at the top of that page, it shows at the top right, it's the total amount of time they spent per week on this. And so I'm seeing 6, 7.5, 4, 5, and 6.5 hours over the course of 6 weeks. Clearly, this is more time that could be done in one day. So I don't see how it would be inappropriate to produce these on a rolling basis. They've given status reports each week, so it's been done on a rolling basis. The hours that it's taken far exceeds the hours in a work day, so this couldn't be done in a normal course of one business day and turned over. There might be some dispute over how they say that they classified this, but nonetheless, I think they followed the provisions of 6725. They responded right away within the 24 hours, and then they released the records on a rolling basis and provided documentation to us showing that they did so. So that's Ryan. Anyone else? Any motions on this one? Does anyone need further clarification? We can still ask questions if needed.
This is a very minor thing. There's this conversation here about, not disclosing home addresses, personal phone numbers, personal email addresses of members of the public. That said, are we talking about the email address that the requester actually used to file the public records request, which would then be public and does not seem like it would be required to be redacted from the documents requested. But maybe that's not very central to this and maybe not so much of an issue, but I just thought I would raise that point.
Are you talking about on page 26? This is
Yeah,
protected.
25. Yeah. And I'm thinking, the requester used, actually, Ms. Leger, this was not an anonymous request, is that correct?
No.
Okay, so the requester used their own email address to file the request, which would make it part of the public record. And so going through efforts to redact that email address from requested records was perhaps excessive.
Well, this is, I think, the letter that they wrote to us. So they may not have wanted, knowing that Ms. Leger would put it in the record, they didn't want to disclose his phone number, email address, and physical address.
I guess I'm saying his email address is already part of our record, but.
Unless it's a different one.
Yeah, I guess so. Okay, that's it.
Good point, though.
So I have a question though. If what Member LaHood was saying, if the redactions were meant for our purposes for presenting it into the record, but they were presented to Mr. Brzezinski, not redacted, is that what this grid is for? I mean, it's because now I'm a little confused by that.
Yeah. I mean, my understanding was that what we're seeing on PDF page 26, which is 508 at the bottom, is just the response to the task force, not necessarily an example of what was provided to Mr. Brzezinski. This looks like it was a copy and paste of what the request was. The initial request that he made was that they were just showing it to us.
Right. So then my question is then on the previous page, on the grid that you were talking about, I mean, they have in the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th column, time spent on redact responsive items. I mean, does that include the redaction for providing items to us? Or is that redaction for specifically to Mr. Brzezinski's request?
I can answer that question if you like.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, so this particular request does not appear to have the language at issue, but the requester has always requested that his personal information be redacted, regardless of whether the information was submitted through the Public Record Act request system. In fact, we have attempted to work with the requester by asking him if he wished to forego those redactions in exchange for a faster production of the documents. And he has explicitly said that he does not give the TTX office that permission to forego the redaction of his personal contact information. And so what we have shown you here is what we have actually redacted in response to the request.
Okay. And just while I got you here, did you provide a redaction key?
Yes, we always provide a redaction key. Each of the redactions is identified with the specific redaction reason, and in our closing response or rolling response for the week, as the case may be, we provide the specific language and the government code sections under which we redacted that information.
Thank you very much. I have nothing else to add.
Thank you, Member Wolf. Any other questions, thoughts, comments? Anyone? Do we have a motion from anyone? Okay, I'll make a motion. Just to keep things moving. I will move to find no violation for this item.
Member Highland seconds.
Okay, moved by Chair Yankee, seconded by Member Highland to find no violation.
I'm wondering if you might be open to adding a little advisory in there that the use of converting an IDR should not be it should be not interpreted. 6725 should not be interpreted as a way. If an item doesn't seem simple, doesn't mean you get to convert it.
I'm not going to include that in my motion. I find what they did to be pretty close as much as you can comply with what's in the 6725. And if there's some, argument over the specific semantics, I'm not going to include that in my motion. But if you want to, after my motion, make another one, feel free.
Yeah, it's not semantics to me. They testified that they actually did that. So it's not semantics, despite whether they were in compliance with the article or not.
Yeah.
They specifically intended not to comply with the 6725 and to move it into 6721. That's on the record.
But they also provided a log of how much time it actually took to facilitate this request. So as a seconder, I'm also happy with the motion as is.
But the time or no time.
Well, you could make a separate motion if you want, but I think this should be cleaner as it is. As is.
Yeah, I don't think the time factor is a factor in this. That's of no consequence.
Okay. Well,
I'm not disputing that they didn't comply. That ultimately it didn't. It complies with 6725. What I'm in contention with is their intent and testimony on the record that they intended to convert this to a 6721, which is incorrect. And so whether they complied with 6725 or not, their intent was not to comply with 6725, but to comply with 6721.
Okay, well, you can propose that as a separate violation, and I know that we've waged a campaign over the last year with departments doing exactly that, and I get where you're coming from, but I think you would have to couple that with a violation, to go down that road, and I'm not seeing enough personally.
Okay, I don't see any other hands. Let's go ahead and open this up to public comment.
If there are any members of the public who would like to make public comment, you can raise your hand at this time by pressing star 3 if you're on the phone, or use WebEx to raise your hand. I'll give everyone a few moments. I see no indications for public comment.
Okay, I'll go ahead and close public comment then. Thank you, Victor. Not seeing other hands. I think we're ready for a vote on this. So Cheryl, if you could do that.
Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. Member Highland.
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Member Hill.
Aye.
Member Hill, aye. Member Stein.
Aye.
Member Stein, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Vice Chair Wong.
I stepped away during the motion being made, so you can just mark me as absent for this vote.
You're here now. We can reread the motion. The motion is just to find no violation.
Okay. In that case, then I will vote aye.
Vice Chair Wong, aye. Member Schmidt, absent. 7 in favor, one absence.
Okay. Are there any other motions on this item? Going once, twice. Okay. We'll go ahead and move on to the next item then. Thank you to the parties for joining us for this.
Thank you very much.
Ready for the next item?
Yep. Next item, number 12.
Item number 12, consent agenda. The Sunshine Ordinance Task Force shall review file number 22125 to affirm that the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force has jurisdiction, that the note of violations of the Sunshine Ordinance, Brown Act, or California Public Records Act occurred, and if applicable, to issue an order of determination and refer matters to a committee for monitoring. The complainant and respondent are not required to attend the June 7, 2023 Sunshine Task Force meeting, but may attend to provide testimony during public comment period for this item related to the above listed determinations. File number 22125, complaint filed by HV Safe against Rich Hillis and the Planning Commission for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 6721 and 6725 by failing to respond to an immediate disclosure request in a timely and or complete manner. On April 25, 2023, the Compliance and Amendments Committee moved to find that the task force has jurisdiction, the requested records are public, and to refer the matter to the task force for hearing with a recommendation for a violation of 6721 for failure to respond in a complete and or timely manner.
Okay, thank you. And before we entertain a motion, I just want to hand over to Member LaHood to explain why it's on the consent agenda.
Yes, so you'll see there's an email from me in the packet. We had, we heard about this case in compliance and amendments. We found that there was jurisdiction. The planning department admitted that they said they did not see the first email. They think it may have gotten caught in a spam or junk filter. When they found out about the complaint, they immediately responded and got the requested records to the petitioner. The petitioner, I believe, was satisfied with having the records, although disappointed in not having received them earlier because they had a time-sensitive reason for wanting those documents. Since the planning department acknowledged that it failed to comply in a timely, complete manner, we thought it would just be a time savings for the task force, for the petitioner, the respondent, and the task force to put this on the consent agenda, and that's why it's there.
Great. Thank you, Member LaHood. I think that's good to move in that direction of efficiency. I think this sounds like a good example of it. So unless there's any questions for Member LaHood, do we have a motion to adopt the consent agenda and the suggestions of the committee?
So moved. Member
Okay,
Highland.
so moved by Member Highland, seconded by Member Wolf. And we can open this up for public comment.
So if there's anybody who would like to make public comment on this matter, you can raise your hand at this time. If you're on the phone, it's *3.
Member Wolf.
Okay, we have one person. I'm muting him now.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, I'd like to say it's like I'm part of the HE Safe, and for me, it's like where this is kind of telling of listening, and we're being at the end of the meeting of the technology of our city and the, how would I have to say, the use of departments to kind of use technology to their advantage to not deliver on a good. And for me to say that the planning department feels that this went to their spam thing, to me, that's kind of quite telling. So as I say, it's like, for me, it's like the whole evening has been very interesting to listen to what's going on. And it kind of points to, it's not within your jurisdiction, but to me, it's definitely a weak point of where we're a city that's supposed to be a tech center, and we have too many diverse groups going on and too many applications happening within our city. And it really does limit the ability of activists like me and others to be participants and to hear city officials openly say that they know that they're not falling under the guise of the law. That to me is concerning. And to me, this case really exemplifies that failure of city departments to deliver to city and civic duty.
Is that the conclusion of your public comment?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any other additional public commenters?
Okay, just checking the list. We have one more.
Okay.
Hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I have a question with respect to.
We can't hear you anymore.
Sorry, my fault. I was working on somebody else.
Okay, can you hear me?
We can hear you again now. Yep.
Okay, with respect to receiving the records late, not in a timely manner, we do have a question with respect to any other documents pertaining to a request past that date. So for example, we got a set of documents, I think it was earlier in this year, but those documents, I think they ran out like the latter part of 2021. How do we go about getting the delta from 2021 through this year? How is that addressed?
Are you also part of HV Safe?
Correct.
Okay, Member LaHood, is this,
Yeah, I think you need to request those records from the planning department.
Do we do it all over again, or do we use this same request that's been already initiated? We just don't want to duplicate or muck anything up.
it sounds like if you want records that are after the date of your initial request, you'll want to make a subsequent request
Okay.
separately.
Right.
Yeah, it needs to be
Okay.
separate. So, yeah.
And specify
Okay.
dates.
Yeah, and specify the dates, good point, Member Stein, that you want to receive the new records for. I'm not familiar with the
Okay.
dates, but.
Okay. Thank you very much. Very well.
Okay.
Thank you. That's it.
Perhaps put in the title, not spam.
Okay. Good point.
Okay, any other public commenters?
I do not see any additional hands raised.
Okay, great. I think we're ready for the roll call vote on that.
Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Wolf?
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Member Hill?
Aye.
Member Hill, aye. Member Stein?
Aye.
Member Stein, aye. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Vice Chair Wong?
Aye.
Vice Chair Wong, aye. Member Chair Yankee?
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. Member Schmidt, absent. So that's 7 in favor and 1 absence.
Okay, thank you. Just double checking with everyone. Anyone need a break before we continue, or are we good? Plow through? Okay. Did you need a break, Cheryl?
Yeah, please.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
We will take about a 5-minute break. So we're done with the complaints. When we can.
Are the microphones
Yeah,
still on?
Cheryl, make sure you turn the microphones on, please.
We're so
Save Jolly
close.
Holiday on snacks and stuff. I gotta remember that.
Either.
I know. Yeah, look at it. Next is a pretty fast.
11.
Oh, yes. All that NBA I've been watching.
Okay, just double checking. Are Member Wolf and Vice Chair Wong available?
I'm here.
Okay, great. And do we have Member Wolf there too?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, and everyone's here, so we have everyone back, full 7 members, and it's 9:20, and we're back on the record. So, Sheriff, we can go ahead and call the next item. I think we're on item number 13.
Item number 13, hearing Sunshine Ordinance Amendment. Consider proposing an amendment to the Sunshine Ordinance regarding electronic communications by city officials and requiring the use of official city email addresses. On May 3, 2023, as part of the hearing for file number 21165, the full task force moved that the task force agendize for their June 2023 task force meeting and item 2, discuss and take possible action on recommendations for an amendment to the ordinance as we are empowered to do in 6730C as in cat regarding electronic communications by city officials.
Okay, thank you, Cheryl. All right, so for those who weren't there or don't recall, this is kind of an offshoot of what we heard and discussed as part of file number 21165 at our last meeting. And we kind of felt that going down the road of proposing an amendment to the Sunshine Ordinance might kind of be outside the full context of the hearing for that file number. So we made a motion to kind of consider it separately in this meeting. This is related to, initially it was Mr. Warfield's request in this particular file number for the email addresses of certain people on the Library Commission. And he was told that library commissioners use their personal email addresses, and since they're personal email addresses, they're not disclosable. So therefore, he couldn't get them, right? We said they should turn them over anyway, but that's another matter. And then we also, somewhat relatedly heard matters last year, I recall, with the election commissioner, and we had some of the redistricting task force where we had people ask for certain emails, and those commissioners or board members said that they either didn't have them because they never used their SFGov one, or we couldn't locate them, and because they left service, SFGov no longer, because they were using their personal account, the city no longer could search it since it was a personal account, and they couldn't just go into what was sent when they were part of the city and were sending and receiving emails, with a city email address. So the thought was, it makes sense to have, a policy that city employees are required to have created. City employees and members of policy bodies, I think is what we kind of talked about, should be required to have city email addresses created for them, and then should be required to use those email addresses for any official city business. And that if there's anything that happens to be sent, from a personal address for some type of emergency reason or whatever, that email, if it pertains to city business, be forwarded to their city email address for storage along with all other emails as required by the retention schedule. So that was kind of the background. If I missed anything, please let me know. I think maybe Member Highland and Member Hill were also kind of doing some work on this. So if you guys want to jump in and with your suggestions, please feel free.
Sure. At our last meeting on May 23rd, a couple of weeks ago, this was also addressed on item was item 8, where we just had some discussion about this exact issue. Member Hill volunteered to draft a letter, which I have forwarded to Chair Yankee. So perhaps the next time this comes up, I'm sure this item will be continued anyway. We could include that document and have the whole task force weigh on that. It's kind of like a sort of an open letter, if you like, recommending that commissions and task forces establish an assigned email to incoming new members, just to keep everything clean and segmented as far as business and personal stuff. That being said, San Jose versus Smith can still compel private communication devices and accounts and whatever if it contains business items. But this will help delineate and help keep everyone on the correct page, so to speak. If you like, Member Hill can read that into the record so everyone can hear it now. If you'd like to.
Yeah, I think that'd be great if we could do that. If that put you on the spot, Member Hill, if you want to read it for us.
Sure, absolutely.
Okay.
It's about 1 page long. So.
Okay, that's bad.
Yeah, it's pretty brief. As a representative of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force, I'm writing to bring to your attention an important matter regarding communication practices of commissioners and other appointed members of city, county boards, and commissions, particularly concerning the recent case of Smith versus San Jose. Based on our assessment, we strongly recommend the issuance of city, county email accounts for all boards and commissions members to ensure compliance with public records requests. Smith versus San Jose was a legal case that revolved around the issue of public records access and the location of said records on private devices. The case involved a resident who requested access to text messages sent and received by city officials regarding public business. The court ruled that these text messages were subject to disclosure of the California Public Records Act. Quote, "Here we hold that when a city employee uses a personal account to communicate about the conduct of public business, the writings may be subject to disclosure under the California Public Records Act." Smith versus San Jose case highlights the need for clear and efficient communication practices. It emphasizes the significance of transparency and the public right to access records, especially when it pertains to information located in a personal account. In order to uphold these principles, it is essential to establish mechanisms to facilitate the proper handling of records. By providing boards and commission members with city and county issued email accounts, several benefits can be realized. City county email accounts will enhance accountability to ensure that public records are properly maintained, establish a clear distinction between personal and official communications, streamlining the process for identifying and retrieving records. The use of city county issued emails will simplify the records request procedure. Stewards of records requests will have a designated email address to submit and receive responses to inquiries, making it easier for them to navigate and receive prompt responses. This will enhance public trust in the transparency of the Commission's operations and demonstrate a commitment to fulfilling public records obligations. City county email accounts will provide a valuable safeguard against potential data loss or turnover in the event of member status changes within the Commission. A designated email account can be easily accessible to the board staff and city county IT support, ensuring continuity and preserving the integrity of the records. It eliminates the risk of critical information being lost or unavailable due to personal email accounts being inaccessible or deleted. To effectively implement this recommendation, we suggest collaborating with city county IT personnel to create a system that ensures the creation and management of these email accounts. Adequate training and guidance should be provided to boards and commission members regarding the appropriate use of these accounts and the handling of records requests to ensure compliance with the Sunshine Ordinance. We firmly believe that establishing city county email accounts for board members is a crucial step in promoting transparency, accountability, and efficient records management. By adopting this practice, commissioners and members will not only meet legal requirements, but will also contribute to a culture of sunshine and open governance that values public participation and trust. We look forward to your favorable consideration of this recommendation. If you require any further information or assistance, please do not hesitate to contact me.
I am so impressed by your fast reading skills. You could be that person at the end of the commercial who reads all the disclaimers within 30
I hope you didn't miss on the content because it was pretty good too. So
No, it was great.
Yeah, that or a newsreader, it was up there.
Yeah,
It was good.
I have some comments on this.
Go ahead, Member Wolf.
You have to make it.
So one, Member Hill, it's not just private devices. It's electronic and online accounts. That's really what it's all about. So it's part of Smith versus San Jose was like text messages, which would be contained on a device, but it could also be contained within like somebody's email account, like any one of ours. But it'd be up to us. It'd be subjective, up to us to disclose that.
I'll make that update. I think I was actually, I mentioned accounts and then I think I mentioned device. So I'll just make sure it's consistent.
Yeah. Now, the other thing is, I think, this is kind of a tough subject here because we all have DSW numbers. And if you have a DSW number, you're essentially an employee of the city. but we are not afforded the ability of access. And we don't have actually a reason why we don't have that access, except that we are volunteer employees, but we still get benefits from the city, however, small but significant. Nonetheless, that if we are, if this group or this class of employees is afforded an email account, then we also must be afforded ability to use other resources, because it's not just email. It would be online storage, like they use here. They use Microsoft SharePoint and other types of platforms and tools, and any other resources that might be available equitably or equally to any other regular employee. Either we're an employee or we're not an employee. And I think that that's kind of been an ongoing difficult question for the city to answer to us. It's been multiple decades, at least in this task force. I don't know about any other body where there are appointed volunteer members of a policy body, be it commission, task force, or what have you. I'll stop there.
Thank you, Member Wolf. Other thoughts? I'll just kind of, I think number one, that's a terrific letter. And thank you so much, Member Hill and Member Highland, for taking this on and preparing it for us. And this is a great starting place, I think. I don't know if I heard it was fast. I think, when we were talking about it before, I think one thing that's important is not that we just have the city make them, but to require the use of them as well. Because I think we heard before is that some of the commissioners found it cumbersome to log in or whatever. And so, or they more routinely check their personal ones. They said, you know what, that's great that I have, but I'm not going to use it anyway. So if they're created but not used, I'm not sure it really gets us to where we need to be. So I think we need to have it created and
used.
And used.
Yeah.
And then I'm wondering if I'm assuming this is going to go to the Board of Supervisors, which is, I think a great place to go. I'm wondering if we shouldn't, perhaps as an attachment, include a recommended, the specific language that might be inserted into the Sunshine Ordinance that they could, or elsewhere. And I think Mr. Pilpel talked last time, and maybe he's still with us and could reread what he told us last time, but we might want, just as a starting place, I was thinking if we kind of give them something like, hey, if you just inserted these few sentences right here in the Sunshine Ordinance, this would accompany this, kind of as an attachment, to give them a starting point. That'd be pretty easy for a city attorney to draft something if we were to get traction on this for them to do it. Those are my thoughts. So I'm thinking maybe, maybe we continue this. Well, we could take the email. I think you sent it to me. I'll get it. We can put it as an attachment to the file if you want to work on some, amendments, some, actual language for the Sunshine Ordinance. Put that in here, and then maybe next meeting we can go ahead and vote to approve the letter and the amendment language.
Sure. Chair, Member Highland here.
Yeah.
Could we not also copy this to, the city IT department?
Oh, yeah, I think we can send it to whomever we want. Yeah, I think it's a terrific letter. I mean,
well, let me ask this. Could they not just act on this? Does it have to go through Board of Supervisors?
I think they could. I think we could urge them just to create them. But I think the concern is that they don't do any good if they're created and not used. I think we need some kind of, we need to have some type of, I think, law to compel them. Like, for instance, I think all the library commissioners have them, but they just don't use them. So that could give Mr. Warfield what he wanted.
I see.
And
out there.
And I'll admittedly was just providing this was in the context of providing a recommendation based off of like the complexities of Smith versus San Jose. Right. But I completely agree that I'm happy to make an update to this to draw attention to proper use and training and that goes along with that, and then include a recommendation for ordinance amendment.
Which I think is interesting because to Member Wolf's point is that, we get these, just using us as an example, right? We don't have city email addresses.
Right.
Kind of odd that as a party for Sunshine, we don't have city email address, I think. And even Member Stein ran into that where she was using a personal email address to try to do surveys of city departments and no one was taking her seriously. So there's that, security concern also. I think that, is another benefit that we have that, city employees might not take our communications seriously because they think we're spam.
Yeah.
So I know Member Stein had people question her email. But all that being said, that it's funny that we have to take the annual cybersecurity training and we're not allowed to even use the city's.
We're compelled to violate it.
Yeah, and if we're told, we're told if you don't take this, you can't be on the board here. But then we don't get to use the system that we just got trained on. So I think that's kind of.
It's an indicative of a larger question, though. That exact example that Member LaHood brings up. It's like we're not actually eligible to take the cyber exam because we are prohibited from certain access to certain resources. So I think it lends to a little bit of a larger question as to what is our status, and if we're not, if we aren't of some sort of employee status that deserves this access, then unclassify us as employees.
That's probably a larger issue.
Well, I think the one thing maybe I can do to this too to kind of cover that is to reiterate in the closing that regardless of what you decide to do, that the point of the decision is that, like, even if you do it on in your private accounts, it's still considered public records.
Right.
Maybe I just, we'll just kind of draw attention to that, like, hey, we're recommending that we're doing you a favor.
Yeah, it's a win-win, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I mean, do people really want the city having a, tell you to look in your personal email address, right? I mean, so
exactly.
You can't hide it just because it's that way.
And a vast majority of this communication is over email. We could go on and on and on about text messaging and, as Member Wolf, mentioned even document storage and that kind of thing, but I think, so if you'll allow me, I'll just make some quick adjustments to it, and make a recommendation on language, and I'll send it back to Chair Hyland so that
we'll get it attached. So, all right, maybe we open for public comments, see if anyone is still out there and wants to add to this before we move on. Let's do that.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
It is David Pilpel. I'm running upstairs to read to you while I'm doing that. On the question of employee status, I would just comment that members of this task force are officers of the city and county, but are not employees and are only in the DHR's employee system, which generates a DSW number so as to receive the health benefits. It is a position that does not receive compensation or any other benefits, and so you're either an 0113 or an 0119, whatever that classification is for purpose of members of boards and commissions with health benefits but no compensation. Anyway, I think the letter is fine. I did come up with language for a possible amendment in my view. I don't think it should go in the Sunshine Ordinance. I think it should be a new section in the Administrative Code, Chapter 8, related to records, because I think it's about email as a record. So if you can just give me an extra minute or so, I will just read it at length. I tweaked it a little bit. So here's what I have. You may want.
Mr. Pilpel, I'm just going to hold you 1 minute because I would like Cheryl to transcribe this so that we can actually get your proposal written down in the meeting minutes. So Cheryl, can you verbatim take down?
Or I can communicate it to Cheryl or Victor after the meeting, but yeah, either way, happy to do that. Anyway, here it is. It shall be city policy that city board or commission members shall use a city email address in connection with official city business. Each city board or commission member except for members of advisory bodies, shall be assigned a city email address by the associated city department for their use in connection with official city business. City board or commission members who receive email in connection with official city business on a non-city email account shall forward such email to their city email address. Official city email sent and received by city board or commission members shall be subject to department record retention policies and schedules as provided elsewhere in this Chapter 8. So I see this as a new section, maybe 8.45 in the administrative code, and I'm happy to get that exact text to Cheryl or Victor, and I'm happy to answer any questions or discuss it further. Did I mention that I like the letter and you're on the right track? Keep up the good work.
Thank you
very much. Okay.
Yeah, I think you read that last time for those who were here, some version thereof, and I think that's a great starting point. I don't know if one, use it exactly, but I think it's pretty solid, concise, and gets to the heart of what we want to accomplish.
Awesome.
Any other public commenters?
Thank you.
Victor? Anyone else?
Just double checking. If you did want to make public comment, you can raise your hand at this time. I'm seeing no additional hands.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and close public comment.
Good work.
I'll just tell everyone, I'll put this on next month's agenda again, so I don't think we need to make a motion to continue it. I'll do that just as creating the agenda. So unless anyone has any further comments, I think we just move on to the next item here. Okay, let's go ahead and move on to, item number 14.
Item number 14, hearing Sunshine Ordinance Amendment. Consider proposing an amendment to the Sunshine Ordinance regarding the requirement of Administrative Code 6730A that, quote, the task force shall include at least one member who shall be a member of the public who is physically handicapped, ellipses, close quote. And there's an attachment.
Okay, yeah, so if everyone wants to open up the attachment, I'll give you a little bit of the background on this and why we're here and why this is on the agenda. So as Member Wolf told us a few meetings ago that he's not going to be looking for reappointment, and he currently serves in the seat that fulfills this requirement. My understanding is that to date we've not received applications from anyone who would fulfill this role. So thank you, Member Wolf, for continuing your service with us because we can't meet without someone being in that seat. So we reached out. I worked with the clerk's office staff to engage with the mayor's department of disability to try to see if they could, get the word out, just do some recruitment noticing, see if there's anyone who, in their community would be interested in applying for this. And we kind of went back and forth on what kind of wording should be included. And it came to be, okay, so we sent them the actual wording that's in the Sunshine Ordinance, and they felt that was problematic wording, that it's outdated, that it's limiting, that they did not feel comfortable sending out a recruitment notice asking for people who are, quote, physically handicapped. So they sent me back this response, which I've included as an attachment, recommending that that we recommend to then the board to amend the Sunshine Ordinance to change who is physically handicapped to the words with a disability. So that's kind of where we're at. So then I spoke with our legal counsel on this to see. So if you recall, a few years ago, maybe it was 2018, there was, I think it was Prop B, allows the Board of Supervisors to amend the Sunshine Ordinance as long as it stays with the original intent and purpose. I forget the exact words. I can find it if anyone's interested with it. So the board actually did that for the seat that former member Padmanabhan had, because the requirements for that seat referenced a community or nonprofit organization that no longer existed, and so that seat was vacant for years and years, and so they used it to name a new appointing organization that's a current organization, and so we could get that seat filled. So the question I posed was if we were to ask the board to make a similar change, the one that's before us here, is that something that they could do under those provisions of Prop B? Okay, so the response summarized is maybe, but concerning. Legal counsel seemed to feel that if we recommended, or if the board tried to change who is physically handicapped to who is physically disabled, that would be okay. But to take out the word physically and just to call it with a disability, maybe changing the intent and purpose of the original wording of the Sunshine Ordinance for better or for worse, since it would, a physical handicap may be interpreted to be more narrow in scope than the general term of a disability. We were kind of talked about it like, for instance, could seasonal allergies be considered a disability, but would that really get to the original intent and purpose of someone having, access and barriers to attendance to a meeting, right? So it was that type of concern about whether or not striking physically handicapped and replacing it with just disability would be an appropriate use of that provision of Prop B and a good way to amend the ordinance. So that's the background. That's where we're at. I don't know what anyone else thinks. If there's something we want to take on and forward on to the board. If we want to go with what was suggested here, we could go with physically disabled, or we could just stay out of it. So anyway, that's the background. Member Stein?
Yeah, just one note I had when I looked at this was, and maybe this solves the problem, I don't know, is I thought maybe if we said something like, had it as it was with the disability, but said, and who has demonstrated interest in citizen access and participation for people with disabilities. That way it's a little bit more like focused on, they have to be interested in, understanding how that integrates into what we're trying to do.
I think it's a great idea. I think the question, maybe that's why we have legal counsel here, could speak to whether or not that changes the initial intent and purpose of the way it was written.
And I say that too, because I think a lot of the description just of the overall board members asks for people who are interested in citizen access and participation, but those board members, those task force members don't necessarily have the perspective of how our policies, our decisions affect people with disabilities.
Well, I think the real question is about a substantive change.
You need a microphone.
Sorry, who's speaking?
Yeah, hold
on. All right. Thank you. This is Kelly Collins, Deputy City Attorney. The real question, and I know Deputy City Attorney Price Wolf and Chair Yankee did have this discussion, but our real concern was about the removal of the word physical and just how that we caution that we view that as a substantive change of a voter approved portion of Chapter 67. And so I appreciate Member Stein wanting to expand a little bit about people who have demonstrated a commitment to this, but I think perhaps the focus of potentially making any sort of amendment here not go too far outside of the scope of the initial intent here.
Member Hill?
Yeah, maybe a recommendation. The ADA defines what a person with a disability is as a person who has a physical or mental impairment that substantively limits one or more major life activities. So I don't know if maybe saying something like the ADA definition of a disability or something to that effect, or are we actually saying that like mental disabilities don't count?
Given that this language was adopted in
Physical.
1899,
Yeah.
I do believe it's reasonable to think that physical versus mental was contemplated at that point, that the ADA was operative at that point. And so I do think at this point, physical was probably intentional with the voter initiative. But again, that's just where
I'll also just mention that under the ADA definition of a physical disability, I am physically disabled.
Oh, you are?
Yes.
Then you could fill that role. That's
well, I'm just
if you want.
I don't know if you want to how you want to take that positively. No, I think what I was trying to say is that like not that I could not, I wasn't necessarily saying that I could fulfill that role, but that like I'm able to fulfill all my duties without having to worry about things like access ramps and that kind of thing. So even the word, even physical disability, could be, could be widely interpreted.
Member Highland here. With all due respect, I would disagree with that statement. I think 25 years ago, disability was a kind of evolving thing, and certainly the whole mental side has evolved in leaps and bounds since then. So I think, I wish they just used the word disability, no qualifier with it. But I would almost posit that physical disability equaled disability back in that day. I don't know if I explained that clearly enough. So I think the whole, range of mental disabilities that are now recognized, being treated, being, brought out in articles and medical journals and stuff is something that was not seen back then. So I think in the efforts of updating the intent, mental and physical, I'll be fine with that. Or just, straight to the, recommending the current ADA definition of a disability and just insert that language. That way we're not taking, we're not showing any kind of bias, but just trying to keep the charter current with the the times of the that we're in right now. That's all.
Vice Chair Wong.
Go ahead, Vice Chair Wong.
Yeah, I agree with Member Highland. I think additionally, none of us are experts, potentially Member Wolf is, but, we have very specific language suggested to us from the Mayor's Office on disability. And I think that we should follow that, just given that they are the experts on this subject. So.
Yeah, I'll note two things that also came out of my conversations. So when I was speaking with the Mayor's Office of Disability, they told me that, someone, and this is them telling me, I'm certainly no expert myself, but someone who is blind or deaf could very well not consider themselves physically handicapped, they said, based on their experience, right? So, right. If you ask me as a layperson, I would say, that would be a physical disability, but they said that term in certain parts of that community may not be interpreted to mean that. So I think that was, that was kind of a powerful statement to me, because I think those would certainly be huge barriers to public records or public meetings, right? To have a disability like that. I did find it. So as we were looking at this, so I think, I think our legal counsel isn't talking about the merits of the language. I think all these suggestions are great, and if it has more to do with the process about, do we ask the board to amend it versus putting it to a vote of the people, right? I think any of these suggestions would be terrific to put to the vote of the people, right? And I think they would, overwhelmingly pass, and I couldn't imagine any pushback to it. But I think the real question is it substantive enough that the board can change it? And as much as we want them to do it, I think this is a very good way to do it. We talked about this extensively when we talked about member Padmanabhansi, where we don't want to, at the same time, say that the board has wider latitude to change the sunshine ordinance, because it might be at some point that the board decides to take a looser definition of how they're allowed to tinker with the ordinance and maybe make it in a way that's not so appealing to us, right? They might say, well, it says 10 days, but 10, 20, it's all the same, it's close enough, right? Or whatever else, right? I mean, there's a variety of ways I think they can do that. So I'll just read into the record what Prop B said. So this is what the board can do versus what going to a vote. So it says, notwithstanding any other provision of the charter, the Board of Supervisors is authorized by ordinance to amend voter-approved ordinances regarding privacy, open meetings, or public records, provided that such an amendment is not inconsistent with the purpose or intent of the voter-approved ordinance. So that's what we want to make sure that if we suggest that they make any changes to the ordinance, that it fits within that. So.
Chair Yankee, I think they could easily do that, especially if we focus on the goal here is to use more inclusive language and not change the substance of the ordinance, but to, be responsive to the advice we're getting from the Mayor's Office on Disability about using more inclusive language.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah, go ahead, Member Wolf.
So I just want to also clarify a little bit, and, I agree with, using the full broad gamut of disability. It's a matter of inclusion. We're about to construct the only city municipal disability center in the country here in San Francisco. It's time. One thing I want to mention about Prop B, with regards to that particular provision, that it doesn't necessarily stand independent of itself. Prop B was specifically the new privacy regulations. And the purpose of them including this provision in Prop B is because as they started to build out the context of how to deal with privacy issues, it may overlap or require areas of other codes like the Sunshine Ordinance to be adjusted accordingly to fit that. That's why that's in there. So that they had the ability, as they made changes, to make these, somewhat possibly slight changes, so that they had the guardrails still there to not change the intent. So I think, our original, as you pointed out nicely, that we don't want them to just change anything. It should be within a certain context. I think this is important. It has been challenging for this task force to find people with mobility or physical disabilities over the years. And I think opening it up, to the full class of the disability community is appropriate.
Thank you, Member Wolf. Member Wolf, because I know you looked at this a lot when we dealt with making suggestions to the board. So you feel that despite this being the Sunshine Ordinance being a voter-approved initiative and having limits on what the board can change, when you looked at it and you're looking at this change here, you feel that that's something that the board could reasonably make without going to a vote of the people?
If I was being if I was being a responsible legislator, I would probably have to side with the city attorney on their not removing the word physically, because that was voter approved. And that was intentionally put in there by the framers for whatever reason.
Yeah, and that's where I'm at too. I'm struggling because I think doing what's right is to make the most inclusive language.
Yeah.
So I think we have two courses of action. If we take that thing, we could say, okay, we could ask the board to change it to physically handicapped to physically disabled, right? And then we could accept the board could do that, right? That's one. I think pretty much there's universal agreement that the board could do that. We could say that this is important enough that it should be put on the ballot, right? We could ask the board, hey, it needs to be changed to just say disability, or disability is defined by the ADA or whatever, and recognize that that's not something the board could do themselves. We urge them that it's important enough to put it on the ballot for that change, right? So that's something else. Just because it's, the board can't do it themselves doesn't mean that they can't put it on the ballot to have it done. Or the third option is to say, and this part does concern me, that the board does have latitude to make that type of change. And I tend to agree with Member Wolf and legal counsel that asking the board alone to make that change might go beyond what I feel comfortable saying the board should be able to make alone. As right as I think it should be, we're kind of constrained by what the board can do and how they can modify a voter approved ordinance. Remember how
Chair Yankee, just in the interest of wordsmithing it, and I know it's not that simple, but rather than changing the word handicapped to disability, or even these days challenged, there's more positive words that are being used. That's part of it. You could actually keep it the way it is, who is physically handicapped, and then add and anyone else that falls under the ADA definitions of having a disability. That way you haven't changed the letter of what was voted on, but you're adding to it to modernize it. That could be, an approach where you could do both. And the second part is who gets to approve that debate's still open. But physically handicapped just doesn't sound right in this day and age anymore, and I see why we're trying to change that.
Yeah, in my conversations with Mark on this, I'm sorry, Vice Chair Wong, did you want to go?
I do, but you can go ahead and respond.
Okay. Yeah, I'll just say that Mark had told me that is we could debate whether or not it's right. I don't think it is right that it excludes people with potentially like mental challenges, that under the wording of the ordinance now it would exclude them, and to make it more inclusive would change the spirit of what it is, right? It would be a substantive change. And that even though it might all be the direction we all agree it should go, that asking the board alone to do that might not be the appropriate way to get that done.
So, I mean, you see those, ordinances that you vote on at elections. I don't think this one could be messed up. I think this could be written in such a way that everyone's going to say, oh, yeah, of course.
Yeah, I mean, for me, look at it, if it does go to the ballot, which maybe that's the way we suggest it. I mean, it looks to me like who wouldn't vote? I mean, who would vote against that, right? I mean,
right.
So
so
it's more process, and I think, do we want to ask the board to do it, or do we say, hey, this is what you should do, but we also think it should go to the voters?
Yeah,
and you can add Member Stein's additional language to it by the same token.
I do want to point out that you all realize there will not be an election until 2024.
Yes, we have plenty of time.
For better or for worse.
Yeah, for better or for worse. It's not going to fix it right away, right? Unless we make it the more restrictive definition just the board can do. But if we're going for a voter thing, it's going to take some time.
Member Hill can occupy 2 seats.
Getting back to Vice Chair Wong, I'm sorry, we kind of went off there.
Go ahead. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Thanks. Yeah, I mean, personally, I think we should just shoot for the moon. I think we should do the thing that we think is right. And if the board wants to follow, the advice of city attorney based on what they believe as politicians, then I think they can do that. But I think we should request what we think is the right language. And to me, I don't see it as a very substantive change, even though that is what we're being advised by our own attorneys.
So should we take a stab at what that language might be? At least get that, best case scenario, or, what we really want, and then at least we have that, then we can decide how we
process parts separately. Yeah. So the language that's here on the attachment, they crossed out. I know this was colored and it didn't come across color, so you can't see how they kind of redlined it, but they crossed out who is physically handicapped and added the words with a disability. That was what the mayor's office of disability suggested as the amendment.
That's not bad.
Yeah, that's what I propose we use as the language.
Yeah, and I don't think you'll get any pushback from the disability community on that. And I have a meeting with them tomorrow. Not officially from the task force here, but just in general as a member with the Senior Disability Action. And I could broach it to them.
One thing I like the wording disability community. I like those 2 words together. It doesn't, single out a person with a disability. So, I mean, in a perfect world, I love to see that say member of the public with a disability or from the disability community. And I don't know what members think about that, but that because that
Are you talking about like a caregiver?
I don't know what I'm talking about, but what I'm trying to do is just we have seats that are from the community of journalists, from the community of lawyers, from the community of. So I'm trying to see it as a group rather than.
Yeah, member of the disability community.
In interest of like simple words, I wouldn't say with the disability or from the disability community. I would just say shall be a member of the disability community because they're obviously a member of the public. So just a member of the disability community and who has demonstrated interest in citizen access and participation in local government.
Or a member of the disabled community.
I think they use the word member of the public on purpose so that it doesn't end up being like a city official.
That's a good point. I think you're right. Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah, that's a good point. I've seen that before. Where, it talks about city employees.
I also would argue against use of the word community because I think it's sort of like a buzzword and it can be very vague. It can mean very different things.
Yeah, maybe it's too broad.
I would rather go with the ADA, something that referenced an ADA definition.
Right.
Yeah.
Personally, I feel conflicted as well about saying like demonstrated interest in like community access, because I think by nature of having a disability, you have to, you live that every day of your life. And so I feel a little bit hesitant placing that particular stipulation.
I'm just the only little pushback on that I would say is separate citizen access and participation and make that broad for every seat. Every seat is interested in citizen access and participation in local government for the purposes of sunshine. It's not necessarily specific to people with disabilities. So I think there's that distinction is there on purpose in there.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, I've mulled this over with other people with disabilities for years. It's not easy. I get it.
Actually, I'd add also earlier. It's not in that part of the attachment earlier in 6738. It says all members must have experience and or demonstrated interest in the issues of citizen access and participation in local government. So it already applies to every seat. It's kind of redundant to have it there also. That's already included for all of them. So I'm not sure it really needs to be there anyways.
Yeah, the term disability now really it's like very authoritative. It covers the gamut, and it's earned its place to be kind of an umbrella term for all things access, all things adaptable, that kind of stuff. So I wouldn't worry about trying to define disability. I think it's well defined. Plenty, like California law, it follows the ADA. Title 504, if you're familiar with that, which was specifically access into public buildings, that came before the ADA and was actually created based upon a big action here at the courthouse on 7th Street. I think it's 7th Street. I think we're fine. I don't think we have to worry about expanding on it too much by definition.
So, remember, are you saying you think that the proposal, the way it's written by the Mayor's Office of Disability, is sufficient?
I think it's sufficient, and the supervisors are more likely to think of things as less is more. So adding like one word, the word disability is, they might, you could put it to this way. There could have been, and there hasn't been, but there could have been a class action lawsuit stating that specifying physically handicapped was discriminatory, that it didn't include other people who were quote unquote handicapped, to use the word in writing. And I'm a little surprised that hasn't happened. But I think if they were to change it to just disability, I don't think there's any liability, except if the city attorney's office feels that it breaches some sort of, constitutional construction, or what, being voter approved, that kind of thing, or oversteps. It would be purely technical at that level.
Do we have any suggestions on how we might want to proceed on this?
Well, I would open up for public comment. Let's hear what folks have to say, and maybe we can glean some new information. Right?
Great ideas. Let's go ahead and open up for public comment then.
Okay. If there's anybody who would like to make public comment, you can raise your hand at this time. I will unmute the first caller.
David Pilpel, you can hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. So there's a lot that I could say on this, but I'll try to keep it brief. So good news and bad news. So good news on Member Hill. I guess it's bad news that he has now disclosed that he has a physical handicap or disability. So that's bad news for him, but it is good news for the task force in that Member Wolf may be off the hook and doesn't need to continue serving so as to fulfill that requirement. So now there may be at least one, but perhaps two members that meet the requirement, because it doesn't run with a specific seat. It's just a requirement that at least one member at all times, blah, blah, blah. So that's the good news. The bad news is on the language proposal, it actually runs directly counter to Proposition G, and I'll get to that in a second. So handicap may be a bad word. I get it, and it's not my choice of word, but I would really wrap this into the larger Sunshine Ordinance rewrite, including discussion of the composition of this task force. The Mayor's Disability Council was not as active in the 1990s, so the requirement was included in the task force composition pre-Proposition G, which specifically changed the language from disabled to physically handicapped. And I found that just now in the legal text of Proposition G, page 144 of the voter information pamphlet from November of 1999. On the bottom, the language used to say, shall be a member of the public who is disabled and who has demonstrated interest in citizen access, yada, yada. And instead, it struck the word disabled and replaced it with the two words physically handicapped. So that was what the voters did by way of Proposition G in 1999. So I think the board would not be able to broaden it back to just disabled and might be constrained to that voter-approved language. I might further argue that other types of member diversity on the task force, including language access, neighborhoods, and any number of other issues might suggest specific seats. That's open for discussion, but that's a whole nother topic as to whether there really should be this seat, because there is a pretty active Mayor's Disability Council and a Mayor's Office on Disability, and there are other offices and other functions in the city that might suggest having seats. Anyway, I don't want to get into more of that right now. I just think it is problematic to suggest this specific amendment. If it's just to replace handicap with disability, I could probably live with that, but I'm not sure that it's worth going to all the effort just to make that fix. I think you need to keep the word physically in there, and so it's probably just an anachronism that should stay for the moment until there's a bigger rewrite. I'm sorry to bring that as bad news. Anyway, I hope that helps. Thanks for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Popel. Any other public commenters?
Okay, yes, we have one more. I'll unmute them now.
Okay.
Yes, I came in late. Are you on item 14? Or what item are you on?
Yes, I'm sorry. Yeah, the attachment open. Item 14.
Thank you. Then I'm done. Thank you.
Okay. Any other public commenters?
Okay, just taking a look. I do not see any other public commenters.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and close public comment. I think that was very informative from Mr. Pilpel. I think when a voter approved initiative specifically changes language, whether or not it's a good or bad change now, as we're seeing it in 2023, I think that's pretty compelling that it's a substantive change, since for some reason in 1999, they felt compelled to rewrite it that way. And so having it revert back, I think would be a tough sell for the board themselves to do. Not to say that we can't suggest that it could go to a vote. Or maybe we just, I don't want to say table it, but keep it. And then I know Compliance and Amendments Committee is working on a variety of other amendments, and maybe that's just one that we incorporate in there as part of the larger ones we suggest. I don't know what people think.
Yeah.
But I would have a hard time, particularly based on that new information, asking the board alone to make that change to the ordinance. I think that would be beyond what I think they should be able to do, regardless of whether or not it's the right thing to do for inclusiveness. Sometimes we're kind of unfortunately constrained by process, and I think this is one of those situations.
Member Highland here. I think the fact that, according to Pilpel's research, they voted on exactly those words means it has to go back to the ballot. And I think based on that, maybe we leave those words in there, but we add to it, physically handicapped or disabled as defined by ADA, or just disabled, and just add it to be more inclusive. And that would be the no-brainer pitch for the ballot.
I mean, personally, I'm thinking it's something that can stand on its own on the ballot. I think I would rather see this go alone than be mixed in with a bunch of other sunshine ordinance amendments that might be more controversial in nature. I think as we dive into rewriting it, I think there's going to be certain parts that certain people would be for or against. And I think this is one of those things that could totally stand by itself, and we see them constantly on the ballot. And as annoying as it is to have, propositions A through, W on every ballot, and makes this is, I think, one of those things though that's important, right? And I think it's worth, to me, it's worth having, suggesting to the board that they amend it, but that they also suggest that amendment go to the ballot for approval.
I will say this, that we have to do a little risk management. Well, this is one of those, like, everybody can get their arms around this particular amendment. If it is deemed as being substantive, then other people are going to ask for possibly damaging, or watering down the ordinance by making similar, what they might consider to be slight changes that would have huge effects. And that would be a travesty, I think. The other thing is 2024, since we don't have an election this year, 2024 is going to be a huge packed ballot. It's going to be huge. It's a presidential year too. So we got to get cracking.
I mean, the good thing is we have two opportunities, I think, in 2024, right? There's March and November. So
right. Primary.
True.
Yeah. True.
And to get on the ballot, Board of Supervisors can put it on there, or they have to get a certain amount of signatures. How does it work?
Maybe legal counsel, can you tell us how things get on the ballot from the legislatively, or can the mayor do it, or can it be from the?
That is not actually my area of expertise. I'm happy to inquire with our ethics and elections team about the specific different routes something like this could get on.
I can tell you.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, Member Wolf. I'm sorry.
The mayor can put something on the ballot, or the Board of Supervisors can put as a body, or any 4 supervisors can sponsor a ballot item.
So this is interesting. So this is just an ordinance. This isn't a charter amendment, right? So I think you're right, Member Wolf, that the mayor can put an ordinance on the ballot. So it's interesting, if this came from the mayor's office of disability, couldn't they just ask the mayor to put it on the ballot as an ordinance?
Yeah, good luck.
Oh, I mean, we could try too. I just found that interesting that
You can try. It can try. I mean, the problem is that for this one particular amendment, sure, she probably would put it on the ballot, but there's interest for a rewrite, from a lot of folks, and I think the next item on the agenda is going to reveal some of that from your discussions.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so it's getting kind of late. Should I just hold off? Did we want to take action? Did Member Wolf, I know you said you were going to have some meeting with the disability committee. Did you want to maybe get some more feedback from the community, see what we want to do? I could place this on a future agenda.
Unless you feel that there's some rush for this, I think, changing just the word handicap, physically handicapped to physically disabled, or physical disability, is not it's not really substantive. I don't think anybody's going to have a problem with it. The word handicap is derogatory and has been for many decades now. It didn't even come from this country; it came from a different country, and its history is very not good. So, I don't think there's a problem with that at this point, but I can bring it up with them tomorrow. And if there's no rush, then sure, no problem.
Yeah, I don't think there's any rush. I mean, obviously, if we're looking at the ballot route, then we have plenty of time to go into that and give
right,
a chance to think that out. And if it's just like you said, Member Wolf, I think you're right that if we just changed out handicap for disability, I think and kept the word physically, that's probably not substantive enough, and that's probably something the board could do if that's the other route we want to go until we look at a bigger rewrite. So why don't I, unless anyone has a proposed motion on this, I can just make a point to add this again to next month so we can pick up the discussion there, if that sounds good to everyone.
Okay.
Okay.
I was just going to joke that the only rush is to recruit your replacement, Member Wolf.
Well, now we don't need to.
It's up to you.
We have Member Hill.
We still need more people.
We still need more people, yeah.
Well, that's one of the reasons why also I'm going to this meeting tomorrow, is to promote, evangelize.
Oh, that would be great. Okay, if there's nothing else, I think we'll go ahead and move on to the next item. Cheryl, item 15.
Item 15, oral report on a meeting with various custodian of record by Member Stein and Chair Yankee.
So I'll just say that this is kind of piggyback what Member Stein talked about last time, is that Member Stein was contacted by a group of city employees who serve as custodians of records, and asked us to join a meeting they had so they can kind of talk about some sunshine issues that they experience and their suggestions and so forth and so on. So I know Member Stein put out that information at our last meeting. Only Member Stein and I went, so I'll turn over to Member Stein. She can kind of give us a summary of how that meeting went and some of the suggestions and feedback we received.
Yeah, so this is just kind of an open-ended thing. We don't really have an agenda here or any kind of item that we're proposing or anything like that. After we did the survey, this group of custodians had reached out to us. They're a group that meets, I think, regularly to think about and share information about how to bring their responses before the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force, and they wanted to give us feedback on their experience of the process. And I'm just trying to kind of summarize, what we talked about. There was some frustration, I think, over the procedure of complaints going first to committees and then to the full task force. They felt like there was a lot of inefficiency in our process, and they suggested some ideas they had about how to expedite our processes. So one of the things somebody noted was that committee meetings on cases often turn into full hearings, or feel like they're almost like full hearings, which they see as inefficient. And they suggested that we consider asking respondents maybe up front when a complaint is made, whether they accept that the documents are public records and under our jurisdiction, and that if there's no disagreement over those two questions, that we may be able to skip committee review, or the committee review piece, or have a review just to ensure that petitioners' documents are complete, but not necessarily require the respondents to be there. And I think for me, that just also speaks to this larger issue of what we're doing in committee. And I know there's been some confusion around that. Are we just looking at, is this our jurisdiction? Are these public records? Are we actually kind of sifting through the facts in the case and trying to help petitioners present a better case? You know, what is the real agenda there for us in the committee meetings? And can we make that process more concise and efficient? So I thought those ideas were kind of interesting. They also wondered if committees could make the final determination in some cases, such as those where there's no dispute over, you know, what's being alleged, and no records outstanding. So maybe they were suggesting that maybe those cases could be decided in committees and not even need to go to a consent agenda if there were no records outstanding. They also wondered if there were more efficient ways to hear the cases in terms of the procedures we use. They felt like we could reduce committee meetings maybe, and we might be able to schedule more full task force meetings in the year to resolve more cases if we streamlined what we were doing in committee as well. I talked to them a little bit about Next Request because I feel like we tried to look at that in our annual report, and some of what's available on Next Request seems still like somewhat opaque to some of us. And generally, I'll just note that they seem to have positive feedback about Next Request in terms of feeling like it helped them better manage their responses by giving them deadlines and giving them notices that things were due and things like that. And this is like a tiny point, but they told us that whether to make the requests and the responses to the requests on Next Request public can be separated. Because right now, one of the things we noticed on Next Request was that it seemed like about half the requests were missing. Like numbers had been assigned to them, but we could neither see the requests that were made nor the responses. And so we had no idea what that was. And I don't think either any of us who worked on that were aware that you could actually make all the requests public, even if you're not making the responses public. So I just wanted to bring that up as well, since Next Request has been this kind of thorny issue for people. And that is my sense of what we talked about. I don't know if Chair Yankee has anything to add.
Yeah, I think that's a great summary. One thing I found was interesting is we talked about the affirmation letters that we did. And you know, if people wanted to, you know, respond and say that, you know, we don't plead, you know, we plead no contest to this, or yeah, we violated it. I thought it was interesting. I think one of the people there said, there's oftentimes we do feel like, you know, we did mess up. We don't want to put it in writing. Mm-hmm. Okay, so we did hear that. So it sounds like as much as we would love for them to use the affirmation letters, they might not be doing it for that reason. So I encouraged them. I said, look, if that's the position you have, go to the committee meeting and say, look, I'm fine with putting this on the consent calendar. And then we can at least do that, right? So I'd encourage everyone in committee to, if it looks like the city's in total agreement, even though they didn't put it in writing, we admit that we did this, ask them, because it sounds like verbally they might admit it in committee hearing and be totally fine with us putting on consent, just to not have to come and go through this all. So I thought that was the interesting thing, the verbal versus written confirmation that they, you know, kind of messed up. And then the other thing I'd mention is, you know, a lot of them talked about, we'd love to, you know, have these suggestions heard and everything, and which I agree with. And so I just want to say, I pointed out and encouraged that, you know, there is an ex officio seat for the mayor and or her designee, and all these custodians of records were, I think, essentially all from, you know, executive departments. So the mayor could very easily appoint any of them or anyone else to represent their interest and come and join us at these meetings, so we get that perspective. So they said you know, that they were thinking about that when the pandemic hit, and that maybe that's a discussion they'll have again. So Who knows? Maybe we'll end up with someone from the mayor's office here. It's a non-voting seat, but I think would, particularly when we get into some of these other discussions, it's interesting to get their perspective. The more people we can have, I think, involved in the discussion, the better. So those are the only thing I really had to add.
Yeah, I basically view it the same way, that it's just like more information from people who are part of this process. And, some of the ideas I found interesting. I do feel like, we went over in the administrator's report that we're halfway through the year and we have 45 cases just submitted this year. And we saw that last year we could only process about 55 cases in a year. So it seems like we're still so far from being caught up that we may want to be thinking about how to make things more efficient. But, so just more input on that I thought was good.
Out of curiosity, how many people were actually at this meeting?
Was it 6 or 8?
Something like that, between 5 and 10, more than 5, less than 10. Yeah, so somewhere around that. Not including me.
Yeah, just custodians.
Responded to David Steinberg and said, I mentioned several other custodians that I deal with regularly who appear when they're supposed to, make their responses. I contact them too.
Yeah, I don't know how
Apparently this does try to, when they hear of someone who's a custodian, they email them and say, hey, we have this working group where we discuss what we need to do before the task force and all of that. So apparently they do have a kind of open invitation.
Yeah, they have an open invitation, but they may not know who these people really are. I mean, they're selling to their own department. They're not saying what else is going on.
True. Yeah, I'm not saying they're representative. They're just an active, interested group.
Hello.
I have a couple of.
I'm home and I'm on the meeting and they're at the item that I want to make a comment on. Okay. Can I call you back?
Excuse me, we can hear you, Mr. Warfield. It's not public comment yet. Member Wolf, go ahead.
Yeah. So a couple of things, I get the whole point about efficiency. One of the issues that the public, there was a period of time where committees could make pretty much a full decision that would just be affirmed by the full task force without a full hearing. And the problem that came up with that wasn't so much that it may have made some good efficiency, but it lacked the full use of all the brains in the room, the brain trust. So it was 3 people who would be making a decision, but there would be no expansive discussion at the task force level. It would just be a rubber stamp. And that there was some objection in the community to that. With the affirmation letter, that was kind of meant so that they wouldn't have to come to the meeting. It actually does create more efficiency for them. Their biggest complaint was having to come and wait after hours, for a long time till their case came up, what have you. And the affirmation letter, kind of made it easy. I don't get it that whether you say it verbally, it's on the record, it's in your own voice versus in writing. I don't understand the rationale. What's the difference? The ex officio, we used to have them. Angela used to come to some meetings, and we had several times have had mayors appoint ex officios, and they were helpful because we would get a perspective from the mayor's office or the executive branch. And we could have, sometimes good debates about that stuff. And lastly, I wonder, did you discuss this big change that happened where now every department has a public information officer and they're kind of the gatekeeper of all things sunshine?
We did not discuss that. No, that didn't come up.
Okay, because that was a problem. The problem that I've been seeing more often than not is the PIO, as their representative, not informed enough about the case. And you really need to speak to the custodian themselves. And now you don't ever see them. They never come. That's it.
Yeah, that's a good point to raise if we do any more of these meetings.
Yeah,
For sure.
make sure you send someone who really knows the details of the
Yeah.
case, not just someone who.
What do you think about this idea? I mean, I know we say the consent calendar.
Mhm.
I know we say the consent calendar to the very end, but sometimes there are people waiting, and I'm wondering if we could put it like at the beginning of our hearings, like right after public comment. We can get it done in 10 minutes, and then it's done.
Most bodies do that.
We could do that. I think that the thought was to put it at the end since we're not holding hearings. We didn't want them,
Yeah, because we had someone online today that stayed right to the end.
We did, yeah.
Yeah.
But on the flip side, if we
It's
want
just a
to,
thought,
yeah.
you know, I mean.
I'm open to either or. I mean, if everyone thinks it'd be better to put it before the complaints, we could start doing that.
I mean, the fact that it's on the consent calendar means it's a good chance it'll go through as stated and not.
Okay, well, let's try that next meeting. I'll put it right after public comment. Unless there's any objections to that.
No.
Nope. Okay, we'll do that.
But this is just a general item. Like, we're not proposing anything here. These are just their ideas. So I don't necessarily want to debate their ideas.
Yeah, I don't want to get too. Yeah, that's probably too much off topic. But if anyone wants to come next time, just let us know. I think the other thing we want to make sure of, since a lot of this might be stuff that even is handled at committee, we don't even get a quorum of the committee. So we need to know who's coming ahead of time so that we don't have that issue.
One last thing is it may be a good place to get a little feedback on amendments.
Yeah.
And if we can get buy-in on some, controversial or, difficult amendments, that might also be helpful.
Yeah, because I suspect that their perspective on certain amendments is going to be very different than people who are trying to get public records, right? The people who actually have to turn them over are going to, let's say if we change it from 10 to 5 days, okay, that's it's great to get people the records faster. That's going to be a significant burden on city departments, for better or for worse, that would just happen, right? So, All right, anything else on that item? If not, let's open up to public comment. Any public comment on item 15, Victor?
Yes, looks like we have a couple.
Great. David Pilpel, I'll keep it very brief because I want to get done with this meeting. I think it is useful to do outreach to city departments. When I served on the task force, I made it a point to do positive outreach and work with folks. I think it is incredibly important to not just have adversarial or somewhat adversarial hearings at the task force, but to try to promote compliance and good ideas and, sort of working together, that hopefully we're all about trying to improve public access to meetings and records, and that we should be working cooperatively as much as possible and only deal with adversarial things when it has to be adversarial. So I support the meeting that you took and hope that there's more of that going forward. Thanks.
Thank you. Do we have another public commenter?
Yep.
Yes, please. Can you give me a 30-second warning?
You'll hear a tone.
I can't hear you. What?
Yes, we will. We'll hear a tone.
You'll hear a tone at 30 seconds.
Thank you. This is Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association, Library Users 2004 at yahoo.com, and P.O. Box 170544, San Francisco, California, 94117-0544. Can you hear me okay? Because you're pretty soft.
Yes, we can.
Thank you. I have to say that I'm pretty stunned. And certainly, and when you say if others would like to attend, I would certainly like to attend. Is that a possibility, or is that just for certain other folks to attend? I certainly think that the public ought to be able to attend if that's what you mean, and if that's what you're attending. I'd like to know who was there. Was the library there? Was the Ethics Commission there? Who was there? And I have to say that, why am I stunned? I have been saying on and off for years that I'd like for the task force to solicit the public people who have filed complaints, people who've had complaints go through the process, and so on, to find out what is going well and what's not going well in a variety of ways. Never happened. You did an annual report where you solicited the respondents, basically the potential and actual lawbreakers, but never bothered to get to solicit the public. And with that information one-sided, you made an annual report, which I'd like to know the status of it, but there you are. And now you're going to meetings of essentially lawbreakers and potential lawbreakers and past lawbreakers to find out what they would find more convenient, more efficient, more acceptable. You know, let's not put anything on paper so that there's any record of anything. Let's not put anything on paper because that way nobody will ever know anything at all, although they already know quite a lot less than they ought to. Former Chair Wolf has a good point. You have, if you want to call it a talent pool, you have a lot of intelligent people. And to leave it to 2 or 3 people at a committee meeting and then have no hearing, part of your job, that's just utter negligence. You need to find out what's going on and why. As far as I'm concerned, your unwillingness to be strong on enforcement to the degree that you can be, you're not doing it, and that's encouraging the most outrageous, in my experience, flouting of the law. And they know that all they have to do, check off, I made a mistake. You're not going to find out whether it was intentional. Pardon?
Your time is up.
I thought I had a 30-second warning. That's why I asked for it.
Yeah, the tone went off.
That's 30 seconds warning. So I have 30 seconds more, right, Mr. Chair?
There were 2 tones. There was the 30-second tone and then the tone.
I didn't hear the 30-second tone. I think it's appalling that you're not soliciting the public and you're not talking to the public when they want to talk with you, and it's utterly one-sided, and you're missing a lot, and you're inviting the flouting of the law.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Warfield. Do we have any other public commenters?
There's nobody else with their hands raised.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment. Any other comments for this item? Okay, seeing none, we'll go on to the next item. Number 16, Cheryl, when you're ready.
Item number 16, announcements, comments, questions, and future agenda items by members of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force.
Members, anything for this item? Okay, seeing none.
Yeah, I have one thing for a future agenda item.
Go ahead, Member Wolf.
And that is in finding a way to inform respondents about why they can't convert a IDR into a standard request. I just think that it's important that we let them know what our stance is on that, and whether it be like a system-wide memo or something stronger. I'd like to have a discussion about how to do that.
Sure. Member Wolf, if you wanted to send me an email of how you want that agenda item to read, I'll place it on a future agenda.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Sure. Anything else for this item? If not, we'll open it up to public comment specifically on that suggestion made by Member Wolf.
We have one public commenter.
Okay.
You have been unmuted.
I'm not understanding what's happening. Are you calling on me?
Yes, if you'd like to provide public comment on that suggestion.
I would, but before I make public comment, I'd like to say that the system was blabbing for a whole lot of time while Mr. Wolf was saying what he said, and I couldn't understand the beginning of it or parts of the middle of it because it was saying you have blah, 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 your status is such and such and such and such, and those of you who have never listened to this on a telephone have no idea how I would like to know what was said so I can make informed comment.
Yes, that's what I'm trying to tell you, Mr. Warfield. Member Wolf stated that he would like as a future agenda item to discuss departments converting IDRs into normal non-IDR requests. Does that summarize it, Member Wolf?
Yes.
Okay, so he suggested that as a future agenda item. I informed Member Wolf that he provided me the wording for that agenda item. I will place on a future agenda. So, Mr. Warfield, if you'd like to comment specifically on that topic.
This is Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association, Library Users 2004 at yahoo.com, and PO Box 170544. The IDR has its role. I don't understand why the respondent potentially should be able to determine whether or not a request is an IDR or not. An IDR has provisions if the issue is promptness of response. It already has provisions in the IDR that if under certain circumstances it's going to take longer than the next business day, then the department already has an ability to essentially disable the timer if it's a reasonable thing to disable. Otherwise, I don't see that the IDR is somehow burdensome to anybody. We use it with the library frequently because in the past, and it's been our experience, that if you send a request to the library and you don't have it as an IDR, they will not do the professional thing and say, we've received your request and we'll expect to answer it tomorrow or in 5 days. No, you have to wait 10 days to even get a confirmation that they have even gotten the request. And the only way to get a legally required confirmation is if you say it's an IDR, and then they have to answer you whether or not they give you the materials, they have to answer you by the end of the next business day. I don't see any reason what's so terrible about an IDR. I don't understand the reasoning behind it. I don't know if Mr. Wolf said what the reasons were. But this is one of the ways that the departments like to spank the public and say, well, this isn't an IDR because, and then they give the reason why the timing is off. No. We've often heard the IDR is an IDR if the requester requests it. And I think that's appropriate to stay that way unless I hear other reasons or other provisions that are being proposed.
Okay, Mr. Warfield, your time is up.
Thank you very much.
Do we have any other public commenters on this item?
There are no additional hands.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment on this. Let's go ahead and read the next agenda item.
Item number 17, adjournment.
Do we have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Moved by member, seconded by member Wolf. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, passes unanimously. We are adjourned at 10:47.
Have a good one, folks.
Feels like old times.